A listener's space to absorb and reflect. 1. A is for whole. The phone rang a few minutes after 4 in the morning. "You like accidents, Dar. You owe it to yourself to come see this one." "I don't like accidents," said Dar. He did not ask who was calling. He recognized Paul Cameron's voice even though he and Cameron had not been in touch for over a year. Cameron was a CHP officer working out of Palm Springs. "All right then," said Cameron. "You like puzzles." Dar swiveled to read his clock. "Not at 4:08 a.m., he said. "This one's worth it." The connection sounded hollow, as if it were a radio patch or a cell phone. "Where?" "Montezuma Valley Road," said Cameron. "Just a mile inside the canyon where S-22 comes out of the hills into the desert." "Jesus Christ," muttered Dar. "You're talking Borrego Springs. It would take me more than 90 minutes to get there." "Not if you drive your black car," said Cameron, his chuckle blending with the rasp and static of the poor connection. "What kind of accident would bring me almost all the way to Borrego Springs before breakfast?" said Dar, sitting up now. "Multiple vehicle?" "We don't know," said Officer Cameron. His voice still sounded amused. "What do you mean you don't know? Don't you have anyone at the scene yet?" "I'm calling from the scene," said Cameron through the static. "And you can't tell how many vehicles were involved?" Dar found himself wishing that he had a cigarette in the drawer of his bedside table. He had given up smoking 10 years earlier, just after the death of his wife, but he still got the craving at odd times. "We can't even ascertain beyond a reasonable doubt what kind of vehicle or vehicles was or were involved," said Cameron, his voice taking on that official, strained syntax, pre-literate lilt that cops used when speaking in their official capacity. "You mean what make?" said Dar. He rubbed his chin, heard the sandpaper scratch there, and shook his head. He had seen plenty of high-speed vehicular accidents where the make and model of the car were not immediately apparent, especially at night. "I mean, we don't know if this is a car, more than one car, a plane, or a fucking UFO crash," said Cameron. "If you don't see this one, Darwin, you'll regret it for the rest of your days." "What do you—" Dar began, and stopped. Cameron had broken the connection. Dar swung his legs over the edge of the bed, looked out at the dark beyond the glass of his tall condo windows, muttered, "Shit," and got up to take a fast shower. It took him 2 minutes less than an hour to drive there from San Diego, pushing the Acura NSX hard through the canyon turns, slamming it into high gear on the long straights, and leaving the radar detector in the tiny glove compartment because he assumed that all of the highway patrol cars working S-22 would be at the scene of the accident. It was paling towards sunrise as he began the long 6% grade, 4,000-foot descent past Ranchita toward Borrego Springs and the Anza Borrego Desert. One of the problems with being an accident reconstruction specialist, Dar was thinking as he shifted the NSX into third and took a decreasing radius turn effortlessly, with only the throaty purr of the exhaust marking the deceleration and then the shift back up to speed, is that almost every mile of every damned highway holds the memory of someone's fatal stupidity. The NSX roared up a low rise in the pre-dawn glow and then growled down the long, twisty descent into the canyon some miles below. There, thought Dar, glancing quickly at an unremarkable stretch of old single-height guardrail set on wooden posts flashing past on the outside of a tight turn. Right there. A little more than 5 years ago, Dar had arrived at that point only 35 minutes after a school bus had struck that stretch of old guardrail, scrapped along it for more than 60 feet, and plunged over the embankment, rolled 3 times down the steep boulder-strewn hillside, and had come to rest on its side, with its shattered roof in the narrow stream below. The bus had been owned by the Desert Springs School District and was returning from an Eco-Week overnight camping trip in the mountains carrying 41 sixth-grade students and 2 teachers. When Dar arrived, ambulances and Flight for Life helicopters were still carrying off seriously injured children, a mob of rescue workers was handing litters hand over hand up the rocky slope, and yellow plastic tarps covered at least 3 small bodies on the rocks below. When the final tally came in, 6 children and 1 teacher were dead. 24 students were seriously injured, including one boy who would be a paraplegic for the rest of his life, and the bus driver received cuts, bruises, and a broken left arm. Dar was working for the NTSB then. It was the year before he quit the National Transportation Safety Board to go to work as an independent accident reconstruction specialist. That time, the call came to his condo in Palm Springs. For days after the accident, Dar watched the media coverage of the terrible tragedy. The LA television stations and newspapers had decided early on that the bus driver was a heroine, and their coverage reflected that stance. The driver's post-crash interview and other eyewitness testimony, including that of the teacher who had been sitting directly behind one of the children who had perished, certainly suggested as much. All agreed that the brakes had failed about 1 mile after the bus began its long, steep descent. The driver, a 41-year-old divorced mother of 2, had shouted at everyone to hang on. What followed was a terrifying 6-mile mad mouse ride, with the driver doing her best to keep the careening bus on the road, the brakes smoking but obviously not slowing the vehicle enough, children flying out of their seats on the sharp turns, and then the final crash, grinding, and plummet over the embankment. All agreed that there was nothing the driver could have done, that once the brakes had failed, it had been a miracle that she had kept the bus on the road as long as she had. Dar read the editorials proclaiming that the driver was the kind of hero for whom no tribute could be too great. 2 Los Angeles TV stations carried live coverage of the school board meeting, during which parents of the surviving children gave testimonials to the driver's heroic attempts to save the bus under impossible circumstances. The NBC Nightly News did a 4-minute special piece on this driver and other school bus drivers who had been injured or killed in the line of duty. Tom Brokaw called this driver, and others like her, America's unsung heroes. Meanwhile, Dar gathered information. The school bus was a 1989 model TC2000 manufactured by the Bluebird Body Company and purchased new by the Desert Springs School District. It had power steering, a diesel engine, and a Model AT55 4-speed automatic transmission from the Allison Transmission Division of General Motors. It was also equipped with a Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards FMVSS 121 approved dual air mechanical cam and drum brake system that had front axle clamp Type 20 brake chambers and rear axle clamp Type 243 and emergency parking brake chambers. All of the brakes had 5.5-inch manual slack adjusters. The driver's seat was lap belt equipped. The passenger seats were not. Dar knew that this was standard design for school buses. Parents who would never allow their children to ride unrestrained in their family vehicles happily waved goodbye to their children each morning in buses carrying 50 children and no passenger belts or harnesses. The estimated gross weight of this bus, the passengers and their camping baggage, was 22,848 pounds. The driver had, as the newspapers and TV reports had put it, a perfect safety record with the district. Blood tests taken at the hospital immediately after the accident showed no evidence of drugs or alcohol. Dar interviewed her 2 days after the accident, and her account was almost word for word the same as the deposition she had given the CHP the evening of the crash. She reported that about 1 mile from their starting point, on a slight downhill grade, the brakes had seemed weird and mushy. She had pumped the brake pedal. A warning light had come on, indicating low brake pressure. At that point, the driver told him, the grade had changed from the downhill grade to a 2-mile uphill climb, and the bus began to slow. The automatic transmission had shifted to a lower gear, and the brake warning light went off and then blinked a few times. The driver said that she assumed the problem had fixed itself at this point and that there was no reason not to continue. Shortly thereafter, she reported, they entered the long downhill grade and the brakes just failed completely. The bus began picking up speed. The driver said that she could not slow it by using either the service or emergency brakes. Brake odor was strong. The rear wheels began smoking. She said that she had overridden the automatic transmission and shifted down to second gear, but that did not help. She said that she had then grabbed the radio to call her dispatcher, but had to drop the microphone in order to wrestle the wheel to keep the bus on the road. For 6 miles she succeeded, shouting at the students and teachers to lean left and lean right. Finally, the bus had contacted the outside guardrail, run along it, and gone over the embankment. "I don't know what else I could have done," said the driver during the interview. She was weeping at that point. Her report agreed with the interview testimony Dar had taken from the surviving teacher and students. The driver, overweight, pasty-faced, and thin-lipped, seemed stupid and somewhat bovine to Dar, but he had to discount his own perceptions. The older he got and the longer he worked in accident investigation, the more stupid most people seemed to him. And more women tended to appear bovine in the years since the death of his wife. His people checked the driver's record. The TV stations and papers had reported that she had a perfect safety record with the district, and this was true. But it was also true that she had only worked for the district for 6 months prior to the accident. According to DMV reports from Tennessee, where the driver had lived before moving to California, she'd been issued 1 DUI citation and 2 moving violations in 5 years. In California, the bus driver held a school bus certificate, passenger transportation endorsement, issued 2 days before her employment by the district, and had a valid California Class B commercial driver license restricted to conventional buses with automatic transmissions only. The California DMV records also indicated that 10 days before the accident, the driver had 2 violations: failure to provide financial responsibility and failure to properly display license plates. CHP records showed that because of these violations, her regular driver's license had been suspended. It had been reinstated the day before the accident after she had filed an SR-22, proof of financial responsibility. She had no outstanding traffic warrants at the time of the accident. She had received 54 hours of instruction that included 21 hours of behind-the-wheel training in a bus similar to the crash vehicle. But the curriculum had no requirement for mountain driving training. Dar's report on the physical damage to the bus ran to 4 single-spaced pages. Essentially, the bus body had separated from the chassis. The roof had collapsed and crushed inward from just behind the driver's seat to the 3rd row. The left side had crushed inboard, buckling and fracturing all of the window frame supports and popping the glass out all along the left side. And the bumpers were missing. The fuel tank had been damaged in several places. 1 rubber fuel line had been cut, but the tank hadn't been breached, and its guard remained securely fastened to the chassis. Dar reviewed the inspection and repair orders for the bus and found that the brakes had been adjusted every 1,500 miles and that the vehicle was inspected on a monthly basis. Although the last inspection had been only 2 days before the accident and the mechanic had stated that he found the brakes slightly out of adjustment and had ordered them to be adjusted, there was no record of the mechanics having adjusted the brakes. Safety board tests of the accident vehicle's brakes showed that they had been out of adjustment on the day of the crash. Further investigation showed that the school district had only recently switched over from the CHP, California Code of Regulations inspection form, to a company-developed form 1040-008 Rev 591. And the chief mechanic had checked both the OK box and the repair boxes on the form, initialing the repair boxes. But unlike the older inspection form on which the order for further service was written in a space under the repair box, the chief mechanic's written work order had been scrawled on the back of the new form. The 5 mechanics working under him, there was 1 mechanic for every 18 buses, as per school district and industry guidelines, had missed the handwritten work order. "Well, that's it then," said the superintendent of the Desert Springs School District. "Not quite," said Dar. 3 weeks after the accident, Dar staged a reenactment of the accident. An identical 1989 model TC-2000 school bus loaded with 5,000 pounds of sandbags to simulate the weight of the students, teachers, and their luggage was brought to the summit of Montezuma Valley Road at the National Forest area, where the classes had carried out their Eco Week overnight camping trip. The brakes of this TC-2000 had been misadjusted to precisely the degree of error found on the accident vehicle. Dar designated himself as driver of the test vehicle and accepted 1 NTSB volunteer to ride along to videotape the reenactment. The California Highway Patrol closed the highway for the duration of the test. School board members were present at the exercise. None volunteered to ride in the test bus. Dar drove the vehicle down the first grade, up the 2-mile uphill section, and then down the long canyon road. The worst grade was 10.5%, finally bringing the vehicle to a full stop at a pullout 10 yards beyond where the accident vehicle had plunged off the highway. He turned the vehicle around and drove it back to the summit. "The brakes worked," said Dar to the assembled school board members and CHP patrolmen. There was no brake warning light, no smoke or smell of burning brake linings. He explained what had happened on the day of the accident. The bus driver had left the National Forest campsite with both of her emergency parking brakes set. After the first downhill stretch where they could smell the brakes burning, the next 2 miles had been uphill. "Brakes give off an odor," explained Dar, "when the brake drum and shoes reach temperatures above approximately 600 degrees Fahrenheit. The teachers, students, and driver had smelled the burning odor during both the first couple of downhills and uphill miles on the return journey. The driver had ignored the smell. The brake warning light had gone off briefly and then started blinking again as the bus approached the top of the last rise before the long descent toward Borrego Springs. The surviving teacher, sitting in the first row on the right side, had seen it blinking. There's only one engineering explanation for the brake warning light to signal brake overheating during this portion of the trip," said Dar. "The emergency brakes had been applied continuously from the time the bus had left the campsite parking lot. In addition," he explained, "the surviving passengers told of the bus handling poorly and surging slightly during the first 2 uphill miles of the trip." The driver had ignored all of these warning signs and had begun the long downhill section of the canyon road. Dar explained that on the day of the accident, he had noted that the front wheels of the bus were freewheeling, but that the rear wheels were locked. He explained further that this type of bus had automatic brakes that would be applied without driver input when air pressure in the system drops below 30 pounds per square inch. The locked rear wheels had told him that low air pressure in the brake system had caused the automatic brakes to be applied, and their safety board tests had shown that the system had not leaked and that the air compressor was sound. But the automatic brakes could not stop the bus because they had been overheated prior to their application. At this point, Dar got back in the bus, set the parking brake, and drove away from the campsite again. A convoy of CHP vehicles and private cars followed. The bus surged slightly going uphill. Both Dar and his assistant manning the video camera commented on tape that they could smell the brakes burning. CHP vehicles trailing the bus reported over their radios that they could clearly see smoke coming from the rear wheels. The brake warning light came on. Dar paused briefly where the accident bus driver had paused, pumped the brakes as she had, and then started down the long incline. The brakes failed 1.3 miles down the steep canyon road. The automatic brakes deployed but then also failed due to overheating. The bus began to accelerate. When the bus reached 46 miles per hour, Dar shifted from D3 to D2, slowing it, and then shifted to D1, causing the bus to lurch but also to slow quickly. Still moving 11 miles per hour, he selected a sandy patch of hillside on the inside stretch of the next curve and nosed the bus into it, bringing it to a halt with only the smallest of bumps. A second later, the armada of CHP cruisers and school board members' cars converged on the bus. Dar got in one of the highway patrol cars and they drove down to the accident site. The driver left the campsite with her parking brake on, which meant that both emergency brakes were set, thus overheating the entire system for the first 2 miles and dropping the air pressure below 30 psi, he said to the crowd gathered around the point where the bus had left the highway. The automatic brakes deployed, but their efficiency was low because of the overheating. Still, that should have been enough to slow the bus to below 28 miles per hour. It did in this reenactment. "But you were going faster than that," said the superintendent of schools. Dar nodded. "I manually shifted from second gear into third gear and then to fourth," said Dar. "But the driver said that she shifted down," said the president of the school board. Dar nodded. "I know, but she didn't." When we inspected the transmission after the accident, it was locked in fourth gear. The Allison automatic transmission is programmed to automatically shift down in the event of such sudden acceleration. The driver overrode the automatic transmission and shifted into fourth gear. The crowd stared at him. The road marks here showed 550 feet of striated, curved tire marks on the day of the accident, he said, pointing. The marks were still visible. All eyes followed his pointing finger. The automatic braking system, although degraded by loss of air pressure due to overheating, was still trying to stop the bus when it hit the guardrail up there. Everyone turned to see the bent and battered guardrail. The bus was going 64 miles per hour when it contacted the guardrail, said Dar. It was doing approximately 48 miles per hour when it left the road and became airborne about here. All heads turned back. The bus was in fourth gear when it hit the guardrail because the driver had selected that gear, said Dar, not because the transmission had failed or automatically upshifted. She was in a panic. After burning out the brakes, ignoring the burning brake odor and the unusual handling of the bus going uphill, then, after ignoring the brake pressure warning light and deciding to continue down the steep grade, despite the fact that the brakes felt weird and mushy at the top of the pass, the driver overrode the automatic transmission at approximately 28 miles per hour and shifted into fourth gear by mistake. 2 months after the accident, Dar had read in the back pages of a local paper that the driver had been found guilty of reckless driving, resulting in the wrongful death of 7 persons. She had received a 1-year suspended sentence, and her Class B commercial driver's license had been suspended indefinitely. None of the Los Angeles TV stations or newspapers that had hailed her as an unsung hero covered this aspect of the story in anything more than a passing mention, perhaps out of embarrassment at their earlier enthusiasm. It was light enough to drive without headlights when Dar reached the accident scene. Cameron had been slightly off in his location. It was a little less than a mile from where the canyon opened out into desert. The twisting road showed all of the accoutrements of modern highway death. Highway patrol cars parked along the shoulder, flares sizzling, cones set up, patrolmen herding what traffic there was up and down the left, uphill lane, 2 ambulances, even a helicopter buzzing above. Everything except wreckage. Dar ignored the patrolman's waving baton and pulled off on the broad right shoulder where the official vehicles were parked. Red and blue lights painted the canyon walls with pulsing light. The patrolman strode over to the NSX. "Hey, you can't park there. This is an accident scene." "Sergeant Cameron sent for me." "Cameron?" The officer was still pissed off at Dar's disregard for his baton. "Why? You from accident detail? Got ID?" Dar shook his head. "Just tell Sergeant Cameron that Darwin Minor is here." The patrolman glowered but pulled a radio from his belt, stepped a few paces away for privacy, and spoke into it. Dar waited. He realized that the CHP cops on the shoulder were all staring up at the canyon wall. Dar got out of the NSX and squinted up at the red rock. Several hundred feet higher, on a broad setback up there, lights glared and people and machines moved. There was no road or trail up that steep cliff to the setback, no way down from the cliff top hundreds of feet higher. A small green and white helicopter lifted off from the ledge and dropped carefully into the canyon. "OL," he thought, "light observation helicopters. They had called them in Vietnam, those many years ago." Dar remembered that the officers loved buzzing around in them. Now they used this type for traffic reports and police work. Probably a Hughes 55. "Darwin!" Sergeant Cameron and another patrolman jumped out of the helicopter and moved out from under the whirling blades in a half-crouch. Paul Cameron was about Dar's age, in his late 40s. The sergeant was large and quite black, barrel-chested, and sported a neatly trimmed mustache. Dar knew that Cameron would have retired years earlier if he had started late in his police career. He had joined the Marines just when Dar was leaving the Corps. There was a younger patrolman with him, white, in his early 20s, baby-faced, with a mouth that reminded Dar of Elvis. "Dr. Darwin Minor, this is Patrolman Mickey Elroy. We were just talking about you, Dar." The younger patrolman squinted at Dar. "You really a doctor?" "Not a medical doctor. A PhD, physics." While Patrolman Elroy thought about that, Cameron said, "You ready to ride up and see the puzzle, Dar?"
Right up. Dar didn't bother to hide his lack of enthusiasm. That's right, you don't like to fly, do you? Cameron's voice only had two tones, amused and outraged. He was in his amused mode now.
But hey, you have a pilot's license, don't you, Dar? Gliders or some such? I don't like to be flown, said Dar, but he grabbed his camera bag out of the NSX and followed the other two men toward the helicopter. Cameron sat in the front co-pilot seat, and there was just room on the back bench for Dar and the young patrolman. They buckled in. The last time I flew in one of these goddamned things, thought Dar, it was on a Sea Stallion leaving the Delot reactor. The pilot made sure that they were all strapped in and then twisted one stick and pulled up on another. The little chopper lifted, fluttered, and then tilted forward, climbing for altitude at the mouth of the canyon, before buzzing back, hovering a minute over the wide shelf of stone and sagebrush, and then settling down carefully, the rotors no more than 20 feet from the vertical rock wall. Dar walked away from the thing with shaky legs. He wondered if Cameron would let him rappel down the canyon wall back to the highway when it was time to go. "So, is it true what the sergeant says about you and the space shuttle?" said Patrolman Elroy with a slight twist of his Elvis lips. "What?" said Dar, crouching and covering his ears as the chopper took off again. "That you were the one that figured out what made it blow up? Challenger, I mean. I was 12 when that happened." Dar shook his head. "No, I was just an NTSB flunky on the investigatory committee." "A flunky who got his ass fired by NASA," said Cameron, tugging on his smoky hat and securing it. Elroy looked puzzled. "Why'd they fire you?" "For telling them what they didn't want to hear," said Dar. He could see the crater here on the ledge now. It was about 30 feet across and perhaps 3 feet deep at the deepest. Whatever had struck here had burned, flared against the inner rock wall, and started a small fire in the grass and sagebrush that grew along the ledge. A dozen or so CHP people and forensics men stood and crouched near or in the crater. "What didn't they want to hear?" asked Elroy, hurrying to keep up. Dar stepped at the edge of the impact crater. "That the Challenger astronauts hadn't died in the explosion," he said, not really paying attention to the conversation. "I told them that the human body is an amazingly resilient organism. I told them that the 7 astronauts had survived until their cabin hit the ocean. 2 minutes and 45 seconds of falling." The kid stopped. "Jesus Christ," he said, "that isn't true, is it? I mean—" "What is this, Paul?" said Dar. "You know I don't do airplane accidents anymore." "Yeah," said Cameron, showing strong white teeth as he grinned. He crouched, rooted around in the burned grass, and tossed a scorched fragment of metal to Dar. "Candor," said Dar. "Chevy." "The guys think it was an '82 El Camino," said Cameron, gesturing toward the forensics men in the smoldering pit. Dar looked at the vertical rock wall to his right and at the highway hundreds of feet below. "Nice," he said. "I don't suppose there are tire marks at the top of the cliff." "Nope, just rock," said the sergeant. "No way up from the backside either." "When did this happen?" "Sometime last night. Civilian reported the fire about 2 a.m. You guys got right on it." "Had to. The first CHP boys here thought it was a military plane down." Dar nodded and walked to the line of yellow accident scene tape around the pit. "Lot of shards in there. Anything not belonging to an El Camino?" "Bones and bits," said Cameron, still smiling. "One person, we're pretty sure. Male, they think. Scattered because of the impact and explosion. Oh, and fragments of aluminum and alloy casings that don't have anything to do with the El Camino. Another vehicle? They don't think so. Something that was in the car, maybe." "Curious," said Dar. Patrolman Elroy was still eyeing him suspiciously, as if Dar were a joke the sergeant was pulling on him. "And are you really the guy they named the Darwin Award after?" "No," said Dar. He walked around the crater, making sure not to get too close to the edge of the cliff. He did not like heights. Some of the accident investigation men nodded and said hello. Dar took his camera out of the bag and began imaging from different angles. The rising sun glinted on the many thousands of pieces of scattered, scorched metal. "What's that?" said Elroy. "I've never seen a camera like that before." "Digital," said Dar. He quit shooting pictures and video and looked back down the highway.
The entrance to the canyon was visible from up here, directly in line with the highway stretching out east toward Borrego Springs. He looked at the tiny viewfinder monitor on the camera and shot some stills and video of the highway and desert lined up with the crater. "Well, if the Darwin Award isn't named for you," persisted the young patrolman, "who is it named for?" "Charles Darwin," said Dar. "You know, survival of the fittest." The boy looked blank. Dar sighed. "The Society of Insurance Investigators gives the award to the person who does the human race the biggest favor each year by removing his or her DNA from the gene pool." The boy nodded slowly, but obviously didn't understand. Cameron chuckled. "Whoever kills himself in the dumbest way," he translated, and looked at Dar. "Last year it was that guy in Sacramento who shook the Pepsi machine until it fell on him and squashed him, wasn't it?" "That was 2 years ago," said Dar. "Last year it was the farmer up in Oregon who got nervous shingling the roof of his barn and tossed the rope over the peak of the roof and had his grown son tie it to something solid. Turned out the something solid was the rear bumper of their pickup truck." Cameron laughed out loud. Yeah. And then his wife came out of the house and drove to town." "Did the car insurance people ever pay the widow?" "Had to," said Dar. "He was attached to the vehicle at the time. Under policy rules, he was covered." Patrolman Elroy quirked his Elvis smile, but he obviously did not understand the point of the story. "So, you gonna solve this one for us, or what?" said Cameron. Dar scratched his head. "You guys have any theories?" "Accident investigation thinks it was a drug deal gone wrong," said Cameron. "Yeah," said Elroy eagerly. "You know, the El Camino was in the back of one of those big military freighter kind of planes, C-130, said Dar. "Yeah," Patrolman Elroy grinned. "And the dudes had a falling out, shoved the El Camino out the back, bingo!" He gestured toward the crater like a maitre d' awarding patrons a table. Dar nodded. "Good theory. Except where would drug runners get a C-130? And why haul an El Camino in it? And why shove the whole vehicle out? And why did it explode and burn? Don't cars always do that when they go off cliffs and things?" said Elroy, his twist of a smile fading. "Only in the movies, Mickey, my boy," said Cameron. He turned to Dar. "Well, you want to get started on this before it gets hot up here?" Dar nodded. "On 2 conditions." Cameron raised his heavy eyebrows. "Get me back down to my car and loan me your radio." Dar drove the NSX out of the canyon and into the desert, stopped, looked around for a while, drove farther, looked a bit longer, drove back to his first stopping point, and walked out into the desert, gathering pebbles and other small items and putting them into his pocket. He shot some images of the Joshua trees and the sand, then walked back to the car and took a few more images of the asphalt road. It was still early, and the traffic was light, a few vans and pickups, so there was no backup from the single lane closing in the canyon. But it was already 80 degrees in the desert, and Dar took off his jacket and kept the air conditioning going as he sat in the idling black Acura on a gravel turnout 2 miles from the entrance to the canyon. Dar powered up his IBM ThinkPad, downloaded the stored images from the Hitachi digital camera via a flash card, and scrolled through them for a few minutes. He ran the short video segments he had shot.
Then he enabled his numeric keypad and tapped in equations for several minutes, exiting once to activate map software and the GPS unit he carried in the glove box. He double-checked distances, angles, and elevations, and then finished his arithmetic, shut down the computer, stowed it away, and called Cameron on the radio he had borrowed. It had been 35 minutes since he'd left the ledge. The green and white chopper buzzed by once and landed 5 minutes later. The pilot stayed inside his bubble while Cameron got out, adjusted his hat, and walked over to the NSX. "Where's young Elvis?" said Dar. "Elroy," said the sergeant. "Whatever. I left him behind. He's had enough excitement this morning. Besides, he was being disrespectful of his elders." "Oh? He called you an arrogant a-hole after you left," said Cameron. Dar raised one eyebrow. "A-hole?" The fellow ex-Marine shrugged. "Sorry, Darwin. It's the best the boy could do. He's never been in the military. Generation Xer and all that. And he's white, linguistically deprived. I apologize for him." "A-hole?" said Dar. "What do you have for me?" Cameron was obviously tired and edging out of his amused mode into his more habitual, pissed-off attitude. "What do I get for having anything for you?" said Dar. "The eternal gratitude of the California Highway Patrol," growled Cameron. "I guess it'll have to do." Dar squinted at the little helicopter that seemed to shimmer as heat waves rose from the highway between it and the NSX. "As much as I hate to get in that goddamn thing again, I think it'll be easier to show you if we go back up for a couple of minutes." Cameron shrugged. "Crash site? I'm not flying in that canyon again. Just tell your man to follow my directions and to keep it under 500 feet. They hovered above the highway half a mile east of where the NSX was parked. "Did you see that scorched, rippled pattern on the asphalt here near the turnout?" said Dar through this headset microphone. "Yeah, sure, now I do. Not when I drove this way in the dark this morning." "So what? Highways fucked up like that in 1,000 places. Shitty maintenance out here." "Yes," said Dar, "but stretches of the road here look as if they've been melted and then re-solidified." Cameron shrugged. "Desert, man. Gonna be what today?" He turned to the pilot. 112, said the pilot, never moving his sunglasses in their direction, his attention on the instruments and the horizon. "Fahrenheit." "Okay," said Dar. "Let's head back toward the NSX." "That's it," said Cameron. "Patience." They hovered 300 feet above the highway. A station wagon rushed past headed west, kids' heads poking out of both rear windows, goggling at the helicopter. The Acura looked like a black waxed candle that had melted in the heat. "Notice those skid marks?" said Dar. "When we flew down, sure," said Cameron. "But they're 1.5 miles from the canyon, more than 2 miles from the crash site. You saying that somebody ran out of control, left skid marks here, and crashed almost 3 miles away, 200 feet up a canyon wall? Fast motherfucker." The sergeant was smiling, but he was not amused. "Long skid marks," said Dar, pointing to the parallel tracks heading off west. "Kids burning rubber. Find tire marks every few hundred meters out here. You know that, Dar. Just lucky if we don't find the kids in the wreckage the next morning." "I measured them," said Dar. 1,838 feet of non-striated road marks. If it was a kid doing peel-outs, he did one hell of a long wheelie and left most of his tires on the asphalt. If it's skid marks—" "What are you saying?" said Cameron. "Simple matter of friction coefficient. Our El Camino tried to stop here and couldn't. Brakes melted." Dar fished in his pocket and handed Cameron several tiny pellets and spheres of what looked to be melted rubber. "Brake pads?" said Cameron. "What's left of them?" Dar said, and handed the sergeant several more tiny droplets. "These were tiny pellets of metal. These are from the surfaces of the actual brake drums melting," he said. "The Joshua trees along this stretch are dusted with both powdered rubber and melted steel." "El Camino's never had brakes worth shit," said Cameron, shifting the pellets in his dark palm. "No," agreed Dar, "especially when you're trying to haul your speed down from somewhere around 300 miles per hour. 300 miles per hour, said the CHP sergeant, his jaw dropping slightly. "Land this thing," said Dar. "I'll explain outside." "I think he did it after dark because he didn't want anyone seeing him attach the Giotto units back at that turnout," said Dar. "And then Giotto units," said Cameron, taking his hat off and rubbing the sweat liner with his fingers. "Jet assist takeoff units," said Dar. "They're essentially just large, strap-on solid fuel rockets that the Air Force once used to get heavy cargo planes off the ground when the runway was too short or the load was too—" "I know what the fuck Giotto stands for," snapped Cameron. "I was in the Corps, man." "But where would some dickweed with an 82 El Camino get 2 of those?" Dar shrugged. "Andrews Air Force Base just north of here. 12 Palms just down the road. More military bases around here than any other comparable patch of real estate in the United States. Who the hell knows what military surplus they sell for scrap or whatever?" "Giotto units," said Cameron, looking at the endless skid marks again. "They weaved in several places, but recovered and then headed straight as a double-shafted black arrow for the distant canyon." "Why did he use 2? One wouldn't have done him much good unless he sat on it, said Dar. If he lit off just one and it wasn't positioned perfectly on the El Camino's exact center of mass, the vehicle would have just spun like a Catherine wheel until the rocket dug or melted him a hole in the desert. All right, said Cameron. He strapped or bolted or cinched on 2 of these Air Force surplus rocket fuckers. Then what? Dar rubbed his chin. He had neglected to shave in the rush to get going. Then he waited for a break in traffic and lit them. Probably a simple battery circuit. Once they're lit, you can't shut them off. They're essentially just oversized skyrockets, like miniature versions of the 2 strap-on boosters that the space shuttle uses. Light 'em and go. No turning back. So he turned into a space shuttle, said Cameron, his expression strange. He looked at the mountains 2 miles away. Airborne all the way into that rock wall? Not all the way, said Dar, turning on the ThinkPad and pointing to some delta V estimates. I can only guess at the thrust those things put out, but the rocket flare melted those patches of the highway back there and probably got him up to about 285 miles per hour, at just the point these skid marks begin, about 12 seconds after ignition. Hell of a ride, said Cameron. Maybe the kid was going for a land speed record, agreed Dar. About this point, with the telephone poles flashing past in the dark like a picket fence, the rocket blast would have illuminated them. Our boy had second thoughts. He slammed on the brakes. Lot of good it did him, said Cameron. The sergeant was almost whispering now. Brake linings, agreed Dar. Brake drums melted. Tires started coming apart. You notice that just the last 100 meters or so of road marks are intermittent? Brakes going on and off, said Cameron, his voice filling now with the future pleasure of telling and retelling this story. Cops loved roadkill. Dar shook his head. Nope, these are just tire melt patches at this point. The El Camino is taking 30 and 40-foot hops before becoming completely airborne. Holy shit, said Cameron, sounding almost gleeful. Yes, said Dar. There's a final melt point just beyond where the tire marks cease. That's where the Giotto units were burning down at a nice healthy 36-degree takeoff angle. The El Camino's climb ratio must have been impressive. Fuck me, the sergeant grinned. So those candles burned all the way to the cliff wall? Dar shook his head. My guess is that they burned out about 15 seconds after takeoff. The rest of his ride was pure ballistics. He pointed to the GPS map on the ThinkPad screen with the simple equations to the right of the arching trajectory from desert to canyon wall. The road turns and starts climbing where he impacted, said Cameron. Dar winced slightly. He hated the verb use of nouns such as impact. Yeah, he said, he didn't make the turn. The El Camino was probably spinning around its own horizontal axis at this point, giving it some flight stability during the descent, like a rifle bullet. Precisely. What do you think his can't think of the word high point was? Apogee, said Dar. He looked at the computer screen. Probably no less than 2,000 and no more than 2,800 feet above the desert floor. Holy shit, whispered Cameron again. It was a short trip, but it must have been one hell of a ride. Dar rubbed his ear. I figure that after the first 15 seconds or so, our guy was just a passive bystander, no longer a participant. What do you mean? Dar touched the screen again. I mean that even at the lowest boost rates I can plot to get him from here to there, he was pulling about 18 Gs when he left the asphalt. A 200-pound guy would have had the equivalent of 3,400 extra pounds sitting on his face and chest, said Cameron. Ouch. The sergeant's radio squawked. Sorry, he said, gotta take this. He stepped away to listen to the rasping and squawking while Dar turned off his computer and stored it in the cabin of the NSX. The car was idling again to keep the air conditioning going. Cameron stepped closer. His expression was a queer mixture of a grin and a grimace. Forensics boys just excavated the steering wheel of the El Camino from the crater, he said softly. Dar waited. Finger bones were embedded in the plastic, finished Cameron. Deeply embedded. Dar shrugged. His phone chirped. He flipped it open, saying to the CHP sergeant, This is what I love about California, Paul. Never out of a cell, never out of touch. He listened for a minute, said, "I'll be there in 20 minutes," and flipped the phone shut. "Time to go to work for real?" said Cameron, grinning now, obviously phrasing the telling and retelling of this for future days. Dar nodded. "That was Lawrence Stewart, my boss. He's got something for me that sounds weirder than this shit." "Semper Fi," said Cameron, to no one in particular. "O seclum incipiens et inficetum," said Dar, to the same audience. 2B is for Bud. It took Dar less than 15 minutes to drive to the Crossroads truck stop cum Indian Casino, to which his boss, Lawrence Stewart, had asked him to hurry at all possible speed. In the NSX, with radar detector pinging fore and aft and sideways, all possible speed meant 162 miles per hour. The truck stop was west of Palm Springs, but was not one of the major Indian casinos that rose up out of the desert like giant Adobe fake Pueblo-style vacuum cleaners set there to suck the last dime out of the last Anglo sucker's pocket. This was a run-down, seedy little truck stop that looked as if it had hit its heyday about the same time Route 66 was booming, even though this one was nowhere near Route 66. And the casino was little more than a back room with 6 slot machines and a one-eyed Native American dealing blackjack on what seemed to be a 24-hour shift. Dar spotted Lawrence right away. His boss was hard to miss. 6'2", about 250 pounds, with a friendly mustached face that at the moment seemed quite flushed. Lawrence's '86 Isuzu Trooper was parked away from the pumps and the open garage doors, on a heat-rippled strip of concrete just catty-corner from the truck stop diner. Dar looked for some shade to park the NSX in, found none, and pulled it into the shadow of Lawrence's sport utility vehicle. One glance showed him that something was odd. Lawrence had taken out the Isuzu's left sealed beam unit, or SBU, car guy talk for headlight assembly, and carefully laid the bulb and other pieces on a clean work cloth on the Isuzu's high hood. At the moment, Lawrence's right hand was deep in the empty headlight socket. His left hand was fussing with his right wrist as if the truck had grabbed him, and he was on his cell phone, his ear pressed heavily to his shoulder so that the phone wouldn't drop. He was wearing jeans and a short-sleeved safari jacket that he had sweated through in the chest area, under the arms, and down the back. Dar looked again and realized that Lawrence's round face not only looked flushed, it looked red to the point of impending coronary. "Hey, Larry," said Dar, slamming the NSX door behind him. "God damn it, don't call me Larry," rumbled the bigger man. Everyone called Lawrence Larry. Dar had once met Lawrence's older brother, a writer named Dale Stewart, and Dale had said that Lawrence Don't Call Me Larry had been fighting that losing battle over his name since he was 7 years old. "Okay, Larry," agreed Dar amiably, walking over to lean on the right fender of the Isuzu, careful to keep his elbow on the work cloth and not the burning hot metal. "What's up?" Lawrence stood upright and looked around. Sweat was running down his cheeks and brow and dripping onto his safari shirt. He nodded slightly toward the plate glass window of the diner. "See that guy on the third stool in there? No, don't turn your head to look, damn it." Dar kept his face turned toward Lawrence while he glanced at the long window of the diner. "Little guy with the Hawaiian shirt?" "That's him," said Lawrence. "Bromley." "Ah," said Dar. Lawrence and Trudy had been working on a stolen car ring case for 4 months. Someone had been stealing only new rental cars from one of their corporate clients, Avis in this case, and then repainting the vehicles, shipping them across state lines, and reselling them. Charles Chucky Bromley had been under surveillance for weeks as the ring's #1 car thief. Dar had had nothing to do with the case until now. "That purple Ford Expedition over there with the rental plates is his," said Lawrence, still holding the phone to his shoulder by force of jowl. Dar heard squeaks coming from the cell phone, and Lawrence said, "Just a minute, honey, Dar's here." "Trudy?" said Dar. Lawrence rolled his eyes. "Who else would I call honey?" Dar held up both hands. "Hey, your personal life is your own, Larry." He smiled while he said it because he knew no other couple as committed to each other and dependent upon one another as Lawrence and Trudy.
Officially, Trudy owned the company, and the couple worked 60 to 80-hour weeks, living, breathing, talking, and evidently thinking about little other than insurance adjusting and the ever-mounting caseload they were carrying. "Take the phone," said Lawrence. Dar rescued the flip phone from between Lawrence's sweaty cheek and shoulder. "Hey, Trudy," he said to the phone. To Lawrence, he said, "I didn't know Avis rented Purple Expeditions." Normally, Trudy Stewart sounded pleasantly businesslike. Now she sounded very busy and very irritated, as she said, "Can you get that idiot free?" "I can try," said Dar, beginning to understand. "Call me back if you have to amputate," Trudy said, and hung up. "Damn," muttered Lawrence, glancing over at the diner where the waitress was taking Bromley's plate away. The little man was sipping the last of his coffee. "He's going to be leaving in a minute." "How'd you do that?" asked Dar, nodding at where Lawrence's right hand disappeared into the headlight opening. "I've been tailing Bromley since before sunrise, and I realized that I only had one headlight working," said Lawrence. "Not good," agreed Dar. "People noticed one-eyed cars in their rearview mirrors at night." "No," snarled Lawrence, tugging at his wrist. It was firmly stuck. "I know what the problem is. These SBUs have a cheap little fuse connector that comes loose."
It's behind the headlight assembly rather than under the dash. Trudy fixed it the last time the thing joggled loose. Dar nodded. Trudy has smaller hands. Lawrence glared at his accident reconstruction specialist. "Yeah," he said, as if biting off a dozen more pertinent and violent responses. "The opening's funnel-shaped. I got my hand in there all right, even reconnected the damn fuse clip. I just can't... It just won't let go of you?" prompted Dar, looking over at the diner. "Bromley's calling for the check." Damn, muttered Lawrence. The diner was too small for me to go in without being spotted. I pumped gas as slowly as I could. I just figured that if I worked on this a while, it would look normal enough. "You look like somebody with his hand trapped in a headlight socket," said Dar. Lawrence showed his teeth in what was definitely not a friendly smile. "The inside of the circular flange is razor sharp," he hissed through those teeth. "And I think my hand has swollen with the last half-hour's attempt at pulling it out." "Couldn't you get to it from under the hood?" said Dar, ready to roll up the work cloth and pop the hood open. Lawrence's grimace remained. "It's sealed. If I could have reached it under the hood, I wouldn't have gone in through the headlight." Dar knew that his boss was an amiable sort, easy to joke with and kind-hearted, but he also knew that Lawrence had high blood pressure and a rare but fearsome temper. Noting his boss's beet-red face, the sweat dripping from his pug nose and mustache, and the murderous intensity of his voice, Dar guessed that this might not be a good time for further banter. "What do you want me to do? Get some soap or grease from the mechanics in the garage?" "I didn't want to draw a crowd," Lawrence began, and then said, "Oh, shit." 4 of the mechanics and a teenaged girl were walking toward them from the garage. Bromley had paid his check and was out of sight, either in the men's room or headed for the door. Lawrence leaned closer to Dar and whispered, "Chucky is meeting his boss and several of the others in the stolen car ring somewhere out in the desert this morning. If I can photograph that, I've got him." He tugged at his right hand. The Isuzu trooper held its grip. Dar nodded. "You want me to follow them?" Lawrence made a face. "Don't be stupid. Across desert roads? In that?" He inclined his head toward the black NSX. "You've got a front clearance of about 6 millimeters there." Dar shrugged in agreement. "I wasn't planning any off-road work today. Shall I drive your truck?" Lawrence stood upright, his hand firmly embedded. The grease monkeys and the teenaged girl had arrived and were forming a semicircle. "How could you drive my truck while I'm attached like this?" hissed Lawrence. Dar rubbed his chin. "Strap you on the hood like a deer?" he suggested. Chucky Bromley came out of the diner, glanced over at the small crowd around Lawrence, and climbed up awkwardly into his purple Ford Expedition. "Hey," said one of the teenaged mechanics, wiping his black hands on a blacker rag. "Stuck?" Lawrence's basilisk stare made the boy take a step back. "We got some grease," said the second mechanic. "Don't need grease," said an older mechanic with missing front teeth. "Just spray some WD-40 in there. Course, you're still gonna lose some skin." Maybe a thumb. I think we ought to take the grill apart, said the third mechanic. Remove the whole damn headlight assembly. It's the only way you're going to get your hand out of there, mister, without tearing ligaments. I have a cousin who got trapped by his Isuzu. Lawrence sighed heavily. Chucky Bromley drove past them and turned west onto the highway. Dar, he said, would you get that file off the passenger seat? It's the case I need you to work on today. Dar went around and picked up the file, glanced at it, and said, "Oh no, Larry, you know that I hate this sort." Lawrence nodded. "I was going to do it on the way home after photographing the desert meeting, but you're going to have to cover for me. I may be getting stitches." Lawrence looked at the huge, purple expedition disappearing down the highway. "One more favor, Dar. Would you get my handkerchief out of my right back pocket?" Dar complied. "Stand back," said Lawrence to everyone. He tugged hard at his hand, twice. The sharp metal ring had a firm grip in there. On the third tug, he pulled hard enough to make the Isuzu rock forward on its springs. "Ah, arg!" cried Lawrence, sounding like a black belt karate expert preparing to break bricks. He grabbed his right forearm with his left hand and threw all 250 pounds of himself backward. A spray of blood spattered across the asphalt and almost hit the teenaged girl's sneakers. She jumped back and stood daintily on her tiptoes. "Arr, arr," said the assembled crowd in unison, an orchestrated groan of disgust and admiration. "Thanks," Lawrence said, and took the kerchief from Dar with his left hand, wrapping it around the bleeding meat of his right hand, just above the joint of thumb and wrist. Dar put the cell phone in Lawrence's upper left safari shirt pocket as his boss got behind the wheel of the trooper and started the ignition. "Want me to go with you?" asked Dar. He could imagine Lawrence getting weaker from loss of blood just as the band of felons noticed the light glinting off his boss's long lens documenting the stolen car scene. The chase, across the desert, the shooting, Lawrence fainting, the terrible denouement. "Nah," said Lawrence, "just do that retirement park interview for me, and I'll see you at our place tomorrow." "Okay," said Dar, his voice dull. He would rather have had the desert chase and gun battle with stolen car thieves than to go do this damn interview. It was the kind of thing that Lawrence and Trudy usually spared him. Lawrence roared away in the trooper. The expedition was just a plum-colored dot on the horizon. The four men in mechanics' overalls and the teenaged girl were looking at the spray pattern of blood on the white concrete. "Jesus," said the youngest, "that sure was a stupid thing." Dar dropped into the black leather of the heated NSX. "Not even in Larry's Cop 20, he said, got the engine and the air conditioning roaring, and pulled away, also headed west. The mobile home park was in Riverside, just off the 91, not far from the intersection with the 10 that Dar had driven west on from Banning. He found the proper surface street, pulled into the entrance of the mobile home park, and parked in the sparse shade of a cottonwood tree to read the rest of the file. "Shit," he whispered to himself. From Lawrence's preliminary field report and the data from the insurer, the park had been around for a while before turning into a senior citizen community. Now one had to be at least 55 to live there, although grandchildren and other youngsters were allowed to visit overnight, but the age of the average resident was probably closer to 80. It looked from the data sheets as if many of the older residents had lived there even before the park had opened as a senior community, about 15 years earlier. The mobile home park owner was carrying a high self-retention, which was relatively rare, carrying its own risk up to $100,000 before the insurance kicked in. Dar noted that this particular owner, a Mr. Gilly, owned several mobile home parks and maintained a high self-retention on all of them. This suggested to Dar that these parks were considered high risk, that there had been a high volume of accidents in Mr. Gilly's retirement mobile home parks over the years, and that the insurance companies had been unwilling to provide the usual full coverage because of the frequency of these accidents. Dar noted that this might indicate a careless attitude on the part of the owner, or just bad luck.
In this case, Jilly had been notified 4 days ago that there had been a serious accident in this park and that one of his resident tenants had died. The park was called the Shady Rest, although Dar could see that most of the mature trees had died and there was little shade left. The owner had immediately contacted his business attorney, and the attorney had called Stewart Investigations to reconstruct the accident so that the attorney could evaluate the liability of his client. A fairly common case for Lawrence and Trudy's company. Dar hated these cases: slip and falls, negligence cases, nursing home lawsuits. It was one reason why he worked under special contract for the Stewarts to reconstruct the more complicated accidents. No one in the files chain of communication seemed to have any detailed facts about this accident. But the owner's attorney had told Trudy there had been a witness, another resident by the name of Henry, and that Henry would be expecting an interviewer at the clubhouse around 11 a.m. Dar glanced at his watch, 10 to 11. Dar read through the few paragraphs of transcript from the attorney's phone call. It seemed that one of the elderly residents, Mr. William J. Treehorn, 78, had driven his electric-powered cart over a curb outside the clubhouse, fallen from the cart, struck his head, and died instantly. The accident had occurred around 11 p.m., so the first thing Dar did was drive to the clubhouse, a single-story A-frame building that needed maintenance, to check the nearby lighting. He could see the security lights that would have illuminated the walkways directly in front of the clubhouse, and there were 3 low-pressure sodium streetlights on 35-foot poles visible around the curve of lane. Dar was a bit surprised by the low-pressure sodium lights. They were more common farther south near where he lived, near San Diego, because they were supposed to minimize light scatter for the Palomar Observatory. Still, if all the lights worked, there would have been more than adequate lighting in this accident area, a point in favor of the absentee owner. Dar drove slowly past the front of the clubhouse. He made a note on his yellow legal pad that there was construction going on in front of the community building. Part of the asphalt street had been repaved. There were delineators and cones still in place. Yellow tape restricted access to several sections of sidewalk, and some repaving equipment remained parked in the roped-off part of the street. He drove around to a small parking lot at the rear of the clubhouse and walked in. There did not seem to be any air conditioning in the building, and the heat was stifling. A group of older men was playing cards at a table near the rear window. The view out the window was of a pool and hot tub that looked as if they were rarely used. The cover to the hot tub was lashed down and mildewed, and the pool needed cleaning. Dar approached the game diffidently, even though the 4 were watching him rather than their cards. "Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt the game," said Dar, "but is one of you gentlemen named Henry?" A man who looked to be in his late 70s sprang to his feet. He was short, perhaps 5'5", and could not have weighed more than 110 pounds. His skinny, white old man's legs emerged from oversized shorts, but he wore an expensive polo shirt, brand-new running shoes, and a baseball cap with an emblem on it advertising a Las Vegas casino. His gold watch was a Rolex. "I'm Henry," said the spry oldster, extending a mottled hand. "Henry Goldsmith. You the fella the insurance company sent around to hear about Bud's accident?" Dar introduced himself and said, "Bud was Mr. William J. Treehorn?" One of the old men spoke without looking up from his cards. "Bud. Everybody called him Bud. Nobody never called him William or Bill. Bud." "That's right," said Henry Goldsmith. The man's voice was soft and sad. "I knew Bud for, almost 30 years, and he was always Bud." "Did you see the accident, Mr. Goldsmith?" "Henry," said the older man. "Call me Henry. And yeah, I was the only one that saw it. Hell, I probably caused it." Henry's voice had thickened so that the last few words were barely audible. "Let's go find an empty table," he added. "I'll tell you all about it." They sat at the farthest table. Dar identified himself again, explained who he worked for and where the information would be going, and asked Henry if he was willing to give a recorded statement. "You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to," said Dar. "I'm just gathering information for the adjuster who reports to the owner's attorney." "Sure, I want to talk to you," said Henry, waving his hand and waiving all his legal rights. "Tell you just what happened." Dar nodded and turned on the recorder. The microphone was directional and highly sensitive. The first 10 minutes or so was unnecessary background. Henry and his wife lived across the street from Bud and his wife in the park, and had since before the trailer park had reopened as a senior citizen community.
The families had known each other in Chicago, and when all the kids were gone, they moved to California together. "Bud, he had a stroke about 2 years ago," said Henry. No, it was 3 years ago, just after those goddamn Atlanta Braves won the World Series. David Justice hit the home run, Dar said automatically. He was interested in no sport except baseball, unless one considered chess a sport. Dar did not. "Whatever," said Henry. "That's when Bud had his stroke. Just after that. That's why Mr. Treehorn had to use the electric cart to get around." "Pard?" said Henry. "Pardon me?" "Them carts, they're made by a company named Pard, and that's what Bud called the cart. This Pard. You know, like his buddy." Dar knew the make. They were small and three-wheeled, almost like an oversized electric tricycle. A regular battery drove a small electric motor which powered the rear wheels. The little carts could be ordered with regular accelerator and brake pedals like a golf cart, or with brake and throttle controls on the handlebars for people without the use of their legs. After the stroke, Bud's left side didn't work at all, Henry was saying. Left leg just dragged. Left arm, well, Bud used to cradle it in his lap. The left side of his face looked all dragged down, and he had trouble talking. "Could he communicate?" Dar asked softly. "Make his wishes known?" "Oh, hell yeah," said Henry, smiling as if bragging about a grandchild. The stroke didn't make him stupid. His speech was, well, it was hard to understand him, but Rose and Verna and I could always make out what he was saying. "Rose is Mr. Treehorn's Bud's wife?" said Dar. "Only for 52 years, said Henry. "Verna, she's my third wife. Been married 22 years this coming January." "The night of the accident," prompted Dar. Henry frowned, knowing that he was being put back on track. "You asked if he could make his wishes known, young man. I'm telling you he could. But mostly it was Rose and Verna and me who sorta, translated to others." "Yes, sir," said Dar, accepting the rebuke. "Well, the night of the accident, 4 nights ago, Bud and I came over to the clubhouse as usual to play pinochle." "He could still play cards," said Dar. Strokes were strange and frightening things to him. "Hell yes, he could still play cards," said Henry, voice rising again, but smiling this time. "Won more often than not, too. Told you, stroke messed up the left side of his body and made it hard for him to, form words. Didn't hurt his mind, though. Nope, Bud was as sharp as a tack." "Was there anything different on the night of the accident?" said Dar. "Not with Bud, there wasn't," said Henry, his jaw setting firmly. "Picked him up at 9:15, just like every Friday night. Bud grunted some things, but Rose and me knew that he was gonna clean us out that night. Win big. Nothing different about Bud that night at all."
"No," said Dar. "I meant, was there anything different about the clubhouse or the street or the—" "Oh, hell yes," said Henry. "That's the reason it all happened. Those chowderheads who came to repave the street had parked their asphalt rolling machine in front of the handicapped ramp." "The handicapped ramp out front," said Dar. "The one in front of the main entrance?" "Yep," said Henry. "Only entrance open after 8 p.m. We like to start our games at 9, generally run to midnight or later. But Bud always leaves so as to be home by 11 because he wants to be there before Rose goes to sleep. She don't sleep well without Bud next to her." And Henry paused, and a cloud moved across his clear blue eyes, as if he had just remembered. But Friday night, the asphalt rolling machine had been left in front of the only handicapped access ramp, said Dar. Henry's eyes seemed to refocus from some distant place. "What?" "Yeah, that's what I said. Come on, I'll show you." The two men walked out into the heat. The access ramp was clear now, the asphalt new on the street beyond. Henry gestured at it. The damn asphalt truck blocked the whole ramp, and Bud's Pard couldn't make it up the curb. They walked together the 20 feet to the curb. Dar noted that it was a standard street curb, angled at about 78 degrees to be easier on car tires. But it had been too steep for Bud's little electric cart. "No problem," said Henry. "I went in and got Herb, Wally, Don, a couple of the other boys, and we lifted Bud and his Pard up onto the walk as smooth as you please. Then he drove himself into the card game." "And you played until about 11 p.m.? said Dar. He was holding the tiny recorder at waist level, but the mic was aimed at Henry. "Yes, that's right," said Henry, his voice slower now as he pictured the end of the evening in detail. "Bud," he grunted and made some noises. The other boys didn't understand him, but I knew he was saying that he had to get home 'cause Rose hates to go to sleep without him. So he took his winnings, and him and me left the game and came outside. Just the two of you? Well, yeah. Wally and Herb and Don were still playing. They go way past midnight most Friday nights. And some of the other boys, the older ones, they'd gone home early. So it was just Bud and me going home at 11. "But there was still the paving machine in the way," said Dar. "Of course there was," said Henry, sounding impatient now at Dar's slowness. "Think one of them construction knuckleheads had come by at 10 p.m. and moved it for us? So Bud drove his pard to the curb where we'd lifted him up, but it seemed, too steep. So then what did you do?" Dar could picture what happened next. Henry rubbed his cheek and mouth. "Well," I said, "let's go down to the corner there. It's only about 30 feet, because I thought the curb's not so high there." And Bud, he agrees. So he scoots his pard down past the useless ramp to the corner. "Come on, I'll show you." Dar accompanied Henry to the corner beyond the handicapped access ramp. Dar noted that one of the low-pressure sodium vapor lamps was right next to the crosswalk there. There was no curb cut. Dar stood on the sidewalk while Henry stepped out into the street, his voice becoming more animated, his gnarled hands moving and gesturing as he spoke. "Well, we get here, and the curb doesn't look that much lower. I mean, it isn't, but it was dark, and we figured it was a little lower here, maybe. So I suggested to Bud that we take the front wheel of the pard and drive it off the curb here, 'cause it doesn't look quite as tall as the other parts of the curb along here, least in the dark." Henry paused. Dar said softly, "So did Bud drive the front wheel off the curb?" Henry refocused his eyes, looking down at the curb now, as if he had never seen it before. "Oh yeah, no problem at all. I held on to the right handlebar of the cart, and Bud drove the front wheel off the curb. Everything was hunky-dory. The cartwheel went right off, and I kinda held on to it a little bit so it wouldn't be a real hard bump. So then we had the front wheel of Bud's little pard off the curb. And Bud looks up at me, and I remember, I said, 'It's all right, Bud. I've got the right handlebar. I'll hold on to the handlebar.' Henry pantomimed holding on to the handlebar with both hands. Bud, he hits the switch with his right hand to activate the motor, but he doesn't give it any throttle. And I say again, 'It's okay, Bud. We'll get that left rear wheel off the curb and get it down on the street, and I'll hold on to you here, both hands on the handlebar. And then you can just drive forward, and the right rear tire, it'll drive right off the curb, and then we'll be on the street. And then it's a straight shot home.'" Dar stood and waited, seeing Henry's eyes cloud again as he relived the moment. And then the cart moved forward, and I was holding on to the right end of the handlebar. "Used to be real strong, Mr. Minor. Worked 26 years loading boxes in the Chicago Merchandise Mart till we moved out here, but this damned leukemia the last couple of years. Anyway, the left wheel dropped off the curb, and the damned cart started to tip to its left. Bud looks at me, and he can't move his left arm or leg. And I say, 'It's okay, Bud. I got it with both hands.' But the cart just kept tipping. It was heavy, real heavy. I thought of grabbing Bud, but he was, strapped into the cart the way he's supposed to be. I did everything to hang on to that cart. I had both hands on the handlebar, but I felt it tipping farther and farther. It's a heavy cart, what with the battery and motor and all, and my hands were getting sweaty, and I thought later that I should have hollered for the fellas who were still playing pinochle, but at the time, well, I just didn't think about it. You know how it is." Dar nodded and held the tape recorder. Henry's eyes were filling with tears now, as if the full impact of the event was striking him for the first time. I felt the cart tipping, and my fingers starting to slip, and I couldn't hold it anymore. I mean, it was just too much weight for me. And then Bud looked at me with his good eye, and I think he knew what was going to happen. But I said, Bud, it'll be all right. I'll hang on. I'll hang on to this. I've got you." Henry looked at the curb for a full minute in silence. His cheeks were moist. When he spoke again, the animation was completely absent from his voice. And then the cart tipped farther and fell over to its left, and Bud couldn't do anything because, like I said, he was paralyzed on his left side.
Then there was this crash, and this sound, this sickening sound. Henry turned and looked Dar straight in the eye. And then Bud died. Henry fell silent, just standing there with his arms stretched out in the same position they must have been the instant the handlebars had slipped from his grip. "I was just trying to help him get home, so he could say goodnight to Rose," whispered Henry. Later, when Henry had left, Dar used his tape measure to calculate the fall distance from Bud's head location while seated in a pod cart to the pavement, 4 feet 6 inches. But at that moment, he said nothing, did nothing, just stood next to the old man whose arms were still extended, his closed fists slowly opening to splayed fingers. The hands shook. Henry looked back at the pavement. And then Bud died. Dar called it a day and drove down the 91 to the 15, and then headed south, toward his condo outside of San Diego. Fuck it, he thought. He'd started the day at 4 a.m. Fuck it all, he thought. He would type up the transcript of the tape recording and hand it in to Lawrence and Trudy, but he'd be damned if he would follow up on this case. He knew the drill. The manufacturer of the electric cart would be sued, no doubt about that. The park owner would be sued. There would be no doubt about that. The construction company that had blocked the ramp would be sued by everybody, no doubt about that. But would Rose sue Henry? Probably. Dar had very little doubt about that either. 30 years of friendship. He was trying to get his friend Bud home in time to kiss his wife goodnight. But after a few more months, perhaps a second lawyer? Fuck it, thought Dar. He would not inquire. He'd never check the file again. Traffic on the 15 was relatively light, which was one reason that Dar noticed the Mercedes E340 that had been keeping pace with his left rear quarter panel. Also, the Mercedes windows were tinted front and side, which was illegal in California. State and local cops had helped push that law through. None of them wanted to approach a car with opaque windows. Also, the Mercedes was new and modified for speed, with 18-inch wheels and a raised rear end with a tiny spoiler. Dar had a thing about people who bought luxury cars, the Autobahn cruisers like the Mercedes E340, and then hopped them up into performance cars. He thought such people were the worst kind of idiots, pretentious idiots. So he was watching in his left mirror as the Mercedes accelerated to pass him on the left. There were 5 lanes along this stretch, 3 of them empty, but the Mercedes was whipping around the NSX as tightly as if they were on the last lap of the Daytona 500. Dar sighed. It was one of the drawbacks of owning a serious performance vehicle like his Acura NSX. The Mercedes pulled alongside and slowed, matching speeds. Dar glanced left and could see his own face, sunglasses and all, reflected in the dark window of the big German car. The instincts of 2 decades earlier took over, and Dar ducked even as the black window rolled down. He glimpsed the barrel of something industrial and ugly and very full automatic, an Uzi or a Mac-10, and then the firing began. His left window exploded glass onto his ear and hair, and bullets began tearing through the aluminum NSX. 3 is for careering. The shooting seemed to go on interminably, but almost certainly lasted no more than 5 seconds. An eternity. Dar had thrown himself flat across the low center console, burrowing his head into the black leather of the passenger seat, as glass shards filled the air like parade confetti, his left hand still on the bottom curve of the steering wheel, his right heel lifting and pressing hard. There had been no one but the Mercedes in sight behind him. His left foot hit the clutch as he used his left hand, which was higher than his head, to slam the little shift lever from 5th to 3rd. The noise of the bullets slamming into the aluminum of the door and front end of the now rapidly decelerating NSX sounded like someone riveting in a huge barrel. The NSX slid to a stop on what Dar hoped and prayed was the highway's shoulder. He had not lifted his head, and he kept his head down after the shooting stopped. He slithered across the glass-covered console and passenger seat, hearing and feeling other shards fall from his head and back, set the stick in neutral and pulled up on the parking brake as he crawled over it, and then he was out the passenger door, on his belly on the pavement, and peering under the low-slung sports car, trying to see if the E340 Mercedes had stopped alongside him. It would be bad news if it had.
It was 30 yards to the fence that bordered the interstate, and no trees or other cover in sight beyond that. No wheels visible. He heard the roar of the Mercedes accelerating, and he crawled on his elbows to the front right wheel of the NSX, catching a glimpse of the gray vehicle rocketing away. Dar stood up shakily, feeling the adrenaline surging, suppressing the urge to vomit, and only then wondered if he had been hit. He touched his left ear, and his fingers came away bloody, but he realized in an instant that it was only a small glass cut. With the exception of a few other slices from the broken safety glass, he had not been touched. A Honda Civic drove by below the speed limit, the round-faced male at the wheel staring wide-eyed at Dar and his car. Dar inspected the NSX. They had shot high, and they had used a lot of ammunition. The left and right windows were gone. The A-pillar had a bullet hole in it, the aluminum bright around the jagged indentation, and there were 3 holes in the driver's side door. One bullet would have hit Dar dead center in the ass if the steel side impact strut had not deflected it, and 2 others had struck on the B-pillar part of the door where the handle was. The front of the car had also taken half a dozen hits as the NSX had decelerated, but a quick inspection showed that all of the bullets had missed the wheels, running scars across the low-sloping hood, or entering between the wheel and the passenger compartment, or between the wheel and the front bumper. If the Acura NSX had been a front-engined vehicle, the damage would have been quite dramatic, but the engine in the sports car was set midships just behind the driver, and it was still idling with its usual ready purr. This, and the fact that the wheels were untouched, and there didn't appear to be any suspension or structural damage, decided Dar. He ripped off his shirt, used it to brush the broken glass off the driver's seat, got in, slammed the NSX into gear, and accelerated down the shoulder. The gray Mercedes had just disappeared over a dip in the interstate, perhaps 2 miles ahead. The vehicle had been moving fast. Dar had estimated that it was passing the few other cars on the interstate at 25 to 30 miles per hour above the limit of 70. Dar was going 100 in third gear when he swung off the shoulder back onto the right lane of the interstate, blowing past the Civic, whose round-faced driver was still staring. "This is crazy," he thought, and slammed the NSX into 4th gear, hearing the roar of the normally aspirated 6-cylinder performance engine just behind his seat as he let all of the snakes out of their cage. But he was angry. He was very angry. Dar could not remember being this angry in a long, long time. He shifted into 5th and floored it. He passed 2 cars and a semi-trailer on their left, the sound of the past vehicles actually Doppler shifting down in tone because of his speed. As he came over the rise, he caught sight of the gray Mercedes about 3 miles ahead on the next long hill climb of the interstate. It was in the far left lane and still doing about 100. He reached for his shirt pocket to grab his cell phone, realized that he'd taken off the shirt and thrown it as a crumpled ball onto the passenger seat. He patted the shirt, but there was nothing in the pocket. He had dropped the phone somewhere during his ducking, slithering, sliding out, crouching, elbow crawling, or glass dusting. Shit. He told himself that it didn't matter, that the howling wind noise coming through the 2 shattered side windows would have drowned out any call to the police. At least the windshield was intact, except for one 2-inch stress fracture at the upper left where a slug had hit the top of the A-pillar. Eyes on the road and on the tail of the Mercedes, he glanced down for the briefest second at his speedometer, 158. He accelerated, leaning over as he did so to grab his camera bag from the floor of the passenger side. Please, God, whoever's in charge of all this, just don't have let any of the slugs hit my cameras. Through a combination of quick pats and even quicker glances, Dar ascertained that the bag was unhurt, unsnapped the top, and unceremoniously dumped the contents onto the passenger seat. He didn't want the digital camera, he wanted the Nikon and the long lens. Dar set the Nikon between his legs, fumbled for the telephoto, and began changing lenses as he accelerated up and over the next hill at 165 miles per hour. Changing lenses was usually a two-handed job. One had to depress a button to release the lens before screwing the new one on. But he had done it one-handed before, just never at this speed.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a CHP patrol car coming the other way on the westernmost northbound lane,
and glanced at his mirror in time to see the black and white CHP vehicle slewing through the median, its lights beginning to swirl and flash as it reversed direction to give chase. If the siren had come on, Dar couldn't hear it above the wind noise in the tiny cockpit. It was just his luck that this CHP car was one of their pursuit Mustangs, a '94 model from the look of it, decked out with one of their usual 302 V8 engines. Dar's quick glimpse of the driver and his partner had told him that they were both young, and the speed of their pursuit showed him that they were both gung-ho. Just my luck, thought Dar, focusing on the Mercedes ahead of him. Somehow he had kept his Serengeti driving glasses on during all of his flopping and crawling antics, and without these keeping the worst of the wind from his eyes, Dar didn't think he could have seen well enough in all the wind to keep up the pace. But he was. The Mercedes was only 20 car lengths ahead now. It had slowed to about 85, but the driver must have just glanced in his mirror and glimpsed either the NSX or the police flashers or both. Because suddenly, the gray Mercedes shifted lanes and accelerated up the next long stretch of hilly interstate, passing cars on the left and right, using all 5 lanes, hunting for open spots, and then surging ahead. Dar followed lane to lane. He knew that the normal Mercedes E340s were electronically governed to keep their top speed down to 130 miles per hour. But this window-tinted, spoilered, fat-tired, modified son of a bitch was now doing at least 155 as it dodged through the thickening traffic. God damn it, thought Dar. He had the long 200mm lens on now and the Nikon in his left hand as he whipped past traffic on his left and right. But the Mercedes was still a quarter of a mile ahead, too far for a clear shot at the license tag. And Dar had no idea how he could hold the camera steady enough to read the plate even if he got closer. He didn't care. He dropped the Nikon back in his lap, gripped the perfectly sized steering wheel with both hands, and swerved from the far right lane to the far left to stay behind the Mercedes. His speedometer read 170 and he was above the red line. Dar desperately did not want to blow this accurate engine. It was a handcrafted work of art, assembled by one man at the Japanese factory. Somewhere on that mostly aluminum engine block was the man's name engraved in Japanese symbols. In an age of superchargers, turbochargers, and every other prosthetic breathing aid, this was a normally aspirated V6 that derived speed from perfection. It would be a desecration to blow such an engine. Nonetheless, Dar kept the perforated pedal to the metal, or, in this case, to the luxurious black rubber mat that ran up the firewall above the luxurious black carpeting, and let the tack creep further into the red. The little 6-cylinder screamed, and the gap began to close. What if they just slow down and shoot me again? Asked the still sane part of Darwin's mind. He had no weapons in the car. He had no weapons at home. He hated handguns. What if I slow down and the cops shoot me? Reposted the adrenaline-driven part of Dar's brain. Might as well catch these fuckers first. The Mercedes shifted from the far left lane to the far right lane, cutting off 2 vehicles as it did so. One of them, a Ford Windstar van, braked too quickly and spun 4 times before coming to a halt with its nose pointed back the way it had come. Dar noticed the pallor on the man's and woman's faces in the front seats as he passed them at 168 miles per hour. "This is how it'll end, you asshole," shouted the sane part of Dar through the adrenaline-filled Dar's thick skull. In the movies, these car chases are always excitement and close calls. In real life, it's a dead family, innocent people killed, and you're not even a cop. You don't even have the right to do this. The driving Dar theoretically agreed with the sane Dar. He glanced at his mirror and saw the flashing lights as the CHP Mustang almost showed clear air under the wheels as it came over the rise less than a mile behind him. But the part of him that was driving was angrier than he had been for many, many years. And the Mercedes was only 100 yards ahead now, back in the far left lane again with little traffic around it. Dar held his foot to the floor and leveraged the Nikon onto the slivered sill of the NSX, keeping the long lens inside so the wind wouldn't catch it and pull the expensive camera out of his hand. This is going to be tricky, he thought. Deciding that he should shoot through the windshield with both hands on top of the wheel to prop and steady the Nikon,
helping to steer with his left knee, just snapping away at full auto and hoping that one of the photos would be readable. The Mercedes braked and changed lanes so quickly that it crossed 5 lanes in a long, controlled slide, barely missing a delivery van and recovering just in time to fire down an exit ramp like a bullet down a barrel. "Fuck," Dar prayed, and braked to fall behind a Greyhound bus, braking again and skidding across the last 3 lanes toward the exit. He made it with the NSX rear wheels spinning at gravel on the shoulder, 2 corrections, and he was accelerating down the ramp, just catching sight of the exit sign as he passed Lake Street. All right, he knew where he was. This road he was broadsiding onto now, following the fishtailing Mercedes, went nowhere except through the little bedroom community of Lake Elsinore along Lakeshore Drive. It used to be the old Alberhill exit, but that non-town was already behind them. Dar looked ahead to his left and saw 2 county sheriff's cars, both black and white, both Chevys, one a Monte Carlo, the other an Impala, and both heading west from the town to intercept them. Both the Mercedes and the NSX blasted past the intersection before the sheriff's cars got onto Lakeshore Drive. But Dar could actually hear the sirens as the 2 Chevys skidded onto the street and accelerated only 100 yards behind him. The CHP Mustang was close behind them and trying to pass. "If I pull up to the E340, Dar thought coolly, working it out as if it were a minor chess problem, the guys inside will shoot me. He glanced in his mirror. If I slow down, the cops probably won't shoot me, but it's possible that they'll be so busy arresting me that they'll let the Mercedes get away. The Mercedes brake lights flashed on. Dar had no choice but to brake himself. The big 17-inch disc brakes hauling the sports car down from speed so abruptly that he was pressed forward with 3 Gs as the inertial reel locked and his harness held him in place. Incredibly, the Mercedes swung out of control to the left, fishtailed to the right, then bounced across an empty corner lot. Dar could see 3 feet of daylight under the E340, landed on asphalt, corrected itself perfectly, and then accelerated up a street headed west. Dar couldn't read the street sign as he brought the NSX through a controlled slide onto the same narrow road. But he knew it from previous jobs that had brought him this way, Riverside Drive. Actually the beginning of Highway 74. It was a narrow 2-lane road that crossed the mountains through the Cleveland National Forest and emerged on I-5 at San Juan Capistrano about 32 miles west. Dar had used the shortcut many times. The Impala did not make the turn, and Dar caught a glimpse of it in his left mirror as it spun through a gas station entrance, just missing a Jaguar that was fueling up at the outermost pump, and then disappeared in a cloud of dust behind a line of vehicles in a used car lot. The CHP Mustang and the other sheriff's car both made the turn and came barreling up Riverside Drive, less than a quarter-mile back now as the winding road slowed the chase.
"This is where I should stop and let them handle it," thought Dar, knowing that no claim of attempting a citizen's arrest was going to keep him out of jail. Suddenly, a helicopter buzzed low over him, past the Mercedes, and then circled around away from the hillside, preparing to make another pass. Police helicopter, thought Dar, knowing that LA County had 16 of the things, while all of New York City used only 6. But then he saw the markings. Wonderful. He'd be on Channel 5 KTLA in time for the 6 o'clock news. Actually, he realized, he was probably on now. There were so many police automobile pursuits televised live in Southern California that there was talk of a cable channel that showed nothing else. Dar roared up the increasingly steep and winding road, trying to keep the roof of the Mercedes in sight. It had been years since he had raced sports cars, but everything felt very, very right as he hit the apex of each decreasing radial turn exactly on the money, accelerating out of the turn with a roar, tapping the brake, setting up the next turn, shifting down, allowing just enough drift of the rear end, and coming out again at full throttle. Very few supercars in the world could outhandle the Acura NSX in this sort of situation. By the time they were nearing the top of the steep grade, the police had fallen out of sight behind them, and he was within 3 car lengths of the E340.
It had been 2 miles up the winding, twisting road above Lake Elsinore, and the men in the Mercedes had obviously decided it was time to get rid of him. They slowed during a right-hand uphill hairpin, the passenger side window came down, and a man with dark hair, a dark suit, and a dark metal Mac 10 leaned out. Dar got off 5 or 6 photos with his Nikon, held one-handed, as the automatic weapon blazed away at him. Something banged metal near the right rear of the sports car, but the handling stayed good, and Dar dropped the camera into his lap, shifted down, roared around the decreasing radial uphill right turn, and accelerated until he was almost on the Mercedes bumper. He noticed that it had Nevada tags and memorized the numbers. The shooter leaned out again, but Dar was too close. He dodged into the left lane and accelerated almost even with the Mercedes. The gunman fired through his own tinted left rear window, sending bronzed glass flying, but Dar had already accelerated ahead and then dropped back next to the Mercedes. The driver's window hummed down, and Dar looked to his right directly into their faces, memorizing them as both vehicles approached the last hairpin turn at 85 miles per hour. Dar knew that beyond this point he would be in trouble. There was a long, straight stretch along the ridge top of the mountain before the curve started again. But on this last left-hand curve before the summit, directly ahead, was an old restaurant turned biker bar called The Lookout. Dar had stopped there for lunch once, but the ambiance there, were generally 20 to 30 hogs parked outside and as many guzzling and fighting inside, had not been to his liking. The Lookout was on the right side of the road, with outdoor patio seating on the south side of the restaurant. The patio consisted of little more than some rotting 2x4s supported by wooden beams extending directly from the sheer cliff face of the hillside above Lake Elsinore. Dar could see a dozen or more bikers sprawling around a few old tables. Their hogs were parked directly in front of the patio. Dar looked right just in time to see the passenger lean over and extend the muzzle of the Mac 10 out the driver's window behind the driver's head. It was aimed directly at Dar's face. Dar hit the brakes, the automatic weapon fired over his hood, and then he cut hard right and accelerated, catching the heavier Mercedes amidships. The Mercedes' left side door airbag deployed as designed, smashing the shooter's hand into the top of the doorframe and causing the Mac 10 to fly out of the man's hand and bounce off Dar's hood. Dar's NSX was a 92 and had only a driver's side airbag, but after years of investigating and reconstructing airbag accidents, he had long since disconnected his. Now he stood on the brakes, first forcing the heavier car to its right and then falling behind the still racing Mercedes, the tires of the NSX screeching and smoking, but the ABS working hard, the brake pedal pounding against Dar's foot as he drove through the skid, slammed into second gear, and almost made the hard hairpin turn to the left, leaving the shoulder but missing the restaurant, scraping boulders and low brush before finally crunching and sliding to a stop 100-some feet farther up the road. When the door-side airbag had deployed, the gunman had fallen forward onto the driver, whose own shoulder harness kept him from falling against the steering wheel, but who was having little luck steering. The new Mercedes E340 barreled straight ahead through the apex of the left hairpin, hitting the first row of the parked Harleys. Both of the E340's front airbags deployed, while its driver, still pinned by his partner and now blinded by the airbag explosion and unable to reach the steering wheel, the shooter, unable to move because of the airbag deployed into his own seat area, did all he could standing on the brakes while driving straight ahead, knocking more Harleys left and right and causing a dozen bikers to leap for their lives as the heavy car drove straight onto the rickety patio, smashed tables to splinters, skidded across the rotted boards, tore through the creaky handrail, and used the patio as a ramp to launch itself off the mountain.
Dar caught a last glimpse of the gray Mercedes, its front windows down and both men's faces quite visible, mouths opened wide, airbags deflating, even as the 2-ton car seemed to pause a moment in midair, a la Wile E. Coyote, barely missing the bubble nose of the Channel 5 KTLA chopper that had its gyro-stabilized cameras zoomed in on the screaming faces and hurtling car, and then the vehicle went nose down and dropped out of sight on its way to the valley floor 700 feet straight down. The NSX frame had been bent, the driver's door wouldn't open, and Dar's passenger door was lodged against a boulder, so he clambered out of the window just in time to become the focus of the skidding CHP Mustang and the overheated sheriff's Monte Carlo. Doors flew open, guns were drawn and aimed, commands were shouted. Dar leaned against the NSX, spread his legs as directed, linked his fingers behind his head as suggested by the officer's screams, and tried to breathe slowly so as not to be sick. The adrenaline surge of anger was receding like some mad tide, leaving just flotsam and jetsam of emotions behind. The CHP officers, young, with high badge serial numbers Dar noticed in his one glance over his shoulder, were not men he'd worked with before. He understood from their shouts and barks that they would blow him fucking away if he made a single fucking move. Dar did not move. One of the state troopers and the sheriff held guns on him, and the third, the older of the 2 CHP men, a grizzled veteran who looked to be about 23 years old, approached and frisked him, jerked his arms down and back, and slapped cuffs on him. A couple of the bikers wandered over with beers in their hands. The one with the longer beard was showing yellow teeth in a wide grin. "Hey man, that was the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen. Almost took out fucking Channel 5, man. Definitely awesome." The sheriff's deputy told the bikers to get back inside the Lookout restaurant. Several other bikers wandered over to explain that they'd never been in the fucking restaurant, that they'd been on the patio, and it was a fucking free country, man.
Like where else but America could you see a new Mercedes drive off a 700-foot drop and almost take a fucking news chopper with it, man? Snotty Eddie's gonna have to rename his fucking bar, man, said a biker with a shaved head and a tattoo of a skull on his bare chest. Change it from the fucking Lookout to the fucking launch pad, man. Dar was glad when the 2 highway patrolmen dragged and pushed him to the CHP Mustang. He's got to go to Riverside, you know, the sheriff was saying. He still had a long-barreled Colt in his hand. We know, said the older of the 2 young state troopers. Why don't you or your deputy get on your radio and get some backup here and tell them we need a forensics team before there's a fucking riot, okay? The sheriff looked at the milling bikers now as they began assessing the damage to their hogs and cursing more imaginatively, nodded, put away his big pistol, and walked back to the Monte Carlo. Only the sheriff's deputy had walked out onto the flimsy, damage-strewn, shaky patio to stand nervously at the edge, peer through the wide gap in the railing, and stare down toward Lake Elsinore, where the Mercedes had disappeared. From somewhere far below came the buzz of the news helicopter. Part of Dar's mind was calculating the time it had taken the Mercedes to free-fall the distance, even as the state troopers shoved him into the back seat of the Mustang. It would be one hell of a news video. The last thing Dar heard before being driven away was the deputy on the patio edge softly repeating, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit," as if it were his private mantra. 4. D is for dickweed. The car chase and Dar's arrest were on Tuesday afternoon. Freed on bail that evening, he attended a meeting on Wednesday morning in the Deputy District Attorney's office in downtown San Diego. When he was booked on Tuesday, Dar had been shirtless, wearing only his sneakers and the now soiled and bloody jeans that he had pulled on at 4 a.m. With the scratches from flying glass, no shirt, wildly mussed hair, 2-day stubble, and what his fellow grunts in Vietnam had long ago called a post-combat 1,000-yard stare, his mugshot looked classically and fiercely felonious. He could picture it hanging in his study, right next to an old color photo of him receiving his robe and scroll symbolizing his Ph.D. in physics. At 9 a.m. Wednesday morning, sitting at the long table with more than a dozen other people who had yet to be introduced, Dar was shaved, showered, and dressed in a crisp white shirt, striped rep tie, blue linen blazer, tropical weight gray pants, and polished bally black shoes that were as soft as dance slippers. He wasn't quite sure if he was a guest at this meeting or still a prisoner of the state, but he wanted to look decent in either case. The Deputy District Attorney's assistant's assistant, a nervous little man who seemed to embody every gay stereotype in the culture, from his hand-wringing and nervous giggles to his overwrought wrists, was busy offering donuts and coffee to everyone. Set on the table opposite Dar was a line of smoky hats and badged caps, behind which sat at least 8 police captains and sheriffs. On the same side of the table, but at the far end, substituting briefcases on the tabletop for hats, were 2 plainclothes officers, one with the haircut of an FBI special agent. All of them except the FBI man accepted at least 1 donut from the Deputy DA's assistant's assistant. On Dar's side of the table, besides Lawrence and Trudy and their lawyer, W.D. Dubois, was a motley assortment of bureaucrats and attorneys, most of them wrinkled, rumpled, jowled, and slouched, all in sad contrast to the starched, silent, stern-jawed crispness of the cops on the other side. Most of the attorneys and bureaucrats just accepted coffee. Dar took his styrofoam cup with thanks, received an "Oh, you're welcome," and a pat on the back from the Deputy DA's assistant's assistant, and sat back to wait for whatever came next. A black man dressed in a bailiff's uniform stepped into the room and announced, "We're almost ready to start. Dickweed's on his way and Sid's just leaving the ladies' room." The previous afternoon, still handcuffed, Dar had been driven to the county jail in downtown Riverside. In the car, the older of the state troopers had literally read him his rights from a frayed 3x5 card. Dar had the right to remain silent. Anything he said could and would be used against him in a court of law. He had the right to an attorney. If he could not afford an attorney, one would be appointed for him. Did he understand? "You're reading it?" Dar asked. "You must repeat it 10,000 times a year." "Shut the fuck up," explained the trooper. Dar nodded and remained silent. He had been Mirandized, and a perfectly good adjective had been made into a verb. At the Riverside County Jail, a low, ugly structure right next to the tall, ugly Riverside City Hall complex, the young CHP officers reclaimed their cuffs and officially handed him over to the Riverside Sheriff, who gave him to a young deputy to book. Dar had never been arrested before. Still, all of the procedures, emptying the pockets of personal possessions, fingerprinting, and mugshot, were familiar from TV and the movies, of course, and it all combined to give him a strange sense of disembodied déjà vu that added to the unreal quality of the last hour or so. He was put in a holding cell, alone but for the company of a few sullen cockroaches. About 15 minutes later, the deputy returned and said, "You got a call coming. Want to call your lawyer?" "I don't have a lawyer," Dar said truthfully. "Can I call my therapist?" The deputy was not amused. Dar called Trudy, who had dealt with so many legal issues that she could have passed the bar exam with half her brain tied behind her back. Instead of handling legal issues herself, however, she and Lawrence kept one of the best lawyers in California on retainer. It was necessary, given that Stewart investigations occasionally got dragged into one of the broad lawsuit nets cast out by hopeful litigants plying the fraudulent insurance claim waters as diligently and daily and doggedly as New England fishermen. "Trudy," I began Dar when she picked up the phone. "Yes, I know," she interrupted. "I didn't catch it live, but Linda taped it for me." "The commentators are going on about road rage." "Road rage?" shouted Dar. "Those bastards tried to kill me, and then—" "You're at Riverside, right?" interrupted Trudy again. "Right. I've got one of W.D.'s associates on the way. You'll give a deposition there at Riverside with the associate present, and he'll have you out in an hour." Dar stood and blinked at the phone. "Trudy, bail's gonna be about $1 billion. 2 men are dead. Dead live on Channel 5. Riverside County's not going to let me out of here without—" "There's more to this than meets the Instacam," said Trudy. "I've been on the phone. I know who the 2 guys were and why the CHP and county mounties aren't releasing your name to the media, and why WDD will be able to—" "Who were they?" said Dar, realizing that he was shouting again. "Did they say on TV?" "No, it wasn't on TV, and we're all going to be further enlightened tomorrow morning at the San Diego Deputy District Attorney's office," said Trudy. 9 a.m. You'll be out on bail. The San Diego County DA already has a writ from one of his judges asking the Riverside County judge to be lenient.
Don't worry about media following you home. Your name isn't going to be leaked until at least tomorrow." But Dar said, and realized he did not know what else to say. "Wait for WD's associate," said Trudy. "Go home and take a hot shower. Lawrence just called in and I let him know what's going on. We'll give you a call tonight and then you'll get a good night's sleep. It looks like we'll all need it for tomorrow."
Dubois, pronounced Dubois, was short, black, and brilliant, with a Martin Luther King mustache and a Danny DeVito personality. Lawrence had once said that in the courtroom, WDD could suggest more with his mustache than most people could with their eyebrows. Dubois was not the attorney's real name, or rather, it had not been at birth. Christened Willard Darren Dirks in Greenville, Alabama, WDD had been born in the early 1940s with everything working against him. His race, his family's rural poverty, the state he was born in, the IQ and attitude of most of the state's white inhabitants, his parents' illiteracy, the lousy segregated schools he attended, everything except his IQ, which was higher than most professional bowlers' average score. When he was 9, young Willie Dirks discovered the writings of W.E.B. Du Bois, pronounced Dubois, and had his own name legally changed by the time he was 20. By that time, he had gotten himself out of Alabama and through the University of Southern California and into UCLA's law school. He was only the third Negro to graduate from that esteemed institution, and he was the first to run a major law firm in Los Angeles, consisting only of other black lawyers, associates, and staff. The fact that this coincided perfectly with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, a blizzard of new government-backed civil rights legislation, and Lyndon Johnson's legislative steps toward a great society that required no-holds-barred legal battles on all fronts, helped WDD's practice but did not define it. His firm handled mostly civil cases, but WDD's first love was criminal law, and these were the few cases he still argued personally in court. The stranger the case, the more the appeal to Attorney Dubois. It was well known, at least in legal circles, that attorney Robert Shapiro had tried to bring Dubois into the O.J. Simpson case before Johnny Cochran got involved. But the WDD's only comment to Shapiro had been, "Are you kidding? That brother's guilty as Abel's brother Cain. I only represent innocent killers." Stewart Investigations had offered him some deliciously weird cases over the years, and Dubois showed his appreciation for that by representing Trudy's company when things got complicated. This appeared to be just such a moment. The deputy district attorney entered and took the chair at the head of the table. The politically ambitious Richard Allen Wade was sensitive about his last name, which was pronounced Weed. His father had been a famous judge, so Richard could not just change his name, but he told people not to call him Dick even more frequently than Lawrence objected to Larry, which guaranteed that, at least out of earshot, everyone in the DA's office, in the downtown San Diego Justice Center, and in Southern California called him Dick, and more commonly, Dickweed. Sid was a bigger surprise to Dar. The woman was attractive, in her late 30s, a little overweight in a nice way, professionally groomed, but with an expression that seemed to suggest high intelligence filtered through restrained amusement at life. She reminded Dar of some character actress he really liked, but he could not for the life of him recall the actress's name. Dar guessed this woman spelled her name Sydney with 2 Y's, and since she took the only other power seat at the table, the empty chair at the opposite end of the table from Dick Wade's, she was obviously someone with serious clout. Deputy DA Wade brought the meeting to order. "You all know why we're here today. For those of you who may have been on duty and missed the news yesterday or this morning, a copy of Mr. Darwin Minor's statement should be in front of you, and we've got this tape." Shit, thought Dar, as the assistant's assistant pulled the standard media cart with a half-inch VHS, VCR, and old monitor out of the corner and moved it to a place of pride next to the deputy DA's chair. The assistant popped in the tape and Dick Wade wielded the remote. Dar had not seen the news video the night before. Now he watched the Channel 5 live coverage of the chase from the interstate exit, up the winding road above Lake Elsinore,
ending in amazing footage as the news chopper, hovering 100 feet out from the Lookout's restaurant's patio, was almost hit by the Mercedes E340 as it came barreling out into midair, as if trying to leap to safety onto the skids of the helicopter. Mercifully, Deputy DA Wade kept the reporter's wild narration. Unmercifully, the Steadicam zoomed in on the faces of the two men, both their heads and shoulders protruding now from the driver's side window as if they were trying to climb out to safety. And Dar could clearly see the shooter's lips moving in a shout, although he could not make out the words. When the Mercedes fell out of the camera's view, the Channel 5 pilot immediately put the chopper into a spiraling dive so that the gyro-stabilized camera could unblinkingly and unmercifully stay on the plummeting vehicle all the way down until the E340 struck the hillside, upside down, at least 500 feet below the Lookout's patio. The wreckage bounced through trees and shrubs for another 100 feet, the body of the Mercedes staying amazingly intact, but with wheels, bumpers, mirrors, axles, muffler, hubcaps, windshield, suspension, catalytic converter, and the humans inside flying amazingly apart, until finally the wreckage disappeared into its own cloud of dust, rubble, and smashed trees in a steep ravine on the cliffside. Deputy DA Wade used the reverse control on the remote to run the wreckage. The pieces of car leaped together and the car levitated back into the air. And then Wade stopped on a freeze frame of the two men's faces, one of them in the act of shouting at the helicopter in what appeared to be a cry of supplication. Dar saw every head in the room swivel toward him, even Lawrence's and Trudy's, and he felt the weight of every gaze. He considered asking, didn't their airbag save them, but decided to keep his mouth shut. Besides, 3 of the 4 front seat airbags had deployed and deflated by the time the vehicle was airborne, making the front of the passenger compartment all the more pitiful in the video, as if it were draped inside with huge empty condoms. 2 men were dead, and he had caused it. Dar felt the vertigo of the video leave him and a heaviness descend again on his spirit, but it was not regret. He clearly remembered the sound of the MAC-10 slugs shattering his driver's side window and whizzing by his head. He remembered the anger from yesterday as a distant thing, but he remembered it clearly enough to know that if those 2 bastards had survived the fall, he would have happily climbed down the mountain and beaten them to death with a stick. He kept his mouth shut and his face neutral, and eventually the others at the table turned their gazes away from him. "Before we go any further," said Deputy DA Wade into the thick silence, "I should say that we've had expert lip readers from the San Diego School for the Deaf analyze this gentleman's last cry." He pointed the remote at the freeze frame where the mustached shooter was still frozen in time, mouth wide open in the act of shouting his final words. But, as close as our lip-reading experts can determine, the man was saying, Gavanuki. Everyone stared, except for Sydney, who laughed out loud. "Gavanuki," she said, still chuckling to herself and pronouncing it quite differently than Dick Wade had. "It's Russian for shitheads. I think the guy was stating his opinion of Channel 5. "All right," the deputy DA said, and clicked off the TV image. "That would confirm the Bureau's identification of the 2 men," said the handsome man in the FBI haircut. "The Mercedes was stolen in Las Vegas 2 days ago. We have identified the 2 deceased occupants of the stolen vehicle as Russian nationals. The driver, Vasily Plavinsky, has been in the country for 3 months on a temporary visa."
The other man, the one who tried to kill my client with an automatic weapon, interjected Attorney Dubois smoothly. The FBI man found. The other man, also Russian, entered the country through New York just 5 days ago. His name is Clement Ritko. "That might be an alias," said Dar. "Why do you say that?" asked the FBI special agent, his voice tinged with condescension. "In your deposition, you claimed you had never seen these 2 men before. Are you now saying that you have some personal knowledge of the identity of these, victims?" "Would-be murderers," said Dubois instantly. "Hired killers," Dar said. "I just suggest it might be an alias because there was an infamous Russian painter named Clement Ritko. His 1924 painting, Uprising, foretold Stalin's reign of terror. He even painted Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, Bukharin, and the rest of the Bolshevik leaders against a blood-red background, surrounded by troops shooting defenseless people in the street. There was a full 30 seconds, an embarrassed silence, as if Dar's display of pedantry had been equal to him jumping up and peeing on the table. Dar resolved to keep his mouth shut through the rest of the proceedings, unless asked a direct question. He turned his head slightly and saw Sydney, whoever she was, give him a frank stare of appraisal. "Let me introduce everyone at the table," said the deputy DA quickly, trying to take control of the meeting again. "Most of you know Special Agent James Warren, agent in charge of the San Diego branch of the Bureau. Captain Bill Reinhardt is LAPD, their liaison with Operation South Cal Clean Sweep. Captain Frank Hernandez is from our own San Diego Police Department. Next to Captain Hernandez, and thanks for coming in today, Tom, on such short notice, I know you had a conference to attend in Vegas, is Captain Tom Sutton of the California Highway Patrol. Next to Tom is Sheriff Paul Fields from Riverside County, whose cooperation has been fantastic in this operation. Most of us know Sheriff Buzz McCow from right here in San Diego County. And at the end there, hi Marlena, Sheriff Marlena Schultz from Orange County." Deputy DA Wide took a breath and turned to his left. "Some of you have met Robert. Bob, isn't it? Bob Goss from the State Division of Insurance Fraud. Welcome, Bob. Next to Bob is Washington-based attorney Jeanette Polson from the National Insurance Crime Bureau. To Miss Polson's left is Bill Whitney from the California Department of Insurance. And beyond Bill is... Deputy DA Wide had to glance at his notes. It had been a flawless performance up to that point. "Lester Greenspan," said the rumpled, bureaucratic-looking man, "Chief Attorney for the Citizens Group Coalition Against Insurance Fraud. Also out of Washington, officially liaising with your Operation South Cal Clean Sweep." Dar winced. Liaising? "Next to Mr. Greenspan is someone whom we all know and love," said Deputy DA Wide, obviously intending to inject some energy and bonhomie into the sagging proceedings. "Our deservedly renowned and very lucky Los Angeles-based defense counselor, W.D.D. Dubois." "Thank you, Dick Weed," said Dubois with a wide smile. Wide blinked as if he had not heard correctly, and smiled back. "Ah, next to WDD, most of you law enforcement people know these two are Trudy and Larry Stewart of Stewart Investigations." "Lawrence," said Lawrence. "And beyond Larry there," continued the deputy DA, "is someone else whom a lot of us have met in the line of business. Mr. Darwin Minor, one of the best accident reconstruction specialists in the country, and the driver of the black NSX we saw on the videotape. And at the end of the table—" "Just a minute, please, Dick," said Riverside County Sheriff Fields. He was an older man with gunslinger eyes, and when he turned his gaze on Dar, the effect was obviously meant to be both freezing and wilting. "That was the most reprehensible and cold-blooded example of vehicular homicide that I have ever seen." "Thanks," said Dar, returning the sheriff's electric stare for omp. "Only they tried to kill me in cold blood. My blood was very, very warm when I drove them off the road." "Just a minute," commanded Deputy DA Wide. "Let me finish. And at the end of the table, I'd like to introduce Miss Sydney Olson, Chief Investigator for the State's Attorney's Office, and currently the leader of the Organized Crime and Racketeering Task Force's Operation South Cal Clean Sweep. Sid, you have the floor." "Thank you, Richard," the Chief Investigator said, and smiled again. "Stockard Channing," thought Dar. "As most of you know," said the Chief Investigator, "for the last 3 months, the state has been carrying out a major investigation, Operation South Cal Clean Sweep, in an attempt to crack down on the startling rise in insurance fraud claims in this part of the state. We estimate that insurance fraud this year alone is costing Californians about $7.8 billion. Several of the sheriffs whistled respectfully. And is driving up insurance rates at least by 25%. "More like 40%, interjected Lester Greenspan from the Coalition Against Insurance Fraud. Sydney Olson nodded.
I agree. I think the state's estimates are far too conservative, especially after the last 6 months or so. Special Agent James Warren cleared his throat. It should be noted that Operation South Cow Clean Sweep is modeled after the Bureau's very successful 1995 Operation Clean Sweep, in which we made more than 1,000 arrests. And probably 4 convictions, thought Dar. Thank you, Jim, said Chief Investigator Olson. You're right, of course. We're also basing our operation on Florida's probe, Crash for Cash, where state officials arrested 174 suspects, many of whom were found working in a single ring linked to fake accidents. Mostly slip and falls, asked Trudy Stewart, or heavier stuff. A lot of the suspects were repeat offenders on slip and falls, said Sydney. But the big catch was a Miami attorney and his son who headed up an organized ring. They staged more than 150 auto crashes, paying low-income individuals to collide with each other on the Florida highways and then filing spurious claims against the insurers through collaborating chiropractors or their own law firms. Nothing new about that in Southern California, said Riverside County's sheriff in his gunslinger drawl. Deal with that almost every damn day. About 1 out of every 8 or 10 of the accidents on I-15 through our county is staged. Not a damned thing new. Chief Investigator Sydney Olson nodded in agreement. Except for the fact that in the last few months, there's been some sort of turf battle for control of organized insurance fraud. Groups, said Sheriff Fields, squinting suspiciously. Deputy D.A. Wide spoke. In Dade County, Florida, they discovered that it was largely the Colombians, the former drug runners, who were organizing the insurance fraud. We're running into the same thing with some of the organized Mexican or Mexican-American gangs in East L.A. and elsewhere. Figures, grumbled Sheriff Fields. Captain Sutton of the CHP shook his head. The majority of staged crashes aren't being headed up by our Latino gangs, he said quietly. They tried to get into the action and got their butts kicked. Quite a few top homies and body bags. Sheriff Schultz from Orange County cleared her throat. We've seen the same thing with organized Vietnamese crime. They want to dominate, but someone is muscling them out. Special Agent Warren said, and whoever it is that's been most successful in this turf war is bringing in Russian and Chechen mafia enforcers, all along the West Coast, but especially down here. All eyes turned back toward Dar and those seated near him. Lawrence made a coughing noise that usually preceded a longer statement from him. Our companies hired Dar, Mr. Minor, Dr. Minor, to reconstruct several accidents that were obviously staged.
He's been an expert witness in half a dozen cases, and so have I. Trudy was shaking her head. But we haven't seen any sign of a highly organized ring in these fraudulent claims, she said. It's just the usual assortment of losers and second- or third-generation insurance claim parasites. They depend on it the way welfare addicts used to depend on their checks. Deputy D.A. Wide looked at Dar. There's no doubt that these 2 men in the Mercedes were not only Russian mafia imported as part of this turf battle, but that they were tasked to kill you, Mr. Minor. Dar winced slightly at the use of the noun task as a verb. Aloud he said, "Why would they want to kill me?" Sydney Olson turned sideways in her chair and looked Dar in the eye. "That's what we hoped you'd tell us. What happened yesterday represents the best lead we've had in several months of investigation." Dar could only shake his head. "I don't even know how they could have found me. The whole day was crazy." He quickly and concisely told of his 4 a.m. Giotto unit wake-up call, the meeting with Larry, and the interview with Henry at the Shady Rest Senior Mobile Home Park. I mean, none of that day was planned. No one could have known that I'd be coming south on I-15 at that time of day. Captain Sutton of the CHP said, "We found a cell phone frequency scanner in the wreck of their Mercedes. They must have monitored your calls." Dar shook his head again. "I didn't make or receive any cell phone calls after my meeting with Larry." Trudy said, "Lawrence called in after he'd gotten the photographs of the stolen car ring to say that you were covering the mobile home park interview." Dar shook his head again. "Are you suggesting that the stupid Giotto thing, or the 78-year-old man falling from his pard, is part of a massive insurance fraud conspiracy? And that someone would import Russians to kill me over it? Again, Captain Sutton of the CHP spoke. For such a big man, he was at least 6'5". His voice was very soft. The Giotto thing we cleared. The human remains in the wreckage, teeth, were ID'd as 19-year-old Purvis Nelson from Borrego Springs, who lives with his uncle Leroy. Leroy buys metal and job lots from the Air Force. Evidently, someone at the Air Force Base didn't notice that those 2 Giotto units hadn't been used. Purvis did, though. He left his uncle a note. A suicide note? Someone asked. The highway patrol captain shook his head. Just a note dated 11 p.m. that night saying that he was going to break the land speed record and that he'd see his uncle at breakfast. In other words, a suicide note, muttered San Diego County Sheriff McCall. The sheriff looked at Lawrence. The deposition mentions that when you and Mr. Minor met just before the shooting, you were on your way to document a stolen vehicle transaction. A car theft ring targeting Avis vehicles. Could this have been the cause of the attack on Mr. Minor? Lawrence laughed softly. Sorry, Sheriff, but the Avis theft thing was a strictly hillbilly family operation. You know, one of those good old boy Southern families where the family tree doesn't have any branches? None of the sheriffs, police captains, nor the FBI man smiled. Lawrence cleared his throat. Anyway, no, this bunch I was following wouldn't have any dealings with the Russian mafia. They probably don't even know Russia has a mafia. It was an inside job. Brother Billy Joe worked at Avis and, as part of the usual checkout procedure, got the address where the car renters were staying locally. Then, Brother Chucky would take one of the agency's duplicate keys out and steal the vehicle. They liked sport utilities that night. They'd meet in the desert with Cousin Floyd, cleverly repaint the vehicle at a shop they had out there, and Floyd would drive it up to Oregon as soon as it was dry and resell it at a lot they legally owned up there. They'd change the license tags, but not the registration numbers on the vehicles. They were morons. I turned the photographs and notes over to Avis yesterday, and they've given the info to local and Oregon police authorities. Chief Investigator Olson raised her voice slightly to bring the conversation back on track. Which means that none of yesterday's incidents were connected to the attempt on your life, Dr. Minor. Call me Dar, muttered Dar. Dar, Sydney Olson said, and made eye contact again. Dar was struck again by how she blended professional seriousness with that hint of amusement. Is it the sparkle in her eyes or in the way she moves her mouth, he wondered, and then shook his head to clear it. He had not slept well the night before. You've done something, Dar, she continued, that's convinced the Alliance that you're on to them. Alliance? Said Dar. Chief Investigator Olson nodded. It's what we've been calling this fraud ring. It seems to be very extensive and well-connected. Sheriff Fields pushed back from the table and flexed his cheek and jaw muscles as if he were looking for a spittoon. Extensive fraud ring. Operation Clean Sweep. Missy, you've got a bunch of the usual losers out there on the highway, deliberately fender-bending other people's cars, and then screaming whiplash. Nothing new. All this task force stuff is a waste of the taxpayers' money. Chief Investigator Olson's face reddened slightly. She gave the old would-be gunslinger a stare that might have come from Bat Masterson. The existence of the Alliance is a reality, Sheriff. Those 2 dead Russians in the Mercedes, ruthless mafia members who, according to Interpol, killed at least a dozen hapless Russian bankers and businessmen in Moscow and probably one overconfident American entrepreneur over there, those 2 dead Russians are real. The MAC-10 slugs in Dr. Minor's automobile are real. The $10 billion or so extra dollars that fraud tacks on to the cost of California insurance, that's real, Sheriff. The old man's gaze broke away from Sydney Olson's, and his Adam's apple worked as if he were swallowing rather than spitting his chow. Yeah, no argument, but we all got pressing things to get back to. Where does this Project Clean Sweep go from here? Deputy D.A. Wyde smiled. It was a good smile, a reassuring smile, a once-and-future politician smile. The task force is temporarily moving its headquarters to San Diego because of this incident, he said happily. The media's screaming for the identity of the driver of the black NSX. So far, we've actually kept a lid on the story. But tomorrow
"Tomorrow," said Sydney Olson, looking at Dar again, "we're going to release the official story. Some of it will be accurate, such as the fact that the two dead men were Russian mafia hitmen. We'll say that their attempted target is a private detective. Dar's real identity and occupation will be kept secret from the press for obvious reasons. And we'll announce that we believe the killers were after him because he's close to uncovering their conspiracy. And after that announcement, I'll be spending quite a bit of time with Dr. Minor and Stewart Investigations." Dar returned her challenging gaze. Suddenly, she did not look as cute as Stockard Channing to him anymore. "You're staking me out like that goat in the dinosaur movie Jurassic Park?" "Exactly," said Sydney Olson, smiling openly at Dar now. Lawrence raised his hand like a schoolboy. "I just don't want to find my friend's Dar's bloody leg on my moonroof someday, okay?" "Okay," said Sydney Olson. "I'll ensure that doesn't happen." She stood up. As Sheriff Fields said, "Everyone has important duties to get back to. Ladies, gentlemen, we shall keep you all informed. Thank you for coming this morning." The meeting was over, and Dick Wide looked nonplussed at not having wrapped it up himself. Sydney Olson turned to Dar. "Are you going home to Mission Hills now?" He was not surprised that she knew where he lived. On the contrary, he was sure that Chief Investigator Olson had read every page of every dossier ever opened on him. "Yeah," he said, "I'm going to change clothes and then watch my soap operas."
Larry and Trudy gave me the day off, and I haven't had any other calls. "Can I come with you?" asked Chief Investigator Olson. "Will you bring me along to your loft?" Dar considered 10,000 obvious sexist responses and rejected them all. "This is for my own protection, right?" "Right," said Sydney. She moved her blazer aside slightly, just enough to show the 9mm semi-automatic tucked in the quick-release holster at her hip. "And if we hurry," she said, "we can grab some lunch on the way and still not miss any of all my children." Dar sighed. 5E is for ticket. "We've only known each other a couple of hours," said Sid, "and already you've lied to me." Dar looked up from where he was grinding coffee beans at his kitchen counter. They had grabbed a bite to eat at the Kansas City BBQ's. Side suggestion, she said she'd been staring at it from the Hyatt for 2 days, and just the sign made her hungry. And then he'd driven her up to his old warehouse building in Mission Hills. He'd parked his Land Cruiser at his spot on the open ground floor, just a huge dark room with a maze of pillars, and they had taken the large freight elevator, the only elevator in the building, up to his 6th-floor apartment. Now he just looked at her as she wandered through the living area between the tall bookcases that delineated areas in the loft. "So far, I've counted, about 7,000 books?" continued Sid. "No fewer than 5 computers, a serious sound system with 8 speakers, and 11 chessboards. But no TV. How do you watch your soaps?" Dar smiled and spooned ground beans into the filter. "Actually, the soaps usually come to me. It's called taking statements from witnesses or victims." Chief Investigator Sydney Olson nodded. "But you do have a TV somewhere. In the bedroom, maybe? Please say you do, Dar. Otherwise, I'll know I'm in the presence of the only real intellectual I've ever met outside of captivity." Dar poured water into the coffee maker and turned it on. "There's a TV, in one of the storage closets over there near the door." Sid cocked an eyebrow. "Ah, let me guess. The Super Bowl?" "No, baseball. The occasional night game when I'm home. All of the playoffs and the series." He set mats on the small, round kitchen table. Bright light came in through the 8-foot windows. "Eames' chair," said Sid, patting the bent wood and black leather chair in the corner of the living room area where 2 walls of bookcases came together. She sat in it and put her feet up on the wood and leather ottoman. "It feels comfortable enough to be a real one, an original." "It is," said Dar. He set 2 white diner-type mugs on the table mats and then poured coffee for both of them. "You take cream and sugar?" Sid shook her head. "I like James Brown coffee. Black, rich, strong." "Hope this suffices," said Dar, as she reluctantly got out of the Eames chair, stretched, and came over to join him at the kitchen table. She took a sip and made a face. "Yeah, that's it. Mr. Brown would approve. I can make a new batch, weaker, saner. No, this is good." She turned around to look back across the room and into the other areas of the loft that were visible.
"Can I play chief investigator for a minute?" Dar nodded. "A real Persian carpet delineating your living area there. A real Eames chair. The Stickley dining room table and chairs look original, as do the mission-style lamps. Real artwork in every room. Is that large painting in the open area there opposite the windows a Russell Chatham?" "Yeah," said Dar. "And an oil rather than a print. Chatham's originals are selling for a pretty penny these days. I bought it in Montana some years ago," said Dar, setting his coffee down. "Before the big Chatham stampede." "Still," said Sid, and finished her mental inventory. "A chief investigator would have to conclude that the man who lives here has money. Wrecks an Acura NSX one day, but has a spare Land Cruiser waiting for him at home. Different vehicles for different purposes," said Dar, beginning to feel irritated. Sid seemed to sense this and turned back to her coffee. She smiled. "That's all right," she said. "I'm guessing you're about as interested in making money as I am." "Anyone who discounts the importance of money is a fool or a saint," said Dar. "But I find the pursuit of it, or the discussion of it, boring as hell." "Okay," said Sid. "I'm curious about the 11 chessboards. Games being played on all of them. I'm only a duffer at chess. I know the horsey from the castle thing, but those games look like they're master level. You have so many chess master friends drop in that you need multiple boards?" "Email," said Dar. Sid nodded and looked around. "All right. That wall of fiction. How are those books shelved? Not alphabetically, that's for damn sure. Not by publication date. You've got old volumes mixed in with new trade paperbacks." Dar smiled. "Readers always gravitated to other readers' bookshelves and tried to figure out the system of shelving." "It could be," he said. "Buy a book, read it, stick it on the shelf." "It could be," agreed Sid. "But you're not a random kind of guy." Dar sat silently, thinking of the chaos mathematics that had made up the bulk of his PhD dissertation. Sid sat silently studying the wall of novels. Finally, she muttered to herself, "Stephen King, way up on the upper right. Truman Capote's In Cold Blood a couple of shelves below, still on the right. To Kill a Mockingbird on the second shelf from the bottom. East of Eden way the hell to the left over by the window. All of Hemingway's crap. Hey, watch it," said Dar. "I love Hemingway." "All of Hemingway's crap on the bottom right shelf," finished Sid. "I've got it." "I doubt it," said Dar, feeling his feathers ruffled again. "The bookcase is a rough map of the United States," said Sid. "You shelve regionally. King's up there freezing his ass off near the ceiling in Maine. Hemingway's down there near the floor heating vent. Comfortable in Key West." "Cuba, actually," said Dar. "Impressive. How do you shelve your novels?" "I used to do it according to the relationship between the authors," she admitted. "You know, Truman Capote right next to Harper Lee. Childhood friends," added Dar. "Little, weakling Truman was the model for Dill, who visits every summer in Mockingbird." Sid nodded. "With the dead authors it worked all right," she said. "I mean, I could keep Faulkner and Hemingway the hell apart, but I always had to keep moving the live ones around. I mean, one month Amy Tan's tight with Tabitha King, and the next thing I read, they're not talking. I was spending more time reshelving my books than I did reading, and then my work started to suffer because I was frittering away my days worrying if John Grisham and Michael Crichton were still good buddies or not." "You're so full of shit," Dar said in a friendly tone. "Yep," Sid agreed, and lifted her coffee mug. Dar took a breath. He was enjoying himself, and he had to remind himself that this woman was here because she was a cop, not because of his devastating charm. "My turn," he said. Sid nodded and sipped. "You're about 36, 37, he said, starting with the riskiest territory and rapidly moving on. "Law degree. Your accent's fairly neutral, but definitely devoid of back east. A little Midwestern left in the corners of your vowels. Northwestern University?" "University of Chicago," she said. "And I'll have you know that I'm only 36, birthday just last month." Dar went on. "Chief investigators for even local district attorneys are some of the best enforcement people around," he said softly, as if to himself. "Former U.S. Marshals, former military, former FBI." He looked at Sid. "You were in the Bureau for what, 7 years?" "Closer to 9, said Sid. She got up, went to the coffee maker, and came back to pour them both of the thick black stuff. "Okay, reason for leaving."
Dar said, and stopped. He did not want to make this too personal. No, go ahead. You're doing fine. Dar sipped coffee and said, that glass ceiling sexism thing. But I thought the Bureau was getting better. Sid nodded.
They're working on it. In 10 more years, I could have been as high as a real FBI person could get, right under the political crony or career pencil pusher that some president appoints as director. Then why did you leave? Dar began, and then stopped. He thought about the 9mm semi-auto on her hip and the quick-release holster. Ah, you enjoy enforcement more than investigation, finished Sid. Correct, and the Bureau is, after all, about 98% investigation. Dar rubbed his cheek. Sure, and as the state's attorney's chief investigator, you get to investigate to your heart's content and then go kick the door in when it comes time. Sid gave him a dazzling smile. And then I get to kick the felons who are hiding behind that door. You do a lot of that? Sydney Olson's smile faded but did not disappear. Enough to keep me in shape. And you also get to run interagency task forces like Operation South Call Clean Sweep, said Dar. Her smile disappeared instantly. Yes, she said, and I'd be willing to bet that you and I share the same opinion of committees and task forces. Darwin's fifth law, he said. She raised an eyebrow. Any organism's intelligence decreases in direct proportion to the number of heads it has, said Dar. Sid finished her coffee, set the mug carefully on the mat, nodded, and said, "Is this Charles Darwin's law or Dr. Darwin Minor's law?" I don't think that Charles ever had to sit on a committee or report to a task force, said Dar. He just sailed around on the Beagle, getting a tan while ogling finches and tortoises. What are the rest of your laws? Well, probably stumble across them as we go along, said Dar. Are we going to be going along? Dar opened his hands. I'm just trying to find this movie's plot. So far, it's fairly formulaic. You're setting me up as bait, hoping that the Alliance will sick more mafia killers on me. But you have to protect me. That must mean you'll be staying within sight 24 hours a day. Good plot. He looked around his living room and in toward the dining area. Not sure where you'll sleep, but we'll think of something. Sid rubbed her brow. In your dreams, Darwin. The San Diego PD will be sending extra patrols by at night. I was supposed to take a look at your living arrangements and give a, quote, security-wise sit-repent to Dickweed. And, said Dar, Sid smiled again. I can happily report that you live in an almost abandoned warehouse where only a few units have been converted to condos or lofts. There's no security on the stairways unless you count sleeping migrant winos as guards. There's little light and zero security on the ground floor where you park your Sherman tank of a sport utility vehicle. Your door's all right, reinforced with 3 good locks and a police bar. But these windows are a nightmare. A blind sniper using a rusted Springfield without a scope could take you out. No drapes, no shades, no curtains. Are you a closet exhibitionist, Dar? I like good views. He stood and looked out the kitchen window. From up here you can see the bay, the airport, Point Loma, SeaWorld. He trailed off, realizing how unconvincing he sounded. Sydney joined him at the window. He caught a faint whiff of some scent she was wearing. It was nice, more like the woodsy smell of the forest near his cabin after a rain. It is a beautiful view, she said. I need to call a cab and get back to the Hyatt so I can make some phone calls. I'll drive you. The hell you will, said Sid. If this is going to be a buddies movie, you've got to shelve the chivalry right up front. She used the kitchen phone to call a cab. I thought you weren't going to be protecting me 24 hours a day, said Dar. How can it be a buddies movie? Sid patted him consolingly on the shoulder. If the snipers don't get you, and the Russian mafia doesn't cut your throat in that killing ground you call a parking area, and the crackheads don't kill you just for the hell of it, then phone me the next time Stewart Investigations calls you out on an interesting case. Officially, we'll be looking for patterns of collision and accident insurance fraud. Unofficially, said Dar. Well, I guess there is no unofficially, said Sid, hitching up her heavy purse and walking to the door. Dickweed's given me some office space in the courthouse. I'd officially appreciate it if you'd drop in there tomorrow morning so we can decide how we're going to check through your case files. She jotted her number on a card. And maybe I'll get a glimpse of something that will explain why our late friends in the former Mercedes thought you were worth taking out. They probably confused me with some other guy who owns an NSX and didn't pay his gambling debts at the MGM Grand, said Dar. Probably, said Sid, turning back toward him and the apartment as they got to the door. He unlatched it. How many books do you have in here, Dr. Minor? Dar shrugged. I quit counting after 6,000. I probably owned that many once, said Sid, but I gave them all away when I became a chief investigator. Travel light, that's my motto. She stepped into the hallway and pointed a finger at him. I'm serious about you dropping in at the office tomorrow and then calling me as soon as you get a good case call. She handed him one of her cards with her Sacramento office number written on it and her pager number. The San Diego courthouse office number was penciled in. Sure, said Dar, studying her card. It was an expensive one, but did not give a home phone number. But remember, you asked for it. He looked up. She had already walked away and disappeared out of sight around the bend in the corridor, heading for the freight elevator. Her soft-soled shoes had made almost no noise on the concrete floor. You asked for it, Dar said again, and went back into his loft. Olson here, answered her sleepy, almost drugged-sounding voice after the fifth ring. Rise and shine, Chief Investigator, said Dar. Who is this? Sydney's sleepy voice ran the last two syllables together. How soon we forget, said Dar. It's 1:49 a.m. You said you wanted to come the next time I was called out on a case. I'm dressed and ready to go. I'll give you 5 whole minutes before I pick you up in front of the Hyatt. There was a pause. Dar could hear her breathing softly. Dar, you remember that I said an interesting insurance case. If this is some jackknifed 18-wheeler out on I-5, well, you know, Chief Investigator Olson, said Dar, you never really know if something's interesting until you go look and see. But Larry's going too, and he rarely asks me to meet him at a site. Okay, mumbled Sid. I'll be outside in 5 minutes. 4 minutes now, Dar said, and hung up. The highways were relatively empty as Dar took surface streets over to the 5 and then north past La Jolla. Have you heard of La Jolla Joya? Said Dar, as the washes of light from the sodium vapor highway lights moved across his windshield and both their faces. Sounds like a stripper stage name, said Sid, still rubbing her cheeks to wake up. Yes, said Dar, but actually it's the San Diego area's newest rock concert venue. It's in the hills west of the highway up here. Actually, it's closer to Del Mar, but I guess the Del Mar Joya didn't have quite the same ring. It doesn't have much of a ring as it is, said Sid. Her voice carried the fatigue of someone who had been working 18-hour days. True, but that's where we're headed. Concert's probably over by now, but there's at least one dead body there. Stabbing? Said Sid. Some Hell's Angels thing like Altamont? Or just someone crushed when the herd stampeded? Dar grinned despite himself. We wouldn't get called for either of those. See, the city ordinances kept cracking down on rock concerts at their usual stadiums and venues, especially the heavy metal ones. And who's headlining tonight? She interrupted. Metallica, said Dar. Oh, goody, said Sid, with precisely the same enthusiasm as someone who's just been told he has to take a barium enema. Anyway, continued Dar, a would-be super promoter bought these 162 acres of Scrub Gully and fenced it all in. It's sort of an arroyo, plenty of room for parking out front, stage on the flat area, and a gentle hill running up until it's just trees and cliffs. He put in lights, stage, sound towers, and 3,000 seats. And there's a nice grassy hillside for umpty thousand others who want to sit on blankets or whatever. They added a lower fence to keep people off the back 20 acres or so, the woods, after their first concert. Some older patrons complained of fornication going on back in the darkness, which the complainers would have to have sought out with night vision goggles in order to see, said Sid. Yeah, but the promoter thought it would still be safer to separate the audience area from the woods and the rock cliffs. That's why Larry and Trudy's client called them. They're on retainer for the promoter? No. For the insurance company that covers the concert liability? No. For Metallica? No. "I give up," said Sid. "Whose ass are we rushing out to cover?" "The fence companies," said Dar. Most of the concert patrons were leaving as Dar drove the Land Cruiser up the dusty ditch against the traffic flow to get to the concert area. Metallica had long since bussed itself to wherever Metallica dwells when not on stage, but a few score dazed, sleepy, and doped fans still milled around in front of what had been the bandstand. Dar saw the emergency lights at the far rear of the arroyo and headed that way. A California Highway Patrol officer stopped them at a gate in the low fence that separated the grassy seating area from the fornication woods, looked over their credentials in the beam of his 6-battery flashlight, and then waved him through. The emergency vehicles, several CHP cars with their flashers going, 2 ambulances, a sheriff's car, 2 tow trucks, and a full fire truck, were gathered at the narrow end of the V of the arroyo. Douglas firs rose 30 and 40 feet here, hiding the stars and the top of the cliffs. In the cone of the cruiser's spotlights and emergency lights, Dar could see the smashed remnants of an upside-down pickup truck, an older Ford 250 from the looks of it. He parked the cruiser, pulled a powerful flashlight from the back seat, and he and Sid walked toward the lights, identifying themselves twice more to get past groups of officious cops and bands of yellow accident scene tape. Lawrence walked over to them. "Damn," said Dar, "how'd you beat me here?" Lawrence smirked under his mustache. "Not so hot now without your NSX, are you?" "Sid, you remember Larry Stewart from this morning's meeting?" said Dar. "Lawrence," said Lawrence. "Good evening, Miss Olson." "Hi, Lawrence," said Sid. "What do we have here?" Lawrence blinked in happy surprise for a moment and then said, "Belaboring the obvious, one hellaciously smashed Ford F-250, driver dead, was ejected through the windshield and thrown approximately 83 feet. I paced it off, so the number's not exact." He pointed his own flashlight toward a mob of people standing and crouching around the corpse of a man at the base of a tree. "He drove into the cliff face in the dark," said Sid. Lawrence shook his head. Suddenly, a CHP officer joined them. "Sergeant Cameron," said Dar, surprised. "You're far from home tonight." "Well, if it isn't the Mercedes killer," said Cameron to Dar. He touched his cap in Sid's direction. "Howdy, Miss Olson. Haven't seen you since the LA Task Force meeting last month." Cameron hooked his thumbs in his belt until the leather creaked. "Yeah, well, I was moonlighting here, working crowd security, and just as the concert was ending, someone found this mess." "Anyone hear it happen?" asked Dar. Cameron shook his head. "But that doesn't mean much. During a Metallica concert, with those speakers and amplifiers cranked up, you could set off a Hiroshima-sized tactical nuke back here and nobody would have heard it." "Alcohol?" said Lawrence. "We can see about 10 empty beer cans in the smashed passenger compartment of the pickup," said Cameron. "There are another 8 or 9 thrown free, like the driver." "Could he have driven into the cliff wall?" asked Sid. Lawrence and Sergeant Cameron both shook their heads at the same time. "See how the truck is mashed down?" said Lawrence. "The thing fell from up there." "It drove over the cliff," said Sid. "From above?" "It would have to have backed over to end up in this position," said Dar. "That's why the driver was thrown west, toward the concert. The truck landed tail first. You can see how it crumpled and ejected the driver like a cork out of a champagne bottle before the cab crushed." Sydney Olson walked closer to the crushed pickup truck and watched as an emergency crew finished attaching 2 cables from the 2 tow trucks to the undercarriage. "Stand back," called one of the CHP officers. "We're gonna lift it." "You have pictures?" Dar asked Lawrence. Lawrence nodded and patted his Nikon. "This is going to be the interesting part," he said very softly. "What is going to be?" Sid began, and then said, "Oh my God." Beneath the wreckage of the pickup truck was the body of a second man. His head and right arm and right shoulder had been smashed almost flat. His left arm was broken in a compound fracture that looked as if it had happened before the flattening. He was wearing a t-shirt but was naked from the waist down, or rather, his pants were bunched around his ankles at the top of his work boots. A dozen searchlights and flashlights were trained on the corpse, and Sydney Olson said, "Oh my God." The man's legs and exposed torso were scratched in 100 places. There was a folding knife open and protruding from his thigh. The wound had bled heavily. The man had the end of a length of clothesline tied clumsily around his waist, and there must have been 100 more feet of the clothesline lying on and around the body. Worst of all, 3 feet of a thick branch, a holly branch, protruded from the corpse's rectum. "Yes," said Dar. "Interesting." Photographs and measurements were taken. The police officers and rescue workers milled and discussed and milled. The medical examiner and a county coroner both pronounced the man dead. This was a relief to some of the onlookers. Debates raged as to how exactly this accident had played itself out. "No one has a fucking clue," whispered Sergeant Cameron. "This is crazy," said Sid. "Like some satanic cult thing?" "No, I don't think so," said Dar. He went over to talk to the firefighters. 5 minutes later, they had moved the long fire truck ladder and extended it to the top of the cliff, invisible through the branches to the onlookers below. Darwood, Lawrence, and 2 of the CHP officers clambered up the ladder with powerful flashlights. 5 minutes after that, they scrambled down the ladder, all except for Dar, who stayed 25 feet up and waved at the firemen at the controls. The ladder swiveled into the thick tree branches, taking Dar with it, and he ducked the heavier boughs and shined his flashlight back and forth. "Here," he called at last. Sid squinted up, but could not make out what Dar was touching and then photographing. Lawrence was walking through small binoculars he had pulled from a flap pocket of his safari shirt. "What is it?" asked Sid. "It's the guy's underpants caught on a branch," said Lawrence. "Sorry," he added, offering her the binoculars. "Want to look?" "No, thanks." 15 minutes later, the discussions were over, the bodies were being put in body bags and carried by stretcher to separate ambulances, and everyone seemed satisfied. Lawrence walked back to the Land Cruiser with Dar and Sid. His Isuzu Trooper was parked just beyond Dar's truck. "All right," said Sydney Olson, sounding slightly irritated. "I don't get it. I couldn't hear you talking to the officers. What the hell happened here?" Both men stopped walking and started talking at the same time. "Go ahead," said Dar. "You tell the first part." Lawrence nodded. His large hands opened and gestured as he started the explanation. "Okay, basically, these 2 guys drank their 18 or 20 cans of beer and tried to crash the concert. No tickets, but they knew about an old fire road and decided they could come in the back way after dark. But the back way is fenced by our client, a 10-foot-high wooden fence up there." Sid stared back toward the cliff in the darkness. They were lifting the smashed pickup onto a flatbed truck now. "They accidentally drove through the fence?" she said, her voice thin. Said Lawrence, shaking his head. "They backed the pickup right against the fence, and the driver, a skinnier guy, boosted his pal over. But it was real dark up there, and when the bigger guy went over, he found that it was a 30-foot fall. So he came crashing down through those tree branches." "And that killed him?" said Sid. Lawrence shook his head again. "Nah, he hit a big branch about 40 feet up. That was probably when he broke his arm. The branch had snagged him by his undershorts and part of his belt. He still didn't realize how high he was," added Dar. "Looking down in the dark, he could see the tops of the shorter trees and probably thought they were bushes that would break his fall. So he cut himself out of his shorts," said Lawrence. "And fell another 20 feet, said Sid. "Yeah," said Lawrence. "But that didn't kill him," said Sydney, speaking in a tone that suggested she now knew that she was the straight man. "Nope," said Lawrence. "That just scratched him up something terrible as he fell through the branches. Plus, that was also when his own knife was jammed 3 inches into his thigh, and that holly branch got rammed up his ass. Pardon my French." "And then what?" said Sid. "Dar, you figured it out first," said Lawrence. "Why don't you tell the finale?" Dar shrugged. "There's not much more. The driver could hear his friend crying in agony down there. He realized what a drop it must have been. The big guy's screams of pain must have been drowned out somewhat by the Metallica concert, but the driver knew he had to do something. So he prompted Sid. So he took the length of old clothesline that was lying in the back of the pickup, threw it down to his friend, and told him to tie it securely around his waist, said Dar. That's my guess. Actually, it wouldn't have been that easy or succinct. There would have been a lot of drunken shouting and cursing and crying going on. But the bigger guy wrapped the line around his middle twice and tied it off with a granny knot, while the skinny guy tied the other end of the rope securely to the rear bumper of the F-250. And then, said Sid. Dar tilted his head as if the rest was obvious. It was. Well, our skinny driver was very drunk and very rattled. He accidentally put the truck in reverse, gunned it, drove backwards 10 feet through our client's high fence, the tire tracks up there speak for themselves, and dropped backwards 40-some feet onto his buddy, catapulting himself 85 feet out through the windshield in the process. Email me your report in the morning, and I'll write the official version and send it to our client, said Lawrence. I'll have my analysis to you by 10 a.m., said Dar. Sydney shook her head. You do this for a living? 6. F is for foreperson. The first phone call came in a little after 5 a.m. Damn, said Dar. He didn't really consider it morning until sometime between 9:30 and 10 a.m., sitting over coffee and a second bagel behind the morning paper. The phone rang again. Hello? Mr. Minor, this is Steve Capelli with Newsweek magazine. We'd like to talk to you about... Dar slammed the phone down and rolled over to catch a little more sleep. The second call came in 2 minutes later. Dr. Minor, my name is Evelyn Summers. Perhaps you've seen me on Channel 7, and I was hoping that you would... Dar would never know what Evelyn was hoping, because he hung up, turned the ringer off on the phone, and walked over to the window. Along with the San Diego police patrol car that had been parked inconspicuously across the street all night, there were now 3 very conspicuous TV trucks. A 4th truck with a satellite antenna on its roof pulled up as Dar watched. He walked back to his phone and recorded a new message on the answering machine. Yo, this is Vito. There's nobody home but me and the Dobermans. You got something to say to me? Say it. Otherwise, hang the fug up. Dar went into the bathroom to shower and shave. 10 minutes later, dressed and holding a steaming mug of coffee in his hand, he looked out the front window again. There were 5 TV trucks and 4 vans parked across the street. Well, he thought, it had taken them 48 hours to get his name from the DMV based on the tag number from his poor NSX. Somebody at one of the news channels must have a contact in the department. Dar doubted if the reporter had been lucky enough to get a copy of his driver's license photograph, but he wasn't going to stroll out front to find out. The phone light blinked on and off. Dar started packing his duffel bag, folding shirts and trousers and humming the theme to The Godfather as he did so. Upon arriving at the Justice Center, Dar saw that Deputy D.A. Wide had been his usual generous self in setting up a temporary office for the visiting state's attorney's chief investigator. Sydney Olson's office was in the basement of the old section of the Hall of Justice, not far from the holding cells, a former interrogation room with puke green and white faded to yellow walls, randomly decorated with scuff marks and smashed mosquito abstract art going back to the 1940s, some folding tables and metal chairs, and no windows, except for the bit of reflective one-way glass. But the folding tables were covered with modern machines, a gateway top-of-the-line laptop, Dar noted, connected to printers, scanners, and other peripherals. There were also 2 new phones, each with at least 4 lines. A map of Southern California had been tacked to the filthy rear wall and had already sprouted an array of red, blue, green, and yellow pens. A male secretary, busy at a second computer, informed Dar that Investigator Olson had been called to the district attorney's office, but she had left word that she would be back in an hour and would like to talk to Dr. Minor before he left the building. The secretary offered Dar some coffee from the inevitable pot scorching away on the table under the one-way mirror. Cop coffee was 180% caffeine and the texture of road tar on a hot summer day, and he had long since decided it was the secret weapon that kept America's law enforcement agencies going, despite the long hours, miserable working conditions, low-life clients, and terrible pay. Dar took a healthy swig, feeling tired and grumpy. "I'll check back later," said Dar. Finding an empty bench in the basement corridor, Dar fired up his ThinkPad and finished typing his report on the Metallica concert accident. He attached the modem umbilica to his digital cell phone, dialed up Stewart Investigation's dedicated line, and emailed the report straight to their fax machine printer so that they would have a hard copy waiting. Putting the laptop back in its case, Dar pondered how he could kill another half hour. Making up his mind, he walked to the end of the corridor past holding cells full of prisoners who were howling like mutts in a kennel, and then jogged up the polished steps into the handsome old Gothic courthouse itself. Unlike the efficient and butt-ugly new addition to the Hall of Justice, where Dickweed and others have their offices, the old courthouse lacked air conditioning, but made up for it with a regal bearing. Dar had told Sid Olson the day before that he enjoyed soap operas. While he almost never watched television, he did tune in to the criminal and civil cases being tried in the old courthouse between his own appearances as expert witness. As he slipped into courtroom 7A and took his place at the rear of the room, he nodded at several senior citizens whom he recognized as fellow courtroom addicts. It took him only a few minutes to get up to speed. This was a sexual harassment trial. A female employee claiming that the owner of the small company for which she worked had been making sexual overtures. About half the jurors looked heavy-lidded and ready for a nap in the stultifying heat as witness after witness droned on about the employer's sexist habits. A receptionist in her 20s testified that the boss had more than once stated in her presence that the plaintiff, a secretary in her mid-40s, gave good phone. 10 minutes later, it was the plaintiff's turn to testify. The woman looked like Dar's high school Latin teacher. Old-fashioned glasses on a bead chain, a conservatively tailored suit, a huge bow at the neck of her white blouse, sensible shoes, and dull blonde hair done up in a bun. She seems to be a truly private and modest person, and her expression suggested that she regretted having ever started this proceeding. Her attorney led her through a series of questions as the defendant, an oily little ferret in a triple-knit suit, sat slumping and smirking at his table. The plaintiff's answers were so soft that twice the judge had to ask her to speak up to be heard over the creaking of the old fans turning overhead. Several jurors were close to succumbing to afternoon naps. Dar knew the judge, His Honor William Riley Williams, 68 years old, and with so many wrinkles and jowls melting into one another that he looked like a wax effigy of Walter Matthau that had been left too close to an open flame. But Dar also knew that Judge Williams had a keen mind behind that somnolent and bored visage. The plaintiff's attorney closed in for the kill. "And what exactly, Miss Maxwell, was the final incident in your employer's established pattern of inappropriate behavior which served as the catalyst in your bringing this long-overdue request for legal relief?" There was a pause while the plaintiff, the jury, and the silent onlookers worked to translate the legalese into English. "You mean, what did Mr. Stubbins do that finally made me bring this lawsuit?" said Miss Maxwell at last, her voice so soft that everyone in the courtroom who was awake, including Dar, leaned forward slightly. "Yes," said her attorney, switching to English. Miss Maxwell reddened. The flush started at her neck above the white bow of her blouse and moved up into her cheeks until she was a bright red. "Mr. Stubbins said, 'made an indecent proposal to me.'" Judge Williams, his chins and jowls propped on one mottled hand, asked her to repeat the answer a bit more loudly. She did so. "Would you characterize this indecent proposal?" asked the plaintiff's attorney. "Oh, yes," said Miss Maxwell, her blush deepening. She looked down at her hands where they were clenched on her lap.
"Would you please tell the court precisely what this obscene proposal was?" asked her attorney, turning toward the jury in anticipatory triumph. Miss Maxwell looked down at her hands for a long moment, and then said something inaudible. Dar and the few spectators leaned farther forward. Several of the regular geezers turned up the volume on their hearing aids. "Could you repeat that a bit more loudly, Miss Maxwell?" requested the judge. Even his voice sounded like Walter Matthau. "I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud," said the secretary, blinking rapidly behind her cat's eye glasses. Her attorney wheeled around with a startled expression. This obviously had not been part of the game plan. At the defense table, Mr. Stubbins smirked and whispered something to his poker-faced attorney. "May I approach the bench, Your Honor?" asked Miss Maxwell's attorney, trying to regain his courtroom equilibrium and not lose the moment. There was a brief sidebar, during which the defense attorney spluttered, the plaintiff's attorney gesticulated and ran on in an urgent whisper, and Judge Williams listened with drooping eyelids and a silent scowl. After a moment, the attorneys were shooed back to their places, and the judge turned to the blushing plaintiff. "Miss Maxwell, the court understands your reticence to repeat what you have characterized as an obscene proposal, but since your case demands that the court and jury know precisely what Mr. Stubbins is alleged to have said to you, would you write it out on a piece of paper?" Miss Maxwell paused, then nodded, still blushing wildly. The spectators groaned and sat back in their hard pews. Dar watched as the bailiff brought a pen and a stenographer's notebook. Miss Maxwell wrote on a page for what seemed like many minutes. The bailiff tore that page out of the notebook and handed it to the judge. The judge looked at the page with no change in expression and then beckoned the two attorneys forward. Both lawyers read the page without comment. The bailiff took the piece of paper and carried it over to the jury box. The juror in the first seat was a woman, also wearing glasses, very tall and thin, but surprisingly buxom, dressed in a black business suit and white blouse, her hair also tied back in a bun. "You may give the paper to the foreman of the jury," said Judge Williams. "Foreperson," said the woman in the first seat, sitting up even more rigidly than before. "I beg your pardon," said the judge, raising his chins and jowls from his cupped hand. "Foreperson, Your Honor," repeated the first juror, her thin lips almost disappearing as they became even thinner and primmer. "Oh," said Judge Williams, "of course. Bailiff, please give the paper to the foreperson of the jury. Madam Foreperson, please pass it on to the other jurors, including the alternates." All eyes in the courtroom were riveted on Miss Foreperson, as the muscles around her pursed lips twitching as if she had suddenly tasted something very, very sour. She shook her head as she handed the paper to the juror on her left. Dar had noted earlier that juror number 2, an overweight man wearing a Madras sport jacket, had been on the verge of dozing off. Now the man sat with his arms folded above his ample belly, his eyes downcast. He was not quite snoring. Dar knew that dozing jurors was not an uncommon phenomenon in jury trials, especially on hot summer days. He had seen it many times himself, even while he was testifying in what amounted to murder trials. Madam Foreperson elbowed juror number 2, whose head snapped up and eyes opened. Unaware that all eyes in the courtroom were on him, he turned to the buxom professional woman, took the piece of paper, and read it. Eyes widening, he read it again. Then he turned his head slowly back toward Madam Foreperson, gave the woman a wink and a nod, folded the piece of paper, and put it in his jacket pocket. There was enough silence in the courtroom to carve into cubes and sell to school teachers by the pound. All heads swiveled back to the judge and the bailiff. The bailiff started to walk back toward the jury box, paused, and looked to Judge Williams for direction. The judge started to speak, stopped, and rubbed his jowls. The plaintiff looked as if she were about to slide down out of sight in the witness box out of pure mortification. Judge Williams said, "The court will take a 10-minute recess." He banged his gavel and disappeared in a flurry of robes, as all the spectators stood, the geezers elbowing one another and wheezing with quiet laughter.
The jury filed out. Juror number 2 was still smirking and winking at Madam Foreperson, who looked back once over her shoulder at number 2, rolled her eyes, and then disappeared from view, radiating chill into the air. Back in Sid's basement interrogation room office, Dar found Chief Investigator Olson. The secretary had stepped out.
A portable fan and the open door alleviated the worst of the stuffiness, but 50 years of close encounters of the third kind between sweating felons and equally sweaty cop interrogators still left a hint of miasma in the little room. "Thanks for waiting to see me," she said. "The DA and Dickweed showed me the morning papers. I see they've quit calling you the road rage killer." Dar poured himself a bit more cop coffee and said, "Right, now I'm the mysterious detective." "Let's see how good a detective you are," Sid said, and gestured toward her map with the red, blue, green, and yellow thumbtacks. "Can you tell me what the legend is for my little tactical command center map here?" Dar pulled his reading glasses out of his sport coat pocket and then peered over the top of them. "Red and blue are on roads, mostly freeways, not surface streets. So I'd guess swoop and squats?" Sid nodded, impressed. "Mostly swoop and squats. Can you tell the difference between the reds and blues?" "Nope," he said. "There are a lot more reds than blues. Wait a minute, I remember this one on the I-5 here. It was a fatality accident. Ancient blue Volvo, unemployed green card immigrant driving, all the trappings of a swoop and squat, but the driver of the squat car died." "All the red pins are swoop and squats with fatalities," said Sid. Dar whistled softly. "So many. That doesn't make much sense. Swoop and squats are usually staged on surface streets, not freeways. Too dangerous on freeways. Someone has to be alive to collect the money." Sid nodded. "What about the green pins?" she said. Dar studied the location of the more numerous greens. 2 seemed to be out in San Diego Harbor. Another 3 were clustered together in an unlikely spot in the Bear Hills east of Del Mar. Others were scattered around the LA and San Diego metropolitan areas and much of the area in between. None were on roads. "Construction site accidents," said Dar. "The 2 in the Bay looked at first like possible fraud cases because of the high coverage, but in each case they were long falls from scaffolds, both fatal. Nasty." "Still fraudulent, though," said Sid. Dar gave her a doubtful look. "I investigated the one at the aircraft carrier," he said. "The painter working for the civilian contractor had a history of fraudulent claims, but in this case he took a header 65 feet into a pile of steel pipes. His family didn't need the money that bad. The whole family was making a good living with slip and falls and swoop and squats." Sid smiled and crossed her arms. "How about the yellow pins?" "There's only one on the map," said Dar. "The others are all over here in the margins, waiting their turn." "And?" "And the one on the map is above Lake Elsinore, about where the Lookout restaurant is perched. So I'd guess yellow has something to do with me." "Correct. Actually, the yellow pins will mark points where someone has tried to kill you." Dar raised an eyebrow and looked at the margin of the map. Another dozen yellow pins were waiting. "I need to visit Lawrence and Trudy's place," Sid said briskly, gathering up her huge shoulder bag and setting her personal computer in a carrying case. "I know roughly where they live out by Escondido, but I'd rather ride with you." Dar shook his head. "I could get you out to Escondido, but I'm not coming back to the condo tonight." "The media." "Oh, yes," said Sid with a smile. "I watched some of their stakeout on the 7 a.m. local TV news. They still don't have a picture of you. It's driving them bugfuck." "Bugfuck," repeated Dar. He rubbed his chin. "How did you get out of there this morning without being mobbed?" "The police who were on duty outside the warehouse kept them on the main street below," said Dar. "I just drove the Land Cruiser out the back way and through some alleys before coming down the hill." "They probably have the tag number for your Toyota as well," said Dar. It was Dar's turn to nod. "But I parked way in hell in the rear of the secure Hall of Justice," he said. "Right under the drunk tank holding cell windows." Sid made a face. "Yeah, I know," said Dar. "I'll wash the truck tomorrow. But I don't think the media will see it there." "All right," said Chief Investigator. "But why can't you give me a ride out to the Stewart's place?" Dar sighed. "I can," he said, But you'll have to get back on your own. I'm headed up to my cabin in the hills after work." "That's perfect," said Sid. "We'll stop by the Hyatt to pick up my stuff." Dar frowned. The chief investigator paused by the door to explain. "You still have San Diego cops tasked to protect you around the clock, but if you head for your cabin in the hills, we're out of their jurisdiction. We can't really ask some local county sheriff to use his manpower guarding you." "Look, I never said," began Dar. Sid held up her hand. "While I, on the other hand, will not only serve as a perfect bodyguard this long weekend, but will use the time properly going through your computerized and hard copy case files to find the missing link here." Dar looked at her for a long moment, seeing the two of them reflected in the mirrored window. He wondered who might be watching from behind the one-way glass. "Do I have a choice?" he said at last. "Of course you do," said the chief investigator, giving him the warmest smile he had seen so far. "You're a free citizen." "Good," began Dar. "Of course, you're a free citizen facing a possible arraignment on vehicular manslaughter, and the court has ordered 24-hour protective surveillance on you. So I guess you're free to decide whether you drive or let me drive," said Sid. Lawrence and Trudy worked out of their home in a development not far from Escondido. Stewart Investigations, Inc. was a sprawling, two-level ranch house on a steep, ice plant-covered hill above a county road that ran down to the development golf course. Neither Lawrence nor Trudy played golf. In truth, Lawrence and Trudy did very little that did not relate to their insurance investigation work or their one source of relaxation, auto racing. The house itself held more than 4,500 square feet of space, but most of the usable space was a clutter of offices upstairs and down for the man and wife team. The Stewarts' cathedral-ceilinged living room had been empty of furniture for the first 3 years Dar had known them. He parked the Land Cruiser in front of a driveway filled with vehicles: Lawrence's old Isuzu Trooper, Trudy's leased Ford Contour, Lawrence's Ford Ecoline surveillance van with its tinted windows, 2 race cars, one on a trailer and the other in the 3-car garage, sitting next to a tarp-covered '67 Mustang, and 2 Goldwing motorcycles. "These all theirs?" asked Sid, as they walked up the drive through the pantheon of vehicles. "Sure," said Dar. "They used to have a couple of later model Mustangs, but sold them when they got the race cars." "What kind of racing?" "A special class using old Mazda RX-7s, said Dar. "Larry races in California, Arizona, Mexico, wherever they can get to in a weekend. Trudy always goes along." "Lawrence and Trudy do everything together," said Dar. Dar rang a buzzer under an intercom. While they waited, Sid looked at the surrounding houses on the hill. "No sidewalks," she said flatly. Dar raised an eyebrow. "You new to California, investigator?" 3 years, said Sid, "but I still hate the idea of no sidewalks." Dar gestured toward the 7 vehicles in the driveway and open garage. "Why the hell would anyone in California need a sidewalk?" "Come on in," said Trudy's voice over the intercom. "We're in the kitchen." When Sid and Dar trekked through the acres of unused living room, scarcely used dining room, and overused work areas to the kitchen, Stewart Investigations was taking a coffee break. Lawrence was on a stool, hunched over the counter with his elbows on the formica and his face red with concentration. Trudy was standing behind the counter but leaning toward her massive husband as if they were involved in a fierce but friendly contest of wills. "Olds Rocket 88, said Trudy in a bass growl. "Toyota RAV4, answered Lawrence in a mincing falsetto. He waved Dar and Sid toward 2 empty stools at the counter and gestured toward the coffee pot and clean mugs. As the 2 guests poured some coffee for themselves, Lawrence growled, "Pontiac Grand Prix." "Mitsubishi Galant," said Trudy, now using the falsetto voice. "Mercury Cougar," she growled back, as if slamming a ball over the net. Lawrence hesitated. "Ford Contour," said Sid, in a tone several octaves higher than her usual pleasant speaking voice. "Oh, Jesus," said Dar. "Shh," said Trudy, "you'll break the rhythm. Go ahead, Investigator Olson, your serve." "Ah, same letter," mused Sid. In a lumberjack's growl, she said, "Dodge Charger." "Honda Civic," replied Lawrence in an exaggerated sissy voice.
Then he roared, "Chevy Impala." "Infinity," said Trudy. "Isuzu Impulse," minced Sid. Trudy pointed. "Your point. Impulse is wimpier and more stupid than Infinity. You can serve any letter." "Ford Thunderbird," yelled Sid. "Ford Taurus," cried Lawrence. "Toyota Tercel," said Trudy triumphantly. She banged her coffee cup down and frowned at her husband. "Taurus means bull, Larry. A bull has balls. What's a tercel, anyway? Some kind of bird? It means nothing." "Lawrence," said Lawrence. "Are you guys finished with the testosterone-estrogen game?" asked Dar. "Nope," said Trudy. "It's 40 love. My serve." She paused only a second. "American Motors Eagle." "It's not produced anymore," said Dar. Everyone ignored him. Obviously, he did not understand the rules. "Escort," lisped Lawrence. "Honda Elantra," said Trudy, as if slapping down a trump card. "Suzuki Esteem," said Sid. Both Lawrence and Trudy nodded, giving Sid the point. "What's wimpier than calling a car an Esteem?" said Trudy. "Especially a piece of Suzuki junk. It's like naming a car My Pride." "When I was a teenager," said Dar, "I drove a big, thinned 1960 Chrysler New Yorker that my girlfriend named Beatrice." The other three looked at him as if he had passed wind. "Where were we?" said Lawrence. 2 points from match point," said Trudy. "Sid or me? I'll serve." She paused only a second. "Pontiac Firebird." "Ford Fiasco," snapped back Lawrence. "Nothing wimpier than a fiasco." "Ford Fiestas aren't being produced anymore," said Sid. "Now they're Festivas." "Your point. Your serve," said Trudy. "Buick Roadmaster," growled Sid, drawing out the syllables in master. "RAV4," said Lawrence. "Foul," said Trudy. "You already used that one." She paused. "R's a tough one. Plymouth Reliant." "Too tough," said Lawrence. "All I can think of is the Buick Riata," said Sid. "And that's not sissy enough, even if it doesn't mean anything." "RX-7 is sort of wimpy," said Trudy. "Hey," said Lawrence, sounding sincerely hurt. "He raced rebuilt RX-7s." "Why don't I serve?" suggested Dar. "Whoever wins this one wins." "Agreed," said the other three. "Q45," said Dar. "That's a new car," protested Trudy. "And there's nothing especially sexy about Q45," repeated Dar. "It's in play. Go." There were several seconds of silence. "VW Quantum," said Sid. "Wow," said Trudy. "Winner." "Not so fast," said Dar. "Alfa Romeo Quadrifoglio." The others squinted at him suspiciously. "It's real," said Lawrence at last. "I worked a wreck of one on the 410 3 years ago." "We know it's real," said Trudy. "We're just trying to decide if it's—" "I win," said Dar. "Who made you judge and jury?" said Lawrence pleasantly enough. Dar smiled tightly. "I'm not judge and jury," he said. "I'm just the foreperson." He looked meaningfully at the boxes of files that were stacked in the other room. "Can we go to work now on finding out which case might have made the Russian mafia want to kill me?" 7G is for whiz. 3 hours and 80 files later, Lawrence sat back in his chair and said, "I give up. What the hell are we looking for?" "Fraudulent claims," said Sid, gesturing toward the stack of files they had separated under just that heading. "That's 60-some% of what we deal with," said Trudy. "None of these in which Dar did the accident reconstruction seem important enough to warrant killing him." The chief investigator nodded. Her eyes looked tired. Dar noticed that she wore rimless glasses when she read. "Well," said Dar, "you can't say it's dull reading." Sid nodded. "These accident victim reports are masterpieces, all right. Listen to this one. The telephone pole was approaching fast. I was attempting to swerve out of its way when it struck my front end." Trudy opened a file. "Here's one of my favorites. I had been driving my car for 40 years when I fell asleep at the wheel and had an accident." Dar pulled an old file out. "This fellow's never heard of the Fifth Amendment. The guy was all over the road. I had to swerve several times before I hit him.
Lawrence grunted and flipped through the file. My claimant's been watching too many X-Files episodes. An invisible car came out of nowhere, struck my vehicle, and vanished. I had an X-File one, said Sid, flipping through the thick blue folders. Here. The accident happened when the right front door of a car came around the corner without giving any signal. I hate it when that happens, said Dar. Notice how accident victims love passive voice in their depositions, said Trudy. Here's a typical one. A pedestrian I did not see hit me, then went sliding under my car. But they're honest, in a stupid way, said Lawrence. I remember taking this bozo statement. Coming home, I drove into the wrong house and collided with a tree I don't have. Trudy was giggling as she read. I pulled away from the side of the road, glanced at my mother-in-law in the other seat, and headed over the embankment. I understand that one well enough, rumbled Lawrence. Trudy quit giggling and gave him a look. Sid suddenly laughed aloud. Here's a possible case of overkill, she said, flipping to a statement transcript. In an attempt to kill a fly, I drove into a telephone pole. We're getting silly, people, said Dar, glancing at his watch. We started silly, said Trudy. She looked at the stack of fraudulent claims. Do we have anything that looks at all likely? 2, I think, said Dar, pulling dossiers from the teetering pile. Remember the rebar case on the I-5 in May? What's that? Said Sid. Rebar is steel rods used to reinforce concrete, intoned Lawrence. I know what rebar is, said the investigator. What's the case? May 23rd, said Dar, skimming through the file. I-5, 29 miles north of San Diego. Oh, God, said Lawrence. You did the reconstruction video graphics for that, but I was one of the first on the scene. Jesus. Sid waited. Asian guy, Vietnamese, just arrived in the States with his family. 8 kids, 3 months earlier, working as a delivery driver for a florist. Has one of those cab-forward Isuzu delivery vans, with the engine under the seat, nothing in front of him except plexiglass and a thin sheet of tin, said Lawrence, grimacing as he remembered. He was tailgating an open truck owned by a little construction firm out of La Jolla, Burnett Construction, strictly a family business. Bill Burnett, the owner, driving a load of rebar. Sticking out behind the trailer bed? Asked Sid. By 8 feet, said Lawrence. It was red-flagged, but... The insurance investigator took a breath. The poor Vietnamese guy was tailgating, doing about 55, when someone swerved in front of Burnett's truck, and Burnett hit the brakes, hard. And the Vietnamese guy didn't? Said Dar. Dar shook his head. No, he did, but the brakes didn't work. No fluid. Sid exchanged glances with the others. This type of accident was rare. Bound bundles of rebar came through the windshield in front of the van and speared the delivery guy in 4 or 5 places, said Lawrence. Dragged him right out through the shattered windshield. Burnett's truck hadn't stopped, was still doing 30 or so when the collision happened, and he told me he could see this poor son of a bitch hanging back there from the rebar impaled in the face, throat, chest, left arm. But still alive, said Dar. Lawrence nodded, for the time being.
Burnett didn't know what to do, but he had the presence of mind not to hit the brakes again. That would have impaled the poor guy, Mr. Fong, even worse. So he pulled to the side of the road and gently slowed down with this poor devil dangling back there. That couldn't possibly be a swoop and squat, said Sid. Not with the squatter behind the rebar truck. Plus, there's no place for the squatter to squat and hide. That's what we thought, said Trudy. But when Dar did the reconstruction, it sure looked like a deliberate swoop. Very light traffic. A white pickup crossed 2 lanes, swooped in front of the Burnett vehicle, slammed on his brakes, and then accelerated away down an off-ramp. Was he trying to get to the off-ramp? Said Sid. Trudy shook her head. Ramp was on the right. The accident happened in the far left lane of 5 lanes. And the traffic was so light that there seemed to be no reason for the victim, Mr. Fong, to be tailgating the way he was. Several lanes were open. It looks like a swoop and squat setup. But the idea isn't to kill or permanently maim the victim in a swoop and squat, Sid said. They're supposed to be rear-ended in some sort of reinforced car and then claim whiplash or something, not be impaled from the front by rebar.
Did Mr. Fong die? Yeah, said Lawrence. 3 days later without regaining consciousness. What was the settlement? Asked the chief investigator. 2.6 million, said Trudy. Lawrence sighed. Burnett was running his construction company on a shoestring and took the lightest coverage he could afford. The settlement drove him into bankruptcy. Sid looked at the other file. This is also one of your red pins, said Dar. The one on the I-5 that I mentioned. This is definitely a swoop and squat. The rear car driver, Mr. Hernandez, had 3 disability and 8 personal injury claims pending. But also a fatality, said Sid. Yeah, said Dar. Everything went according to script up to the impact. Again, a pickup swooped in front of the squat car, a big old Buick, and hit its brakes. The target car, a new Cadillac, slammed into the rear of Hernandez's Buick just as planned. But then, Hernandez's Buick exploded. I thought that only happened in the movies, said Sid. Just about, said Dar. But my investigation found remnants of a crude battery-driven spark igniter in the gas tank of Mr. Hernandez's Buick. It was rigged to ignite after any sharp contact with the rear bumper. Murder, said Sid. Dar nodded. But in each case, the lawyer, who was the same lawyer, by the way, had lawsuits against both the other driver and the car maker. So the evidence of brake tampering and sabotage of the Hernandez car was dismissed in exchange for dropping the lawsuits against the manufacturers. I've been curious, said Sid, about how they pick the target vehicle for these swoop and squats. Trudy spoke. Several factors. Expensive car, of course, especially one with a State Farm or other big insurance sticker on the bumper, said Lawrence. Usually older drivers, said Trudy. Someone who doesn't react too quickly and will brake when they shouldn't. They don't want to hurt the people in the target vehicle, of course, said Dar. The idea is for the accomplice in the squat vehicle to claim the disability, usually invisible injuries such as whiplash or lower back, although insurance companies are getting tougher about that. But the classic swoop and squat here, Hernandez, ended in the death of the driver, said Sid. And the Fong accident doesn't fit the swoop and squat profile. It's true, said Dar, shaking his head. It seems inconceivable that he would volunteer to collide with a load of overhanging rebar. Unless it was his first time, said Sid. Unless he was set up. And Mr. Hernandez? Found in the typical squat position, said Trudy. Hunkered down under the wheel. The trunk of the old Buick was filled with sandbags and tires, typical reinforcement for a squat car to buffer the impact. But it all burned, including Mr. Hernandez, when the gas tank exploded. Settlement? $600,000, said Lawrence. So, now we come to the lawyer for both cases, Mr. Jorge Murphy Esposito, said Sid. We've known for a long time that he's a pure ambulance chaser. Trudy laughed. Esposito could dispatch ambulances, she said. He knows where the accidents are going to happen before they happen. Sid nodded. Dar, do you think Esposito's the one sicking the Russians on you? Dar sighed. My gut instinct says no. Esposito's small time. He works with the usual underclass of fraud claimants. I just don't see him branching out and playing the game on the level high enough to justify using Russian mafia hitmen. But this is a lead, said Sydney. Who were the other lawyers and doctors high on your list? Our fraudulent claims list? Asked Trudy. Yeah. Besides Esposito, there's Roger Velliers, Bobby James Tucker, Nicholas Van Derven, Abraham Willis, began Trudy. Interrupted Lawrence. Willis is dead. Dar raised an eyebrow. Since when? I testified in a case against his plaintiff just a month ago. Since last Thursday, said Lawrence. The good counselor died in a single-car wreck up near Carmel. Well, live by the sword, said Sid. Esposito's handling the family's lawsuit, said Lawrence. Trudy grunted softly. Professional courtesy. Sid got up from the table and stretched. Well, we'll cross-check Dar's files with these and try to see which of these ambulance chasers is most involved. Trudy looked at the two of them. Are you headed back to San Diego? Dar only shook his head. Sid said, we're hiding out from the press up at Dar's cabin for the weekend. Lawrence did not exactly waggle his eyebrows, but the look he gave Dar might as well have been a leer and a wink. Been a long time since you've had anyone up there, isn't it, Darwin? Besides us, I mean.
"I've never had anyone up there besides you," said Dar, with a warning look. "It seems that I'm in protective custody." There was a silence. Then Trudy said brightly, "Oh, before you go. Investigator Olson, Sid." "Sid," continued Trudy, "could you give us your professional opinion on a piece of surveillance tape?" "Sure," said Sid. "Ah, Trudy, no," said Lawrence. His face reddened behind his mustache. "Geez, we need an opinion," said Trudy. "Ah, no," said Lawrence. He took his glasses off and wiped them with a handkerchief while his face grew redder and redder. "It's just over an hour of tape," Trudy said to Sid, "but we'll fast forward it. Dar, you've testified in a lot of these cases. I'd like your opinion as well." Dar and Sid followed Trudy into the real living room where the 60-inch TV and the reclining lazy boys were. The half-inch VHS tape opened with a steady shot of a woman, early middle age, dressed in lycra tights, gym shorts, and tennis shoes, walking out of a middle-class tract home and getting into a battered old Honda Accord. The camera zoomed in on the subject's face, but the woman was wearing dark glasses and a scarf over her hair, so it was difficult to get a clear image of her. The video was in color with a digital readout in the lower right corner of the screen, giving the date, hour, minutes, and seconds. "Shot from your surveillance van?" Sid asked Lawrence. Said Lawrence, who had not joined the group on the lazy boy couch, but was standing back toward the dining room, as if ready to flee. Trudy cleared her throat. "The woman's name is Pamela Dibbs. She has 3 lawsuits pending, 2 of them relating to clients of ours, Jack in the Box and Wondermart." "Disability claims?" said Sid. "Yes," said Trudy, as the video showed the Accord driving away. There was a jump cut to the same Accord pulling into a parking space outside a large building. Lawrence had obviously known her destination and beaten her there in his Astrovan surveillance vehicle. The camera zoomed as Miss Pamela Dibbs walked hurriedly toward the building. 3 slip and falls, said Trudy. She's claiming massive lower back trauma that has left her housebound, essentially an invalid.
She has affidavits from 2 doctors supporting this. Both the doctors work with lawyer Esposito. Sid nodded. Suddenly, the camera view shifted. No longer color, the rough black and white image wobbled as someone carried the camera down a corridor. The picture was relatively clear, but distorted, as if shot through an anamorphic lens. The camera view panned right, and all at once there was a reflection in a wall of mirrors. Lawrence, all 250 pounds of him, in a ragged sweatshirt, gym shorts, bare legs, knobby knees, and tattered sneakers. He was wearing a fanny pack, had a kerchief tied around his brow Rambo style, and was sporting a pair of oversized, heavy-framed sunglasses. The reflection seemed startled, and then Lawrence looked himself up and down in the mirror for a long moment before moving into the main exercise room. "Shit," said Lawrence softly from behind the couch. "Where's the camera?" asked Sid. "In the glasses?" "Part of the glasses frame," said Trudy. "Tiny little lens, hardly bigger than a rhinestone. The fiber optic cable runs down to the recorder in his fanny pack." "Where's the wire?" Sid began, and then said, "Oh." Lawrence's reflection was turning away from gazing at himself, and now she could see the sunglass cords which hung down behind Lawrence's neck, disappearing under the collar of the sweatshirt. They watched in real time as Lawrence joined the exercise group, standing one mat directly behind Mrs. Dibbs. There was no sound, but one could imagine the music blaring its beat as the group began its warm-up exercises. Mrs. Dibbs squatted, thrust, kicked, did jumping jacks, and ran in place quite nicely for a totally disabled person. She had taken her own sunglasses and scarf off, and her face was quite clear in the mirror that faced the exercise group. The group leader was a woman in spandex tights, and the thong running between the muscled hills of her buttocks was also very visible in the mirror. Also visible, amidst all the women in black lycra, was Lawrence hopping, squatting, huffing, and swinging his arms, always a beat or two behind Mrs. Dibbs and the rest of the squadron. He was still wearing his sunglasses, of course. "Are you asking my advice on this for legal reasons?" said Sid. "Yes," said Trudy, holding the VCR remote in her right hand as if ready to pull it away if Lawrence lunged for it. Well, you've obviously got the goods on her, said Sid, but you can't use it if this is a private recreation facility. It would be as illegal as videotaping her on a trampoline in her own backyard. Trudy nodded. It's a city exercise facility, public property. And you cleared it with the manager there? Yep. And the class is open to anyone in the community? Trudy looked up at the video where Mrs. Dibbs and the entire group of buffed-up young women had dropped into a quick squat, arms straight ahead of them. In the mirror, Lawrence tried to follow suit, almost lost his balance, pinwheeled his arms, and gained the squat just as the rest of the group hopped up and began more leg kicks. The video was in black and white, but Lawrence's face in the mirror was darkening, sweat stains beginning to appear through the thick sweatshirt cotton. I don't see any problem then, said Sid. You can show this to the court and jury as long as it isn't edited. That's the problem, Trudy said, and began fast-forwarding through the tape. Lawrence made a growling noise behind them. After the set of exercises was over, Lawrence's point-of-view camera slogged slowly into the mirror-lined hallway and swooped down on a drinking fountain. The camera picked up his reflection as he wiped his mouth, removed the glasses for a second, showing his feet, and then set the camera lens back in place as he mopped his cheeks and forehead with the kerchief. He was pouring sweat. He should have left then, said Trudy in a monotone. Lawrence growled. It wouldn't have been polite, and I paid for the entire session, and I wanted to show Mrs. Dibbs working out for the full hour. Well, said Trudy. She increased the fast-forward to high speed. The workout became a frenzied thrashing of lycra-clad arms and legs, buttocks thrusting, thighs rippling, and several beats behind all this near-erotic, sweaty female motion, the reflected image of the overweight, mustached man in sunglasses earnestly trying to keep up, breathing through his mouth now, his face so dark that the camera was showing the constant reddening without the benefit of color. Still in fast motion. 3 more breaks, 3 more trips to the drinking fountain. Then the 4th and final break before the end of the tape. The digital readout showed that the class had been exercising for 48 minutes. The women broke ranks. Some ran in place during the break. Some chatted in groups. Mrs. Dibbs was one of the runners. Lawrence, in subjective camera, trudged out to the hallway again. There was a flash of reflection of him at the water fountain, sweatshirt now living up to its name, totally soaked through, face so dark that it looked like he was going to bust a blood vessel. And then the camera turned away from the drinking fountain and the exercise room, down the mirrored corridor, through a door marked men. Sid started laughing. Okay, yelled Lawrence from the dining room. You can turn it off, Trudy. They get the idea. Trudy put it into fast-forward again. The camera seemed to rush at one of the urinals, looked down while gym shorts were tugged out of the way. Then the view shifted to the tiles above the urinal, then down, then up again, then down, the final flips and tucking away, over to the sink, Lawrence's reflection in the mirror, still wearing the Jack Nicholson shades, the time readout still flicking away in ghostly digital numbers. Then back to the exercise room for the last few minutes of exercise. He followed Mrs. Dibbs out to the parking lot. The claimant seemed invigorated by the workout and almost skipped to her Honda. The camera seemed to be lurching dangerously, once pausing by a fence post where Lawrence's hand came into view, hanging on for support. Sid was still laughing. Nothing personal, she managed to say, raising her voice so Lawrence could hear in the kitchen, where he had retreated beyond the dining room. You see the problem? Said Trudy. Sid was rubbing her cheeks. You can't edit video shown in a courtroom, she said, her voice shaking in its attempt to stay steady. It's all or nothing. I goddamn forgot, yelled Lawrence from the kitchen. You can do it over, said Dar. We think Mrs. Dibbs has made Larry, said Trudy. Lawrence, came the voice from the kitchen. And you can damn well do it over, Trudy. Trudy shook her head. I was the one who took Mrs. Dibbs' statements. It looks like this is it. Well, began Sid. I'd use it, said Dar. Counting the van surveillance tape, it's almost an hour before we get to the X-rated part. I don't think the jury or the claimant's attorneys will let you show that much. They'll want to shut it off as soon as possible. Yeah, agreed Sid. Just put it in the record that there's another 40 minutes of tape, or whatever.
I think you're safe." "Easy for you guys to say," came Lawrence's voice from the kitchen. Sid caught Dar's eye. "If we're going to get all the way up to Julian and your cabin by nightfall, we should get going." Dar nodded. On his way out, passing through the kitchen, he patted Lawrence on the back. "Nothing to be ashamed of, amigo." "What do you mean?" growled the big man. "You washed your hands after," said Dar, "just like our mamas taught us. The jury will be proud of you." Lawrence said nothing, but was staring daggers at Trudy now. Dar and Sid climbed into the Land Cruiser and headed for the hills. 8. H is for preparation. Dar and Sid took Highway 78 from Escondido into the wooded mountains, stopping in the little town of Julian for dinner before going on to the cabin.
Listener's space to absorb and reflect. Julian had once been a small mining town, and now it was an even smaller tourist town. But the restaurant Dar chose served better than decent food in ample amounts for a decent price and had no large bar, so even on a Friday evening it was not filled with boisterous locals. The owner knew Dar and showed them to a table in a bay window of what had been the main parlor of an old Victorian home. The place served good wine. Sid knew the pros and cons of the vintages. She chose a bottle, and they shared an excellent Merlot over conversation. The conversation itself surprised Dar. Over the years, he had become a master at subtly turning the focus on the other person. It was amazing, really, how easily people could be steered into talking about themselves for hours on end. But Chief Investigator Sydney Olson was different. She responded to his questions with a brief summary of her years with the FBI and an even briefer description of her failed marriage. Kevin was also a special agent, but he hated fieldwork, and that was all I wanted to do. Then she hit the ball back in his court. "Why did the NASA review board fire you when you told them that some of the Challenger astronauts had survived the initial explosion?" she asked, holding her wine glass in both hands. Her nails, Dar noticed, were short and unpolished. He gave her what Trudy had once called his Clint Eastwood smile. "They didn't fire me," he said. "They just replaced me quickly before I could put anything in writing. At any rate, I was just a junior member of the support staff for the real review board." "All right then," said Sid. "Tell me how you knew that some of them had survived the explosion only to die after the fall." Dar sighed. He saw no way out of some exposition. "Are you sure you want to talk about this over dinner?" "Well," said Sid, "I suppose we could discuss poor Mr. Fong getting rebarred right out of the cab of his Isuzu van, but I'd rather hear about the Challenger investigation." Dar did not comment on her use of rebar as a verb. He explained briefly about his doctoral work in physics. "Shaped plasma events?" said Sid. "As in explosions?" "Precisely, as in explosions," agreed Dar. They didn't really understand much about the dynamics of plasma wavefronts in those days because the analytical use of chaos mathematics, what they call complexity theory today, was in its infancy. "So you became an expert on chaos at the wave end of explosions," said Sid. "And other extremely high-temperature events, yes," said Dar. "Is there much demand for that sort of expertise in the job market?" Dar sighed and set his wine glass down. "More than you can imagine. Shaped charges was the in thing in armaments at the time. Ask the Iraqis in their Russian tanks after the American Sabot round penetrated 8 inches of armor and detonated in a shaped explosion." "I don't suppose they're around to ask," said Sid. "No." "So you joined the National Transportation Safety Board," she said. "With your PhD, it sounds like you were overqualified." "Unfortunately," said Dar, "there are more plasma events in commercial aviation than we like to think about. And it takes some training to work backward in deductive steps because the dynamics of the explosion itself have to be completely understood." "Lockerbie," said Sid, "or TWA Flight 800. "Exactly," said Dar. The waiter came by and cleared their plates.
When their cups of coffee arrived, Sid said, "So, that got you to the higher echelons of the NTSB, and that put you on the staff of the Challenger Commission. So how did you know that they survived the explosion?" "I didn't know," said Dar, "at first. It's just that I was more aware of how resilient the human body is in explosions. Most explosions are like leaps from tall buildings. It's not the fall that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end," supplied Sid. Dar nodded. "The actual blast is not necessarily damaging to a human body that is restrained as tightly as the astronauts were in their couches. They're strapped in tighter than a NASCAR driver, and you see the horrific wrecks those guys walk away from." Sid nodded. "So, you think the poor teacher and some of the others survived that horrendous main fuel tank explosion?" "No, not the teacher," said Dar, and even after all these years he felt the twinge of sadness. "She and another astronaut were on the lower deck, directly in the force of the blast. They probably died very quickly, if not instantly. NASA made a point of saying that they all must have died without knowing what hit them," said Sid. "Yeah, the whole country was in shock. That's what we all wanted to hear. But even in the first hours after the explosion, it was apparent from video and radar of the falling debris that the main crew cabin, the upper deck so to speak, had stayed intact through the whole 2-minute and 45-second fall." "An eternity," muttered Sid, her eyes becoming cloudy. "And you said that you know PEEPs," said Dar. "PEEPs? Personal egress air packs. Essentially, they're tiny little oxygen bottles that the astronauts use in case of sudden depressurization. They weren't wearing spacesuits, remember? The Challenger Commission made that recommendation after studying the tragedy. That's why John Glenn and all the others who've flown since have gone up in spacesuits, just like the early astronauts. But these PEEPs?" Sid's voice was very small and held none of the voyeuristic thrall that Dar had heard in so many people's tone when discussing fatal accidents. "They recovered them from what was left of the main cabin," said Dar. "Actually, they recovered almost all of the shuttle. They rebuilt it in pieces on wood and wire frames, just like we do airliners after the fact. But anyway, yes. 5 of the PEEPs had been used, 2 minutes and 45 seconds worth. The exact time from the explosion until impact." Sydney closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, she said, "Couldn't that have been some sort of automatic thing?" Dar shook his head. "The PEEPs had to be activated manually. In fact, the command pilot couldn't turn his own on without help. The astronaut behind him, the other woman aboard, would have to loosen her harness straps and lean forward to turn his on from behind. And his had been used." "My God," said Sydney. They drank coffee in silence for a minute. "Dar," she began. Dar could not remember if she had used his first name before, but he suddenly noticed it now. Her tone was different. "Dar," said the chief investigator, "all this stuff about me coming to the cabin to protect you, all the eyebrow waggling back at Lawrence and Trudy's, you need to know that I'm not—" "I know you're not," began Dar, a bit irritated. Sid held up her hand. "Please, let me finish. I'm telling you up front that I'm not looking for a romantic liaison, and I'm certainly not looking for a roll in the hay. I like joking with you because you've got a sense of humor drier than the Borrego Desert, but I'm not going to play games." "I know, Dar," began again, but again she silenced him with a raised palm. "I'm almost through," Sid said very quietly. "No one was at the nearby tables, and the waiter was far across the room. Dickweed really did want to bring you up on vehicular manslaughter charges." "You're shitting me," said Dar. "Even after seeing the videotape?" "Because of the tape," said the chief investigator. "It was the kind of case that even an asshole like Dickweed could win. Obvious road rage." "Road rage," said Dar, angry now. "Those were Russian mafia hitmen. They found their automatic weapons in the goddamn wreckage. And besides, this whole road rage phenomenon is a load of crap. You know that, Olson. There's not a higher percentage of traffic-related assaults today than there was 2 decades ago.
Sid used both palms now to calm him. Yes, yes, I know that. Road rage has everything to do with how the news anchors enjoy the alliteration and almost nothing to do with facts.
But dickweed might still have brought charges just because road rage is a popular topic these days, and it would have got him TV coverage. Road rage, muttered Dar, sipping coffee so as not to say what he felt about the assistant district attorney and his political ambitions. Anyway, continued Sid, I sold them all on using you as bait in uncovering this larger fraud ring that the state has been after. Dickweed and his boss saw that as an even bigger media plus than a road rage trial. But it meant that you either had to be kept under constant surveillance or protective custody, or be watched by you, said Dar. Yes, said Sid. She sat in silence for a long moment. Then she said, and I know about the Fort Collins crash. Dar just looked at her. Part of him was not surprised. She had access to a hell of a lot of background dossiers, and his background would be important for her to check on in her ongoing case. But another part of him curled up in pain at the mention of something he never spoke about to anyone. I know it's none of my business, Sid said, her voice even softer than before. But it said in the report that you were actually called to the scene of the crash. How could that be? How could they have done that? The muscles around Dar's mouth twitched in imitation of a smile. They didn't know that my wife and baby were on that flight when it went down. Barmy wife had planned to come back from Washington the next day, but her mother had recovered faster than anyone expected. She just wanted to get home a day earlier. There was a silence, broken by loud laughter from the bar. A young couple walked by on their way out. They were holding hands. You don't have to talk about it, said Sid. I know, said Dar. And I haven't. Even to Larry and Trudy, although they know the basic facts of it. But I'm answering your question. Sid nodded. So that's it. My wife and the baby were supposed to arrive the next day, but they boarded this earlier flight, a 737 that went nose first into a park on the outskirts of Fort Collins. And you were called? Said Sid. I was on the NTSB Go team that staged out of Denver, said Dar, his voice without emotion. We covered any crash in a 6-state region. Fort Collins is only about 70 miles from Denver. But Sid began and stopped. She looked down at her coffee cup. Dar shook his head. That was my job, looking at plane wrecks. Luckily, someone in the Denver office got a first look at the flight manifest and noticed my wife's name. They notified my team's supervisor only about half an hour after I got to the scene. But there wasn't much to see anyway. The 737 went in nose first. The crater was almost 20 feet deep and 60 feet across. There was a lot of the usual crash detritus. Shoes, always many shoes, a burned teddy bear here and there, a green purse, but most of the human remains had to be retrieved by archaeologists. Sid looked up. And it's one of the few accidents that the NTSB didn't solve, didn't find a clear cause for. One of 4, counting TWA 800, said Dar softly. Wind shear was suspected, and the FAA recommended changing certain control connections to the rudder of the Boeing 737s after that. But nothing seemed to explain such a sudden and complete loss of control. When they came to get me, I was actually interviewing a teenaged girl who lived in the apartment building right next to the park. 100 feet shorter and the casualty list would have been doubled. And this girl said that when she looked out her 4th-floor window, she could see the faces of the people in the plane upside down as the 737 augured in. The faces were quite clear because it was just after dark and the people had their reading lights on. Stop, please, said Sid. I'm so sorry I brought it up. Dar was quiet for a moment. He felt as if he were returning from somewhere far away. He looked at the chief investigator and realized with a shock that she was crying.
"It's all right," he said, stifling the impulse to pat her hand where it lay on the white tablecloth. "It's all right. It was a long time ago." 10 years isn't a long time, whispered Sid. She turned toward the window and wiped away the tears with 2 angry swipes of her hand. "No," agreed Dar. Sid looked back at him, and her blue eyes seemed infinitely deep. "May I ask one thing?" Dar nodded. "You didn't resign from the NTSB and move out to California until almost 2 years after that crash," she said. "How could you continue doing that work?" "It was my job," said Dar. "I was good at it." Sydney Olson smiled very slightly. "I've read your whole file, Dr. Minor. You're still the best accident reconstruction person in the business. So then, why do you work primarily with Stewart Investigations? I know you're fairly well off and don't need a huge salary, but why Lawrence and Trudy?" "I like them," Dar said. "Larry makes me laugh." They arrived at Dar's cabin just after sunset, twilight hanging in the soft summer evening air like a muted tapestry. The cabin sat by itself up a half-mile of gravel road, south and east of the town of Julian, on the very edge of the Cleveland National Forest. Its view looked down broad meadows and across great valleys of grass to the south. Above and behind the cabin, the ponderosa pines and Douglas fir grew thicker, ending in a rocky ridgetop. Sid stared in admiration. "Wow," she said. "You say cabin, and I picture caulked logs and mice scurrying around." Dar glanced at his trim stone and redwood structure with its long porch looking south. "Nope," he said. "It's only 6 years old. I bought the property when I first came out here, lived in the sheep wagon before this place." "Sheep wagon?" said Sid. Dar nodded. "You'll see. And I bet you built this all by yourself." "Hardly," said Dar with a chuckle. "I'm incompetent with a hammer and saw. A local builder, 70 years old, named Bert McNamara, did most of the work." "My God," said Sid, as she came around to the front of the building along the open porch. "A hot tub. It has a nice view. On a cold winter's night, you can sit in the tub and see the few lights out on the Capitan Grande Indian Reservation way across the valley there." Dar unlocked the front door and stood aside to let Sid enter first. "I see why you don't have, guests too often," said Sid softly. The last of the evening light illuminated the large single room. Dar had not partitioned the cabin, except for the bathroom area, and only groupings of furniture and carpet delineated one area from another. Most of the walls were lined with bookshelves, but there were several huge French original posters, one advertising a fishing line and showing a woman catching a trout from a canoe, the art stylized in wonderful 1920s negative space blacks and bold lines. The southeast corner held a large L-shaped desk under 12/12 paned windows. The view from that area was amazing. A huge fireplace took up much of the west wall. The windows on either side were soft with twilight. There was a scattering of comfortable leather chairs and couches near it, and the single bed, covered in a Hudson's Bay blanket, was just behind the long couch. "I like to watch the fire from bed," said Dar. "Uh-huh," said Sid. Dar dropped his own bags. He picked 2 lanterns off hooks on the wall. "Come on, I'll get you set up in the sheep wagon." Dar led her back out onto the porch in the fading twilight, and about 100 feet along a well-maintained trail. Japanese snow lanterns made of stone lined the path at 20-foot intervals. After walking through a small stand of birch, they entered a grassy clearing, and the wagon came into sight. The old Basque sheepherder's wagon had been completely renovated with ancient wood and glass. Now the wheeled structure had a small porch, a screen door, and a canvas awning on the south side. Near it, several Adirondack chairs had been set facing a view even more incredible than the cabins. Dar gestured, and Sid walked up the 4 steps, opened the unlocked doors, and stepped into the small space.
"This may be the coziest room I've ever seen in my life," Sid said softly. The sheep wagon was only 18 feet long and 7 feet wide, but the space was used with great ingenuity. There was a tiny bathroom to the right as one entered, a small sink under a window on the north side, a tiny eating booth on the south side, and the entire west end was comprised of a built-in bed under a hemisphere of old window panes. The barrel-vaulted ceiling was low, but it gleamed with slats of honey-colored old wood. Various pegs and hooks lined the walls, and Dar hung the lanterns on 2 of them. The high bed looked impossibly comfortable, with a homemade patchwork quilt on it and several huge pillows at either end. Drawers were built into the wainscoting under the mattress area. "There's no electricity," said Dar, "but the plumbing works. We ran a line down from the same cistern that serves the cabin. No shower or tub, I'm afraid. There just wasn't room, but there's no charge for using the big shower in the cabin." "Did your Mr. McNamara build this as well?" asked Sid, sliding into the wooden booth and looking through the small panes at the last of the sunset. The tiny space gave the impression of being below decks in a very tiny but cozy boat. Dar shook his head. My wife and I had this built the summer before the crash. In a magazine, Architectural Digest, we read about an interior designer and an old rancher and builder up in Montana who were buying up old Basque sheep wagons and converting them into, well, this. They built the thing according to our plans, and then disassembled it, shipped it to Colorado, and put it together again. I did the same thing when I moved it out here." Sid looked up at him. "Did the 3 of you ever use it?" Dar shook his head again. "We'd bought some property in the Rockies, not too far from Denver, but that was the winter that David was born, and then, well, we never got to spend time in it." "But you did," said Sid. "Out here, alone." Dar nodded. "But I had to do more and more work on the weekends," he said, "mostly on the computer. So I had the cabin built rather than electrify the sheep wagon." "Good choice," said the chief investigator. "French sheets and pillowcases in those drawers under the bed," said Dar, "also clean towels. And no mice. I was up here last weekend and checked." "I wouldn't care if there were mice," said Sid. Dar opened a drawer, removed a box of kitchen matches, and lit the lanterns. Instantly, the old wood everywhere, and especially in the vaulted ceiling, began to glow with a honeyed warmth. "The little 2-burner stove is propane," he said, "like a camp stove, really. There's no fridge, so perishable things I keep in the cabin. You can leave the lanterns on when you leave, they're safe, but bring this to find your way back." He opened another drawer and pulled out a flashlight. Dar went to the door. "You're welcome to just settle in here, or to come over to the cabin for some hot tea or something." "We've still got a lot of files to go through," said Sid. Dar made a face. "You go on," said Sid. "I'm going to settle in, as you say, and just enjoy this perfect little place for a while before I come down." Dar took some matches. "I'll light the snow lanterns so the path will be illuminated." Sid just smiled. She came down the trail to the cabin about an hour later. She had changed out of her professional-looking suit into jeans, a flannel shirt, and cross-trainer sneakers. Her 9mm pistol was holstered to her belt. It was full dark now, and a mountain chill had set in. Dar had started a small fire in the huge fireplace, and his old reel-to-reel tape player was playing classical music. He had not thought about the selection, merely flipped on the player as he usually did when alone in the cabin. But the music was an assortment of lovely pieces. The Adagietto 4th movement from Mahler's 5th Symphony, the 2nd movement from Brahms' 2nd Piano Concerto, the 2nd movement from Beethoven's 7th, the 3rd and 4th movements from Mendelssohn's Italian Symphony, Kyoko Takezawa playing Mendelssohn's Andante movement from the Concerto for Violin and Orchestra, Op. 64, Kyrie Alezans from both Beethoven's Mass in Solemnis and Mozart's Requiem, some Mitsuko Uchida and Horowitz piano solos, including Dar's favorite, the Scriabin Etude in C-sharp minor, Op. 2 No. 1, from the extraordinary Horowitz in Moscow album, Ying Huang singing opera arias with the London Symphony Orchestra, and lighter pieces with Heinz Holliger on oboe with orchestra. At the last second, Dar was afraid that the chief investigator would think that he was trying to set a romantic mood, but he saw at once from her expression that she simply liked the music. "Mozart," she said, listening to the amazing voices in the Requiem. She nodded and came over to join him by the fire, sitting in the other leather club chair across from his. "Would you like some hot tea?" Dar had said. "Green, mint, Gray's breakfast, regular Lipton's." Sid's gaze had moved to the antique Hoosier by the kitchen counter. "Is that a bottle of Macallan?" she said.
"It is indeed," said Dar, "pure single malt." "It's almost full," she said. "I don't like to drink alone. I'd love a whiskey," she said. Dar went over to the counter, retrieved 2 crystal whiskey glasses from the cupboard, and poured. "Ice?" he said. "In good single malt?" said the chief investigator. "You go near an ice cube, and I'll draw down on you." Dar nodded. The glasses of amber liquid glowed as he came back close to the fire. They savored the scotch in silence for several comfortable minutes. Dar was shocked to realize that he was taking great pleasure in this woman's company, and that there was a slight but growing physical tension, awareness might be a better word, between the two of them. "It reminds me of," Sid was saying. Dar shook his head. "Literally, to clear it." "I'm sorry," he said. "What did you say?" Sid looked around the glowing room. Small halogen spots illuminated bookcases and works of art. The firelight was reflected in the many window panes. A single swing lamp put a circle of light on Dar's work table at the far end of the long room. I said, "Do you know what all this reminds me of?" "No," Dar said softly. Still feeling the tides of the sexual and emotional tension between them, he had the overwhelming feeling that Sid was about to make a personal comment that would bring them a step closer, would change both of their lives forever, whether he wanted to or not. "What does all this remind you of?" "It reminds me of one of those stupid action movies where a cop is put in charge of guarding the life of some witness. So they head far off to the woods, far from any backup. They set up camp in a house full of huge picture windows to make it easy for a sniper," said Sid. "And then the cop is totally surprised when someone takes a shot at them."
Did you ever see Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston in The Bodyguard? No, said Dar, shook her head. It was silly. The script was originally written for Steve McQueen and Diana Ross. That might have been better. At least McQueen seemed to be thinking when he was on screen. Dar swallowed some scotch and said nothing. She paused for a second. She seemed far away. Then she shrugged. "Do you keep any weapons in the cabin?" "You mean firearms?" "Yes." "No," said Dar, stating the literal truth, but lying just the same. "I take it from your earlier comments that you frown on handguns." "I think they're the bane and shame of America," said Dar. "Our worst sin since slavery." Sid nodded. "But you aren't offended with me keeping my weapon handy?" "You're an officer of the law," said Dar. "You're required to." Sid nodded again. "But you have no shotguns, hunting rifles?" Dar shook his head. "Not in the cabin. I have some old weapons stored away." "You know what the best home defense weapon is?" asked Sid. She took a drink of whiskey and held the glass in both hands. "A pit bull?" ventured Dar. "Nope. A pump-action shotgun. Doesn't matter what gauge." "I guess it wouldn't require much target practice to hit someone with a shotgun," agreed Dar. "More than that," said Sid. "The sound of a pump shotgun being racked in a dark house is absolutely unmistakable. You'd be amazed the deterrent effect it can have on burglars and ne'er-do-wells." "Ne'er-do-wells," repeated Dar, savoring the word. "Well, if the sound of the shotgun being racked is the important thing, one wouldn't have to have shells for it, would one?" Sid said nothing, but her expression showed her opinion of keeping weapons around with no ammunition. "Actually," said Dar, "all I'd need would be a tape recording of a shotgun being racked, wouldn't I?" Sid set her glass down and wandered over to Dar's main work table. There were few loose papers there, but several paperweights, a small piston head, a small carnivore's skull, a Disneyland paperweight with Goofy in a snowstorm, and a single green shotgun shell. Sid lifted the shell. .410 gauge. Significance. Dar shrugged. "I used to have a Savage .410 over and under," he said quietly. "A gift from my father right before he died. It was an antique. I left it behind in storage in Colorado." Sid turned the shell over and looked at the brass end. "This hasn't been fired, but the hammer's fallen on it. The firing pin missed the center. It happened the last time I tried to fire the gun," said Dar, even more quietly. "The only time that weapon ever misfired." Sid stood holding the shell and looking at Dar for a long moment before setting it down under the windowsill. "That shell is still dangerous, you know." Dar raised his eyebrows. "I know from your file that you were in the Marines, in Vietnam.
You must have been very young." "Not so young," said Dar. "I'd already graduated from college by the time I enlisted and was sent over there in 1974. Besides, there wasn't much for us to do that last year except listen to bits of the Watergate hearings on Armed Forces Radio and go around the countryside picking up the M16s and other weapons that the RVNs, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, our team, were dropping as they ran away from the North Vietnamese regulars." "You graduated from college when you were 18, said Sid. "What were you, a prodigy?" "An overachiever," said Dar. "Why the Marines?" asked Sid. "Would you believe it was out of sentiment?" asked Dar. "Because my father had been a Marine in the real war, World War II?" "I believe that he was a Marine," said Sid, "but I don't believe that's the reason you enlisted in that service." "Correct," thought Dar. Aloud he said, "Actually, it was partially to get my service out of the way and get back to the States for graduate school, and partially out of sheer perversity." "How so?" said Sid. She had finished her scotch. Dar poured her another 2 fingers. Dar hesitated and then realized that he was going to tell her the truth, sort of. "As a kid, I was obsessed with the Greeks," said Dar. "The obsession lasted through college, even while I was pursuing a degree in physics. All of the liberal arts majors were studying ancient Athens, sculpture, democracy, Socrates, while I was always obsessed with Sparta." Sid looked quizzical. "War?" Dar shook his head. "Not war, although that's all the Spartans are remembered for. The Spartans were the only society I knew of that made a science out of the study of fear. They called it phobologia. Their training, which began at a young age, was all geared at recognizing fear, phobos, and defeating it. They even taught of parts of the body that were phobosynec terrace, places where fear accumulated, and trained their young men, their warriors, to be able to put their minds and bodies in a state of aphobia." "Fearlessness," translated Sid. Dar frowned. "Yes and no," he said. "There are different forms of fearlessness. A berserker warrior or a Japanese samurai caught up in mindless rage, or, for that matter, a Palestinian terrorist on a bus with a bomb, they're all fearless. That is, they don't fear their own deaths. But the Spartans wanted something more." "What could be better for a warrior?" asked Sid. "The Greeks, the Spartans, called such fearlessness brought on by rage or anger katalepsis," said Dar. "Literally being possessed by a demon. A loss of control by the mind. They spurned that completely. Their hoped-for aphobia was a completely, controlled, minded thing. A refusal to become absorbed and possessed, even in the midst of battle." "And did you learn aphobia in the Marines in Vietnam?" said Sid. "Nope. I was scared shitless every second I was in Vietnam." "Did you see much action there?" asked Sid. "Your Marine Corps files are still classified. That must mean something." "It doesn't mean anything," he lied. "For example, if I was a clerk typist and typed a lot of classified material, you wouldn't be able to get access to my files." "Were you a clerk typist?" Dar held his scotch glass in both hands. "Not all of the time." "So you saw combat?" "Enough to know that I never wanted to see any again," said Dar, truthfully. "But you're comfortable around weapons," said Sid, getting to the point. Dar made a face and sipped his whiskey. "What kind of weapon were you issued in the Marines?" asked Sid. "Some sort of rifle," said Dar. He did not enjoy discussing firearms. "Then an M16, said Sid. "Which all have a tendency to jam if not kept perfectly clean," said Dar, a bit disingenuously. He had not been issued an M16. His spotter had carried an accurized M14, an older weapon, but one that shared the same 7.62 millimeter ammunition as the bolt-action Remington 700 M40 that Dar had trained with. And train he had, 120 rounds a day, 6 days a week, until he was able to hit a man-sized moving target at 500 yards and a stationary one at 1,000. He finished his scotch. "If you're trying to palm a handgun on me, forget it, Chief Investigator. I hate the goddamn things." "Even when the Russian mafia's trying to kill you?" "They tried to kill me," corrected Dar, "and I still think it may have been a case of mistaken identity." Sid nodded. "But you've handled weapons," she persisted.
You were taught what to do if a shell misfired. Dar looked up at her. Aim your weapon at a safe, neutral target and wait. It may still fire without warning. Sid pointed to the 410 shell. Should we throw that away? No, said Dar. They each had a final glass of scotch and watched the fire. The bit of smoke that stayed in the room was aromatic, mixing with the smoky peat taste of the whiskey. The tension of the earlier conversation had almost disappeared. They were talking shop. Did you hear about the directive from the last political appointee to head the National Highway Traffic Safety Agency? Asked Sid. Dar chuckled. Absolutely. The word accident is never to be used in any official reports, correspondence, and/or memos. Doesn't that seem a little odd? Not at all, said Dar.
A log broke and crumbled into embers, and he glanced at it for a second before looking back at his guest's face. Sid's face appeared younger and softer in the firelight, her eyes as alive and intelligent as always. You have to follow their chain of logic, he said. All accidents are avoidable. Therefore, they shouldn't happen. Therefore, the agency can't use the word accident. They don't exist. They have to circumlocute and say crash or incident or whatever. Do you agree that all accidents are avoidable? Asked Sid. Dar laughed heartily. Anyone who's ever investigated an accident, whether it's the space shuttle or some poor schmuck who runs a yellow light and gets broadsided, knows that they're not only not avoidable, they're inevitable. How so? Said Sid. Dar looked at her. They happened. The probability of the series of events that led up to the accident may each be 1,000 to 1 or 1,000,000 to 1. But once those events occur in the right sequence, the accident is 100% inevitable. Sid nodded but did not look convinced. All right, said Dar. Take the Challenger accident. NASA had become the careless driver who runs yellow lights. You get away with it once, 5 times, 20 times, and pretty soon you assume it's a natural and safe behavior. But if you keep driving, the odds of being hit by some other son of a bitch with the same intersection philosophy become almost 100%. How was NASA taking extra risks? Dar shrugged. The commission documented it pretty well. They knew about the O-ring problem, even the Crit 1 severity of it, but didn't fix it. They knew that cold weather made the O-ring problem much worse, but launched anyway. They violated at least 20 of their own no-go guidelines because that teacher was on board, and they were feeling political pressure to get her launched into orbit so President Reagan could mention it in his State of the Union address that evening. The odds caught up to them. You believe in odds, then? Said Sid. Do you believe in anything else? Dar looked at her quizzically. Are you asking me a philosophical question, Chief Investigator? I'm just curious, said Sid, swallowing the last of her whiskey. You see so many accidents, so much carnage. I wonder what philosophical framework you apply to it. Dar thought a moment. The Stoics, I guess, he said. Epictetus. Marcus Aurelius and his ilk. He chuckled. The one time I ever felt political enough to drive to Washington and throw a brick at the White House was when Bill Clinton was asked what the most important book was that he'd read recently, and he said, Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. He chuckled again. That love-handled mass of appetites quoting Marcus Aurelius. But what do you believe? Pressed Sid, other than a Stoic point of view. She paused a moment and recited quietly. To the rational creature, only the irrational is unbearable. The rational he can always bear. Blows are not by nature intolerable. Dar stared at her. You can quote Epictetus. So, would you say that's your philosophy? Repeated Sid. Dar set his empty glass down and steepled his fingers, tapping his lower lip. The dying fire crumbled again, and the embers glowed in their final brightness. Larry's older brother, a writer who lived in Montana until his marriage broke up, came to visit several years ago. I got to know him a bit. Later, I saw him interviewed on TV, and he was asked about his philosophy. His novel was about the Catholic Church, and the interviewer kept pressing him on his own beliefs. Sid waited. Larry's brother, Dale's his name, was going through a rough patch then. In response to the question, he quoted John Updike. The quote went something like,
I am neither musical nor religious. Each time I set my fingers down, it is without confidence of hearing a chord." "That's sad," said Sid at last. Dar smiled. "It was Larry's brother quoting another writer. I didn't say it's what I believe. I subscribe to Occam's razor." "William of Occam," said Sid. "What, 15th century?" "14th," said Dar. "Maxim," continued Sid. "The assumptions introduced to explain a thing must not be multiplied beyond necessity." "Or," said Dar, "all other things being equal, the simplest answer is usually the right one." "Rules out alien abduction," laughed Sid. "Area 51, kaput," said Dar. "Kennedy conspiracy shit? Adios," said Sid, her smile very wide. "Oliver Stone? Bye-bye," agreed Dar. Sid paused. "Did you know you're famous for Darwin's blade?" "For what?" said Dar, blinking in surprise. "Some statement you made a few years ago. I think it was at the meeting of the National Association of Insurance Investigators." "Oh, Christ," said Dar, putting his hand over his eyes. "You had a corollary to Occam's razor," persisted Sid. "I think it went, 'All other things being equal, the simplest solution is usually stupidity.'" "Which is stupidly obvious," muttered Dar. Sid nodded slowly. "No, I know what you were saying. It's like those guys in the pickup trying to crash that rock concert." Dar suddenly looked over at the box of files and stacks of zip drives and floppy disks that still awaited them. "Maybe we've been looking for the wrong thing in our files," he said. Sid cocked her head. "Maybe it's not my investigation of stupid accidents, even fatal ones, that drew someone's attention to me," he said. "Maybe it's murder." "Have you solved a murder recently?" said Sid. "Other than the Fong swoop and squat, I mean." Dar nodded. "And are you going to share it?" said Sid. Dar glanced at his watch. "Yeah, tomorrow." "You bastard," said Chief Investigator Olson, but she said it with a smile. "Thanks for the scotch." Dar walked her to the door. Sid paused. Dar had the sudden wild thought that she was going to kiss him. "Sleeping up in my wonderful sheep wagon," she said. "How will I know if the bad guys have come and you're in deep shit?" Dar reached under a heavy coat on a wall hook and pulled down a bright orange whistle on a string. "It's for hiking, in case you get lost in the woods. You can hear this damned whistle 2 miles away." "Like a rape whistle?" said Sid. "Yeah. Well, if the murderers show up tonight, just whistle." She paused, and Dar could see a glint of mischief in her blue eyes. "You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve?" Dar grinned. The 19-year-old Lauren Bacall had said the line to Humphrey Bogart in To Have and Have Not. He loved that movie. "Yeah," he said. "Just put my lips together and blow." Sid nodded and went up the path with her flashlight, blowing out each lantern as she passed. Dar watched until she was out of sight. 9. I is for witness. Sid came knocking early on Saturday morning, but Dar was already up, showered, shaved, and with coffee and breakfast ready. Sid ate bacon and eggs happily and refilled her coffee cup twice. Before starting work, Dar took her on a long walking tour of the property. The ravine to the east with its abandoned gold mine, the stream that fed into the canyon, the small waterfall up the hill bridged by a fallen tree that looked too slick and mossy to cross, the rock slabs and boulders along the high ridge to the north, the stands of birch trees and acres of thick pine on the hillside just above the cabin, and the endless fields of grass in the valley below. All during the walk, Dar felt the same pleasure that had shocked him so much the night before, the strange awareness of Sid's physical self, the warmth of her smile, the glow that her tone of voice and laughter gave him. "Cut it out, Darwin," he warned himself. "I know this is a forbidden question between men and women anymore," said Sid, stopping and looking straight at him. "But what are you thinking about, Dar? I can hear the gears meshing from 2 feet away." She was only 2 feet away. When Dar stopped, he almost surrendered to the urge to put his arms around her, draw her closer, set his face against the curve of her neck, just beneath her ear, just where her hair curled onto her neck, just to breathe her fragrance. "Billy Jim Langley," he said at last, taking half a step back. Sid cocked her head. Dar pointed to the south.
An accident I worked a year or so ago, way back in the national forest there. Want to hear it? Want to solve it? Sure. Dar cleared his throat. Okay, I was called out to the scene of a suspected homicide about 5 miles back in the woods there. This isn't the murder you promised me last night, is it? Dar shook his head. Anyway, a Mr. Billy James Langley, one of Larry and Trudy's cow stayed insureds, was reported missing a day after he should have returned from a fishing trip. The sheriff drove back toward Billy Jim's favorite fishing hole and found his pickup, a '78 Ford 250, upside down in a creek. Billy Jim was inside, drowned. It looked as if he had run off a little bridge in the darkness the night before and not been able to get out of the cab of the pickup in time. The coroner confirmed the time. "Where's the suspected homicide?" she asked. "Well, when the coroner removed Billy Jim's body," said Dar, "he pronounced the cause of death as drowning. But it seems as if Billy Jim had also been shot with a .22 caliber bullet." "Where?" said Sid. "While driving his truck," said Dar. "No, I mean where on his body?" Dar hesitated. "Once. In the, groin area." "Testicles?" said Sid. "One of them." "Left or right testicle?" said Sid. "Do you think it matters?" said Dar. "Doesn't it?" "Well, yes, but—" "Left or right?" said Sid. "Right," said Dar. "Can I get on with the story?" They walked down the hill together. "Okay," said Sid. "We have a Mr. Billy James Langley coming back from a fishing trip in the dark. Suddenly, he gets shot in the right ball and, not surprisingly, is startled enough to drive his pickup into the creek and then drowns. Let me guess. No .22 rifle or pistol in the pickup?" "Right," said Dar. "Entrance or exit holes in the truck?" said Sid. "It'd have to be a pretty flimsy pickup to let a .22 pass through, and Ford 250s aren't flimsy." "No entrance or exit holes," said Dar, "except in Billy Jim." "Windows rolled up?" "Yeah. It was raining hard the night Billy Jim was driving out from his favorite fishing hole." "After dark, right?" said Sid. "Right. About 11 p.m. "I've got it," said Sid. Dar stopped walking. "Really?" It had taken him 2 hours at the scene to figure it out. "Really," said Sid. "Billy Jim didn't have a .22 rifle or pistol along, but I bet he had a box of cartridges in the cab, right?" "In the glove box," said Dar. "And I bet Billy Jim's headlights went off on the way out." Dar sighed. "Yeah, my guess was about 1.5 miles short of the bridge." Sid nodded. "About how long it would take for the .22 cartridge to heat up," said Sid. "I know those Ford pickups. The fuse box for the lights is right under the panel in front of the steering wheel. Your Billy Jim is driving along. The headlights go out. He can't keep driving in the rain, but he wants to get home. So he pokes around, figures the fuse has blown, hunts around for something in the cab the right size to replace the fuse. A .22 cartridge fits perfectly. He drives on, not thinking about the cartridge heating up, and then it fires." "Well, I guess it wasn't much of a mystery after all," said Dar. Sid shrugged. "Hey, I'm starved. Can we have lunch before we tackle your real mystery?" They made roast beef sandwiches for lunch, grabbed beers, and took them out onto the porch. The day was getting hot, and they had long since doffed their denim jackets. Sid wore an oversized t-shirt with the tail out, to cover the holster on her hip. Dar wore a faded old black t-shirt with equally faded blue jeans and running shoes. The cabin itself was shaded by tall ponderosa pine and small birch, but the valley opening before them was bright with summer grass and willows, all seeming to ripple in the wind and heat haze. They sat on the edge of the high porch and dangled their legs. Sid asked, "Doesn't all the death, pain, suffering you witness, investigate, weigh you down after a while?" If she had asked Dar that question 24 hours earlier, he probably would have answered, "I imagine it's a little like being a doctor. After a bit, you become, not callous, that's not the word, but you have a perspective for it all. It's your job, right?" And he would have believed it. But now he was not so sure. Perhaps something had changed him over the past decade or more.
All that he knew at this instant was that, contrary to all intentions and expectations, he would like to kiss Chief Investigator Sydney Olson on her full lips, press her back against the redwood deck, feel the softness of her breasts against him. "I don't know," he managed to say, chewing on his sandwich. He had forgotten her question. The file was in a regular manila folder, was stamped closed, and was at least 3 inches thick with documents. Dar sat 2 wheeled chairs at his desk near the large CAD computers. Sid sat to his right as he laid out the documents in front of her. "You see the date of the accident?" he said. 7 weeks ago. Sid glanced down at the LAPD traffic collision report. "East LA, a little far afield, weren't you?" "Not really," said Dar. "Some of these cases take me as far north as your neck of the woods, Sacramento and San Francisco, and even out of state." "Did the LAPD Traffic Investigation Unit call you in freelance on this one?" "I know both Sergeant Rode of the TIU and Detective Bob Ventura, whose name is on the investigation report here." Dar shook his head. "Lawrence was in Arizona working a case, so Trudy asked me to follow up on this. The client was the van rental company." Sid looked up the initial collision report. "A GMC Van Dura? Small moving van?" "Yeah. Read the reporting officer's statement." Sid read it aloud. "Collision location, 1200 Marlowe Ave, and frontage road. Origin. At about 0245 hours, May 19th, I was transporting a prisoner to the East Los Angeles Women's Detention Facility when I heard a report of a fatal accident in the area of Marlowe Ave and Fountain Boulevard. I asked the dispatcher if she could find a unit that could meet me at E109th Street and I-5 so as to transport my prisoner the rest of the way to the detention facility, so I could in turn respond to the accident. Officer Jones, 2485, responded immediately and took over the transport. I arrived at the scene at about 0300 hours. When I arrived, the scene had been secured by patrol units. Sergeant Mackay, 2662, Officer Berry, 3501, and Officer Clancy, 4423, were already on scene. The 1200 block of Marlowe was blocked off to all through traffic from Fountain Boulevard to Gramercy Street. Street description: 1200 Marlowe Ave and Frontage Road is a westbound one-way street. Fountain Boulevard to the east is a north and southbound street. Gramercy Street to the west is also a north and southbound street. 1200 Marlowe Ave and Frontage Road has a .098 W grade, uphill. The closest lighting on the street was provided by off-street lights and intersection lights. The unposted speed limit is 25 miles per hour for that stretch of roadway. Weather conditions. At the time of the accident, it was cloudy and overcast. It was raining, and the temperature was cool and slightly windy. It was nighttime, and the moon was not shining through the cloud cover. Vehicle identification. The GMC Van Dura V2 displayed large U-rental truck decals on all 4 sides. A check of the vehicle's license plate revealed there was no record to be found. Driver identification. Miss Jenny Smiley was identified as the driver of the vehicle per her California driver's license, her own statement, and Donald M. Borden's statement. Vehicle damage. There was slight damage to the front grille of the GMC Van Dura. The grille was bent inward approximately 3 inches at its furthest incursion, and there were fibers from the victim's sweater embedded in the grille. Injuries. Richard Kodiak suffered fatal massive head trauma. Peterson, 333, and Royals, 979, Sampson's Paramedic Unit 272, responded to the scene. Kodiak was pronounced dead at the scene by Dr. Kavanaugh of Eastern Mercy Hospital via the radio. Sid quit reading and flipped through the next few pages. "All right," she said at last.
"We have this 31-year-old male, Richard Kodiak, dead of head injuries. He and his roommate, Donald Borden, were in the process of moving from East LA to San Francisco when a female friend, Jenny Smiley, seems to have hit Mr. Kodiak straight on with the van and then, somehow, managed also to run over him with the van's right front wheel." She flipped a dozen more pages. "Mr. Borden and Miss Smiley sued the truck rental agency, stating that the brakes were inadequate and the headlights deficient. Hence my involvement," said Dar, "and they also sued the owners of the apartment building for not providing adequate lighting." She flipped back 20 or 30 pages. Ah, here it is. In her statement, Mrs. Smiley said that bad exterior lighting and poor rental truck headlights prevented her from seeing Kodiak when he stepped out in front of the van. They wanted $600,000 from the van rental company, and another $400,000 from the apartment building owner, said Dar. An even million, mused Sid. At least they knew what their friend was worth. Dar rubbed his chin. Mr. Borden and Mr. Kodiak had lived at that same address for 2 years and were universally known as Dickie and Donnie to their neighbors, shop owners, local restaurateurs. Gay? Said Sid. Dar nodded. Then who was Jenny? It seems that Mr. Borden, Donnie's, swings both ways. Jenny Smiley was his secret girlfriend. Dickie discovered them together. There was a row that lasted 3 days, according to the neighbors. And then Dickie and Donnie patched things up by agreeing to move to San Francisco. Sans Jenny, said Sid. Sans Jenny indeed, said Dar. But as a gesture of goodwill, she helped them pack up the van in preparation for moving. At 2:45 a.m. on a rainy morning, said Sid. Dar shrugged. Dickie and Donnie were 2 months in arrears on their rent. It seems they were skipping. He turned on one of the 21-inch CAD monitors and tapped out a code. Okay, here are some of the accident scene photos as recorded by Sergeant McKay of the Traffic Investigations Unit. An electronic version of the black and white photo appeared on the large screen. And another. And another. Uh-oh, said Sid. Uh-oh, agreed Dar. One photo showed Mr. Kodiak's body lying in the middle of the street about 30 feet west of the main doors of the apartment building. The body was lying face down, to the east, head toward the van, and there were visible patches of blood and brain matter spilled in both directions. Another photo showed broken glass, a single shoe, shoe scuff marks, and body scuff marks directly in front of the apartment building's main doorway. Another photograph showed continuous, non-striated skid marks running back almost to the turn from Fountain Boulevard, some 165 feet east of the impact site. In all of the photos, the van was backed east of the point of impact, its own skid marks running at least 30 feet in front of it. Jenny backed up when she heard a noise and thought she may have hit something, said Dar. Uh-huh, said Sid. Donnie was the only witness to Dickie's death, said Dar, pointing to the thick sheaf of statements. He said that the two of them had been arguing. When Jenny arrived, they asked her to drive around the block and come back. Why? Said Sid. Donnie said that they didn't want to argue in front of her, said Dar. So she came around the block, traveling about 30 miles per hour, according to her estimate. She didn't see Dickie, who had stepped off the curb, until it was too late to stop. Dar ran the photos across the computer screen again and then froze. He turned on the second monitor and tapped up a program. A 3-dimensional view of the same scene appeared, but this one was computer animated. You do 3D accident reconstruction videos? Said Sid. I didn't see the CAD monitors in your loft. They're there, said Dar, tucked away in a corner behind some bookcases. Preparing these provides a big share of my income. Sid nodded. So, Chief Investigator, said Dar, do you see some irregularities in this accident? Sid looked at the dossier, at the photograph on the screen, and then at the 3D image that showed essentially the same picture as the photograph. Something's wrong here. Correct, said Dar. First, I investigated the lighting under similar conditions with a specialized light meter. At 2:45 a.m. on a cloudy, rainy night, said Sid. Dar raised his eyebrows. Of course. He tapped some keys. Suddenly, numbers appeared on the 3D image of the street scene. Dar moved the mouse and rotated their viewpoint until they were looking straight down at the street, east to west, with the van near the bottom of the screen, the body centered, and the rest of the block visible. Areas on both sides had small rectangles of data listed as FC. Foot candles of light, said Sid. Dar nodded. Despite Donnie and Jenny's claims, it was fairly well lighted for such a poor neighborhood. You can see that at both intersections there are large pools of light covering most of the street at 3 foot candles. The lighting at the front steps of the building puts out about 1.5 foot candles, and even in the middle of the street beyond where Dickie was hit, the lowest reading was 1 foot candle.
She should have seen the victim, even if the van's lights weren't working, said Sid. Dar touched the screen with a stylus, and a red line appeared, running most of the way back to the intersection with Fountain Boulevard, from whence the van had come. Jenny came around through rather bright lighting, 3-foot candles, and moved through this long area of 2-foot candles of light until just before the impact. The van headlights were both intact and working. In fact, she had the brights on. Dar tapped keys and the visual on the screen disappeared, to be replaced by a real-time animation. 2 men, 3-dimensional but featureless, emerged from the front door of the apartment building. Suddenly, the viewpoint switched to an aerial shot. The van accelerated around the corner from Fountain Boulevard and continued to accelerate. One of the figures stepped out into the street and faced the oncoming van. The van slammed on its brakes and slid most of the distance from the intersection to the impact site, finally hitting the man head-on and continuing to skid for another 30 feet or so. The featureless victim, Dickie, flew through the air and landed on his back in the roadway, head away from the van. Dar tapped keys, and the earlier aerial animated view was superimposed over this one. This is the actual position of the van and body at the scene. Suddenly, the van was at least 40 feet back up the street to the east, and the body had also moved east, at least 20 feet from its actual point of rest, its head now pivoted around toward the van. "Quite a discrepancy," said Sid. "It gets better," said Dar. He pulled a 6-page typed statement out of the dossier and let Sid glance over it. Officer Barry, number 3501, took this statement from the first witness to drive down the street, a Mr. James William Ryback. Sid's eyes flicked back and forth down the pages. Ryback says that he saw a van pull away from the scene, almost cut him off, and then he saw Dickie, Mr. Kodiak, lying on his back in the street. Ryback stopped his Taurus, got out, and asked Richard Kodiak if he was alive. He reports that Kodiak said, "Yes, go call an ambulance." Ryback left his car in the street and ran to a friend's apartment around the corner, 3535 Gramercy Street, awoke his friend, told her to call 911, grabbed a blanket, and rushed back to the scene, where he found Mr. Kodiak lying in what Ryback thought was a different location, certainly turned in a different direction, in much worse shape, and unconscious. The paramedics arrived 7 minutes later, and Kodiak was pronounced dead. The van was parked where it is in the police photos. Sid looked up at Dar.
The bitch drove around the block and ran over Dickie Kodiak again, didn't she? But how do you prove it? The details are pretty boring, said Dar. Details don't bore me, Dr. Minor, said the chief investigator coolly. They're the core of my job, too, remember? Dar nodded. Okay, first I'll run through the data and equations and then show you the forensic animation that results from them, he said. I prefer metric units in this sort of work, though I usually translate to English units of measurement for demonstrations. Dar typed, and the street scene appeared again without a van, with only the 2 men emerging from the apartment building and one of them stepping into the street. The viewpoint swooped down again as if the viewer were looking from a van turning west onto Marlborough Avenue from Fountain Boulevard. The figure far down the street was clearly visible. Nighttime visibility studies show that even on a dark country road, even with the van's dim lights on, the pedestrian in dark clothing would be visible for about 175 feet, even if the driver had poor to mediocre eyesight. It's 169 feet from the Fountain Boulevard intersection to the point of impact with Mr. Kodiak. She saw him as soon as she came around the corner, mused Sid. Had to, said Dar, whether he was still on the curb or had stepped out. Her high beams would have picked him out at more than 343 feet away. Hell, if she'd had no headlights on at all, she could have seen him from 150 feet away because of the street lights and spill light from the apartment building main lobby. But she accelerated, said Sid. She sure did, said Dar. The front tires of the van left skid marks for a total distance of 132 feet. That is, she kept skidding for 29 feet beyond the point of impact where Mr. Kodiak left his right shoe and scuff marks from his left shoe. She says she ran over him at that point, said Sid. Impossible, said Dar. Once we have the skid marks, everything becomes a matter of simple ballistics. Velocities and distances traveled for the van, the man, and the body can be figured easily. Shall we skip the equations? No, said Sid. I meant it when I said that I liked details. Dar sighed. All right, both the LAPD Accident Investigations Unit and I conducted separate skid tests on this street with vehicles equipped with bumper guns. Pavement spotters, said Sid. Right. The test vehicle speeds were determined by radar. The test skids yielded a consistent value for a drag factor, F, to be 0.79. From that, we can find the initial velocity of the pedestrian at the contact point. Remember, all testimony says that Mr. Kodiak was struck while standing still and facing the van. His velocity can never be greater than the van's. So we use this equation. The values are simple. The van skidded to a full stop, so its velocity can be given as v equals 0. The value for acceleration, a, is given by a equals fg. As I explained, we determined the drag factor, F, equals 0.79. The figure for g, the pull of gravity, 32.2 feet per second in U.S. measurement, or 9.81 meters per second, Sid said quietly. Dar blinked at her. You think in metric equivalents, he said. Shall I skip the rest of these equations and go to the animation? You're probably ahead of me. Sid shook her head. Details. Show me. Okay, said Dar. Because the van was decelerating, A has to be a negative number. Genny's van skidded a total of 132 feet. Therefore, we just substitute back into the equation. For initial velocity, the van's velocity when there are 29 feet left to skid can be done in the same way. The only value that changes is the value for distance, d. So that equation would read that. That was the van's speed at impact. And that would become Mr. Kodiak's speed as he became airborne at impact. This equation works with tall-fronted vans, by the way, but won't work with most smaller cars. Sid nodded. The vertical grille of a truck or tall van produces a flat-on impact, near the pedestrian's center of mass, she said. A regular sedan or a smaller car would hit below that center of mass and throw the victim onto the hood or over the roof of the car. Yup, said Dar. Or cut him in half. He looked back at the equations on the screen. So, because Ms. Jenny was driving this rental van and got Dickie front-on with the grill, the math is simple. We just have to know the typical values for pedestrian drag factors over various surfaces. He tapped a key. The screen read, surface, range, grass, 0.45, 0.70, asphalt, 0.45, 0.60, concrete, 0.40, 0.65. And Marlborough Avenue, said Sid? Asphalt. Dar typed in the pedestrian drag factor, F, as 0.45. The value for this particular pedestrian center of mass height, h, was 2.2 feet, said Dar. And the measured distance between the initial contact point of impact, confirmed by the shoe he left behind and the scuff marks from the other shoe, to his final position as determined by blood and body scuff marks, was 72 feet. So, we substitute those values into the above equation. So, the velocity at the beginning of Mr. Kodiak's fall, that is, his separation from the braking van, calculates out as, which is consistent with the earlier skid analysis, said Dar. So she actually hit him doing about 27 miles per hour, braking from a top speed of almost 56 miles per hour, said Sid. 55.7, agreed Dar. And he flew backwards 72 feet from the point of impact, coming to rest on his back with his head farthest from the van, continued the chief investigator. As 99+% of pedestrians hit straight on by such a van would, said Dar. That's why Larry and I knew that foul play was involved as soon as we saw the officer's photographs. He tapped at keys until the equations disappeared from the screen and the original animated street scene returned. Another tap got rid of all the numerical values of lighting, curb height, skid length, and so forth. Two male figures stepped out of the building. The van screeched around the corner from Fountain Boulevard and began accelerating madly down Marlborough Avenue.
One of the men pushed the other man, who stumbled into the street, almost fell, and then righted himself just as the skidding van slammed into him. The body flew a long distance, landed on its back, and skidded farther, finally coming to a stop. The van pulled away and accelerated around the corner of the next intersection, cutting off a Ford Taurus. A man got out, knelt by the victim, and then ran west, disappearing around the corner to go to his friend's apartment to call 911. We found blood, hair, and brain matter on the right wheel, the hub of the right wheel, the front transaxle, the shocks, and on part of the catalytic converter of the van, said Dar tonelessly. In the animation, the van comes around the corner from Fountain Boulevard again, slows as it approaches the supine figure in the highway, then drives over it, and backs up, dragging the body almost half the distance it had been thrown from the initial impact. Finally, the body scrapes free, head pointed to the east toward the van, as the rented vehicle continues to back up onto its own skid marks and finally comes to a stop. She had to finish the job, said Sid. Dar nodded. What did the jury have to say when they saw this animation? Asked the chief investigator. Dar smiled. No jury, no trial. I showed this to Detective Ventura as well to the accident investigations people, but no one was interested. By this time, Donald and Jenny had dropped their lawsuit against the owner of the apartment building. I think it was because I confronted them with the light meter readings and settled with the van rental people for $15,000. Sid shifted in her chair and stared at Dar. You have absolute proof that these two killed Richard Kodiak, and the LAPD dropped it.
They said it was just another fag killing, another garden-variety homicide, to quote the venerable Detective Ventura, said Dar. I always thought that Ventura was an ass, said Sid. Now I know. Dar nodded, chewed his lip, and looked at the animation repeating itself on the screen. The human figure was hit, hurled, the van drove away, returned, drove over it again, dragging it back toward the front vestibule of the building, crushing the skull. The animation began again with two male figures, featureless, emerging from the well-lighted lobby. Lawrence's clients, the rental people, were happy to settle for the 15 grand, he began. Wait a minute, said Sid. Wait a minute. She went over to her big leather tote bag and pulled a top-of-the-line Apple PowerBook from it. As she set the computer up on the table next to Dar's PC equipment, he looked at her dubiously, the way a Lutheran would have regarded a Catholic in the 17th century. Apple people and PC people rarely mix well. Sid brought her computer to life. Jenny Smiley, she repeated. Donald Borden. Richard Kodiak. These names ring a bell. Columns of data flowed down her portable screen. She hurriedly typed in a search command. Ah, she said. Typed again, watched data whirl by, and stop again. Aha, she said. I like aha, said Dar. What? Did you and Lawrence check into the backgrounds of these three lovers? Asked Sid. Sure we did, said Dar. As much as we could without treading on Detective Ventura's toes. It was his case. We found that the victim, Mr. Richard Kodiak, had 3 addresses in addition to the Rancho La Bonita residence given on his driver's license, all in California, 1 in East LA, 1 in Encinitas, and 1 in Poway. Tracing his social security number, we found his listed employment as Cal Surmed with no address. In old telephone listings, Trudy found a California SureMed listed in Poway, but the business is no longer in existence, and all information regarding it has been purged from city records. Then we checked with the Poway post office and found that the Poway address was the same as that listed for the Cal Surmed business, box number 616840. We suggested to the accident investigation team and Detective Ventura that they check with the Los Angeles and San Diego counties' fictitious business filings under both the subject's name and the Cal Surmed and California SureMed listings. They never followed up. Sid was grinning at her computer screen. You know those red pins on my map? The fatal swoop and squats? Said Dar. Yeah? California SureMed was the health provider for 6 of the victims. A certain Dr. Richard Carnac was instrumental in testifying in the liability cases. You think Richard Carnac equals Dickie Kodiak? I don't have to guess, said Sid. Do you have a photo of the victim? When he was alive, I mean. Dar fumbled through the file and came up with a small passport photo labeled Kodiak, Richard R. Sid had tapped keys, and a high-resolution black and white photo filled a third of her PowerBook screen. It was the same photograph. And Donald Borden? Said Dar. Alias Daryl Borges, alias Don Blake, said Sid, calling up a photograph and data column on the other man. 8 priors, 5 for fraud, 3 for assault and battery. She looked at Dar and her eyes were bright. Mr. Borges was a member of an East LA gang until he was 28, but now he works for an attorney, a certain George Murphy Esposito. Shit, Dar said delightedly. And Jenny Smiley. That has to be fake. Nope, said Sid, looking at another column of data. But it wasn't her current legal name either. She was married 7 years ago. Jenny Borges, guessed Dar. See, said Sid, and her grin grew broader. But Smiley was an earlier married name, married briefly to a Mr. Ken Smiley, who died in a car accident 7 years ago. Can you guess her maiden name? Dar looked at Sid for a quiet minute. Jenny Esposito, said Sid at last. Sister to the ubiquitous attorney. Dar looked back at his screen where the van continued hitting the pedestrian, accelerating away out of sight into the night, and then returning to run over the poor man again and again. They know I know this, muttered Dar, but for some reason they felt threatened by me. It is murder, said Sid. Dar shook his head. The LAPD had already passed on the whole matter. The rental people settled, Donnie and Jenny moved to San Francisco. No one was interested. It has to be something else. Whatever else it is, said Sid, it points directly at our attorney Esposito. But there's something even more interesting here. She tapped at her computer keys. Dar caught a glimpse of the PowerBook screen as the FBI symbol appeared, an asterisk password was typed, and directories, data, and photographs began flashing by. You can access the FBI data banks, said Dar, surprised. Even ex-special agents did not reserve that privilege. I'm officially working with the National Insurance Crime Bureau, said Sid. You know, Jeanette from Dickweed's meeting, her group. It merged with the Insurance Crime Prevention Institute in 1992, and to show its support, the FBI gives the NICB full access to its computer files. That must come in handy, said Dar. Right now it does, said Sid, pointing to the photograph and fingerprint ID of the late Dickie Kodiak, a.k.a. Dr. Richard Carnac, original legal name, Richard Trace. Richard Trace, said Dar. Son of Dallas Trace, said Sid, tapping more keys and looking at more data. Dar blinked twice. Dallas Trace? The big-time good old boy lawyer? The guy in the buckskin vest and bolo tie and long hair who has that stupid legal show on CNN? The same, said Sid. Next to Johnny Cochran, America's best-known and most loved defense attorney. Bullshit, said Dar. Dallas Trace is an arrogant twit. He wins trials with the same tricks that Cochran used in the O.J. trial. And he has a book out, How to Convince Anyone of Almost Anything, but he couldn't convince me to read it in 1,000 years. Nonetheless, said Sid, it was his son Richard who was run over and killed, murdered, in your Kodiak Borden Smiley van accident. We need to get started on this, said Dar. We just did get started, said Sid. The murder attempt on you and my investigation into the fraud business gang wars are now on the same track. Monday, said Dar, shocked. But it's only Saturday afternoon. And I haven't had a goddamned weekend off in 7 months, snapped Sid, her eyes fierce. I want one more day off and one more night to sleep in the sheep wagon before this goes any further. Dar held both palms up. It's been a long time since I've had even a Sunday off. Agreed then? She said. Agreed, Dar said, and held out his hand to shake hers. She reached up,
pulled his face closer to hers, and kissed him firmly, slowly, surely on the lips. Then she went to the door. "I'm going to take a nap, but when I come back this evening, I expect steaks to be grilling." Dar watched her leave, considered following her, considered kicking himself in the ass, and then drove into town to buy the steaks and some more beer. 10. J is for George. Dar pulled the lap belt tight and then tugged the shoulder straps snug as he settled into the L-33 Solo and moved the rudder pedals back and forth to make sure he was comfortable. Ken taxied the tow plane forward a bit while his brother Steve stood watching the 200-foot-long tow rope lose slack. Ken stopped for a moment. Steve looked over at Dar in the bubble cockpit of the L-33 and made a circular motion with his fist and thumb up, meaning check controls. Dar had checked them and gave the thumbs-up signal for ready to go. Steve caught his brother's eye in the tow plane and swung his right hand low across his body from left to right. Ken pulled the tow rope taut and glanced back from the single-seater Cessna. Steve looked over at Dar again, who nodded, his right hand comfortably loose on the stick, his left hand on his knee, but ready to grab the towhook release knob at the first sign of trouble.
The tow plane began its rollout, and the sailplane jerked slightly and began to bump along behind it off the grass and then down the asphalt runway. Dar went back through his ABCD checklist again as he rolled toward takeoff speed. Altimeter, belts, controls, canopy, cable, direction. Everything all right. He shifted slightly to get more comfortable. Besides his lap belt and shoulder straps, he was strapped into a Model 305 strong paracushion chair parachute. The integrated seat pad putting something between his butt and the metal seat, and the inflatable air bladders along the back of the chute giving him much better back support than the upright strip of metal offered by the plane's seat. Most sailplane pilots of Dar's acquaintance disdained parachutes, but two of those he'd known had died for the lack of them. One in a totally foolish mid-air collision above Mount Palomar a few miles to the north, and the other in a highly improbable accident doing loops in his high-performance glider when the left wing simply detached. Dar liked both the physical comfort of the integrated chute seat under him and the mental comfort of having the chute aboard. The sailplane left the ground before the tow plane, of course, and Dar held it a firm 6 feet above the runway until Ken got the Cessna airborne in a few hundred feet, and then Dar expertly put the L-33 in the normal high tow position, staying just about level with Ken's little Cessna and just above the tow plane's wake. Officially, Dar was using a standard mountain country technique of keeping his glider aligned properly with the tow plane. That is, keeping the tow plane at a fixed position on his windshield just above the sailplane's simple instrument console. But in truth, he was using the skilled pilot's trick of just placing himself where he wanted to be in relationship to the tow plane and staying there. This skill required a certain amount of precognition and telepathy. But after being arrow-towed by Ken several hundred times, both those elements were there. It was a beautiful morning with unlimited visibility, a gentle 3-knot wind out of the west, and lovely thermals building in the foothills and mountains around the valley airstrip. But when they had gained 1,000 feet of altitude, Dar could see a storm front far to the west. It would be moving in over the coast soon and would spoil the day's soaring within a few hours. They climbed at a steady rate as the tow plane turned north, then west, then continued climbing as the Cessna turned them back onto a northeasterly course, toward Mount Palomar and into the wind. At the prearranged altitude of 2,000 feet, Dar let the tension on the tow line grow taut so that Ken could feel the imminent release. Then Dar pulled the release knob twice, saw and felt the tow rope go free, and banked into a right climbing turn as Ken dropped the Cessna into a steep left descent. Then the L-33 was on its own, lifting into the thermals rising from the foothills and steep ridges north of the airfield.
and Dar settled back to enjoy silence broken only by the lulling and informative rush of air over the metal wings and fuselage. Dar had awakened early that Sunday morning, prepared coffee, set out bagels, cereal, and a note for Sid, and was prepared to leave for the Warner Springs glider port when Sid herself showed up at the door, dressed again in jeans with a red cotton shirt this day and a light khaki vest with many pockets. Her holster and pistol were on her belt under the vest. "I was out for a walk," she said. "Are you skipping out on me?" "Yep," Dar said, and explained. "I'd love to go along." Dar hesitated. "It's boring just standing around the field waiting," he said. "You'd have a better time hanging around here and reading the Sunday paper. I can drive down to the junction and get it. They have a paper dispenser near the row of mailboxes." "Won't you let me fly with you?" she asked. "No," said Dar, hearing more harshness in the syllable than he had meant. "I mean, my sailplane is a one-seater." "I'd still like to go watch," said Sid. "And remember, I'm not really your guest this weekend. I'm your bodyguard." So they rinsed a thermos with hot water and filled it with coffee, put some bagels in a bag, drove back through the little town of Julian on Highway 78, and then turned north and west through canyons on Highway 79 before coming out into the broad valley at Warner Springs. Sid was surprised at how small his sailplane was. "It's not much more than a pod, a boom, wings, and a tail," she said, as he unlashed the tie-down cords. "You don't need much else for a sailplane," he said. "I thought they were called gliders," said Sid. "That too." She steadied one wing while he lifted the tail boom, and together they pushed the red and white sailplane out from the tie-down area onto the grassy berm of the airstrip. Ken, flying his Cessna towplane, was making frequent touchdowns, tying onto other gliders and towing them skyward. "It's light," said Sid, moving the wing easily up and down. "But it's metal. I thought gliders were canvas over wood or something, like the old biplanes." "This is an L-33 Solo," said Dar, designed by Marian Metziar and manufactured at the Let factory in the Czech Republic. It's almost all aluminum alloy, except for the fabric on the rudder part of the tail. It weighs only 478 pounds empty. "Does the Czechs make good gliders, sailplanes?" asked Sid, as Dar opened the cockpit and dropped the seat cushion parachute in place. "With this one they sure did," said Dar. "I had to sand down some original paint ridges that were creating a high drag knee at about 59 knots, and this model does have a tendency to stall without any pre-stall warning buffet. But for someone with enough experience, it's a nice craft." "How long have you been flying sailplanes?" "About 11 years," said Dar. "I began along the Front Range of Colorado and then bought this plane used when I moved out here." Sid opened her mouth to speak, hesitated the briefest of seconds, and said, "How much does a plane like this cost, if you don't mind my asking?" Dar smiled at her. "It was a good value at $25,000. But that's not what you were going to ask." "What?" Sid looked at him a second. "I know you don't fly commercially. I thought that you hated flying." Dar had started his walk-around pre-flight inspection. He said, not looking at the chief investigator. "I love flying. Let's just say that I don't like being a passenger in the air." Now Dar turned back into the wind and climbed over the foothills below Mount Palomar. To his east, he had seen Beauty Peak standing alone, its summit at about his altitude of 5,500 feet, and Toro Peak farther to the southeast, its lone cone several thousand feet higher. But it was the thermals from these lovely ridges and foothills that Dar was seeking. The L-33, as with most sailplanes, had very little in the way of instrumentation and controls. Dar had the stick, tubular rudder pedals, a short handle for the spoiler and air brake controls, another handle to lower and lock the undercarriage, the large knob for tow rope release, and a small instrument panel with his altimeter, variometer, and airspeed indicator. The little sailplane had no radios or electronic navigation devices. Actually, the instrument that Dar used most commonly was the yaw string, a bit of colored string attached to the fuselage directly in front of the cockpit. That and familiarity with the sound of the wind over the wing and fuselage let him know his airspeed better than the instruments.
Dar knew from experience that the ASI pitot on the fuselage nose that fed wind speed velocity to the airspeed indicator was fairly reliable, but that the two ASI static ports on the aft fuselage sides were not flush, so they registered airspeeds about 6% above what they actually were. As long as he knew this bias, he was safe enough. Mental arithmetic had never been a problem for Dar.
Besides, the yaw string never lied to him. Moving his head constantly to keep track of other gliders and powered aircraft, only a few were visible far to the east. Dar sought out the thermals rising from east-facing foothill slopes, bare patches of rock, and even from the tile roofs of the clusters of homes below. 2,000 feet above him, and closer to Mount Palomar, a large hawk circled lazily in its own massive thermal. A few clouds were floating on the east side of the mountains now, and Dar could see a phone wall of heavy clouds piled on the western slope of Palomar, with some spilling over the summit. Farther west, he could see tall black nimbo and stratocumulus building as the storm came in across the coast. This did not worry him. His plan was to continue his elementary 270-degree looping climbs through the foothill thermals until he had at least a safe 8,000 feet of air beneath him, and then tackle the lift and sink areas on the leeward side of the big peaks. This was known as wave soaring and took a bit more experience and skill to do right than simple thermal soaring. Dar worked the ridges, finding the stronger thermals on the sun-soaked slabs, climbing and then swooping back to the east in places to come on the downwind side of the slope to use the Venturi effect to lift and soar through the notches between lower peaks, then circling back for more thermal lift. Finding these anabatic lift points and east slope thermals meant working within 100 or 200 feet of the steep slopes, sometimes much closer. The tall Douglas fir and ponderosa pine on those slopes seemed very near each time Dar lazily banked the L-33 to the right and up, the variometer showing the climb in feet per minute. Dar glanced back over his left shoulder as he crossed one of these ridges and saw 3 deer running silently along the ridgetop. The only sound in his universe was the soft lull of the wind over the canopy and aluminum fuselage. The morning sun was getting very hot, and he slid open the small panels on the left and right of the plexiglass, feeling the warm winds that were lifting him, as well as sensing the slight drop in performance as the airflow over the canopy was disturbed. Now Dar was clearing the last of the steep ridges before the serious mountains, necessarily coming at them from the downwind side, so approaching with plenty of speed and extra altitude, always ready to bank hard and turn if the curl-over downdrafts were too heavy to handle. But each time he cleared the ridge, sometimes only 30 or 40 feet above the ridge of rock or pinnacles of pines, and then gained lift for the next one. Finally, he was west of the line of ridges and some 6,000 feet above a valley floor, approaching the slopes of Palomar, crabbing the L-33 sideways into the strengthening winds and planning his wave-lift approach. The obliging presence of some Lennies, flying saucer-shaped lenticular clouds, which rose above the rotor effect in the trough of the wave beyond the leeward phone gap, showed him the crests of the lift area waves by stacking lenticulars like so many dishes on a shelf. Dar glanced over his shoulder before beginning a 270 turn to gain a bit more altitude and was shocked to see another high-performance sailplane approaching from above and to his right. Sailplanes did not like to fly in formation. Mid-air collisions were the most serious things glider pilots could face, and for this one to be so close when there was so much good empty sky today was unusual, if not actually impolite. The blue and white glider came closer, and Dar immediately identified it as Steve's twin Asteer, a nice, high-performance two-seater glider in which the airport honor gave rides and instruction. Then Dar recognized Sid in the front seat. For a second, his response was irritation, but then he relaxed, loosening his hand on the stick. It was a beautiful day. If Sid wanted to go soaring, why not? But Steve's twin Asteer was coming closer, rocking its wings as it came. The wing rocking was a signal during aerotow to release now, but Dar had no idea what Steve was trying to say as the two sailplanes came abreast of each other, wingtips about 30 feet apart, both of them rising quickly on the next lift wave coming off Palomar. Sid was gesturing. She held up her cell phone, pantomimed talking into it, and pointed back toward the Warner Springs Valley. Dar nodded.
Steve peeled away first, gaining altitude over the foothills but making a beeline for the airfield. Dar followed a few hundred meters behind. Coming out of the hills over the wide valley, he followed the twin Aster into the usual entry leg point south of the Warner Springs Airport, dropped farther back as the two aircraft entered the eastern downwind leg at about 700 feet above the ground, made the base leg turn north at about 400 feet of altitude, watched the twin Aster touch down smoothly on the grass to the right of the asphalt strip, and set his aiming point for flare-out about 150 feet behind that. The wind was gusting now, but Dar came in smoothly, keeping his airspeed steady during the final approach while watching the yaw string flutter and estimating his minimum stalling speed plus 50% plus half of the estimated wind velocity, now at about 12 knots. Steve had used a rather steep angle of descent, and now so did Dar, using his spoilers and flaps to keep himself on the proper glide path, finally smoothing out the glide perfectly parallel to the ground at an altitude of exactly 1 foot. Feeling the slight crosswind at the last second and ruddering around to perfectly align the nose of the L-33 and then touching down so gently with the nose wheel that he could hardly feel the contact. Dar focused his attention on the rudder, keeping the check-built aircraft moving smoothly across the short-cropped grass and finally braking to a stop less than 6 feet from the left wing of Steve's twin Aster. Dar popped the canopy and was out of his parachute harness and shoulder straps in a few seconds. Sid was already jogging toward him. "Dickweed called," she said, before Dar could speak. "George Murphy Esposito is dead. If we hurry, we can get to the scene before everyone mucks it up." It was raining hard when they arrived at the construction site in South San Diego. They had decided to get their luggage, documents, and videotapes, so it had taken extra time to go back to the cabin, load up, lock up, and then get back to the city. By the time they arrived, Esposito's body had been taken away, and there was yellow police tape around the accident site, but the place was still milling with uniformed police and others. Captain Frank Hernandez, who had been at Wednesday's meeting in Dickweed's office, was the ranking plainclothes officer on the scene. Hernandez was short but solid, a light heavyweight without the altitude but with all the attitude, his face all angles and planes. And he wasted neither his words nor his time on fools. Dar had heard from Lawrence and others that Hernandez was an honest cop and an excellent detective. "What are you two doing here?" asked the captain, as Dar followed Sid through the pouring rain to the collapsed scissors lift, which was wrapped about with yellow tape. "The DA's office called," said Sid. "Esposito was a potential witness in our investigation." Hernandez grunted and smiled slightly at the word witness. "I could see why you would have an interest in Mr. Esposito, Chief Investigator," he said. "He was definitely one of the area's top cappers." Sid nodded and looked at the scissors lift. If the heavy platform had fallen from its highest point, it would have been about a 35-foot drop. Now the platform itself was held up by jacks on each side. While the ground around the area was a sea of mud, it was dry under the scissors lift platform, except for sprays of blood, brains, and a darker liquid.
Flecks and spatters of brain matter were also visible on the cinder block wall at the far side of the scissors lift. "Are you here because it's being considered a homicide?" Sid asked Hernandez. The detective shrugged. "We have an eyewitness who says otherwise." He nodded toward where a construction foreman holding a clipboard was talking to a uniformed officer. "There were only a few workers on the site today," continued Hernandez. "Vargas, that's the foreman there, he didn't see Attorney Esposito show up, but noticed him talking to someone by the scissors lift." "Did he recognize the other man?" asked Sid. Hernandez nodded again. "Polly Satchel. Used to work this site, but has been laid up due to a fall. Polly's suing the company." "Let me take a wild guess," said Sid. "Esposito was his attorney." Hernandez's dark eyes showed no amusement as he smiled. "So is this Satchel a suspect?" asked Sid. "No." Hernandez sounded certain. "We're looking for him to interview him, but only as a witness. The foreman, Vargas, saw Satchel leaving just as it started raining. Esposito stepped under the scissors lift to get out of the rain. The lift was up at the third-floor level there. Esposito was all by himself the last time Vargas saw him there. Then the lift suddenly gave way. It looks like Esposito jumped the wrong way, toward the wall, and his head was caught in the scissors." Sid looked at the spray of gray matter on the dry cinder block wall and said, Did Vargas actually see the accident? No, said Hernandez, but he turned his head as soon as he heard the sound it made. He didn't see anyone else around. How does a scissors lift just collapse? Asked Dar. He was snapping images with his digital camera. Hernandez looked the insurance investigator up and down a long moment, as if sizing him up, and said, Vargas thinks that Esposito was fucking around with that oversized bolt and screw there on the closest column. That's where they fill and drain the hydraulic reservoirs. When the screw came out, the hydraulics lost pressure almost at once, and the lift came down just as fast. Why would Esposito do that? Said Sid. Hernandez mopped his wet black hair off his forehead. Esposito was a fuck-up, he said simply. Dar came close to the lift, did not step under it, but crouched to look at the dry area underneath. There are more footsteps here than Mr. Esposito. Yeah, said Hernandez, the paramedics who extricated him, and the ME who declared him deceased. Only Esposito's footprints were under there when the uniforms and I arrived. How could you tell? Said Dar. Hernandez sighed. You see any of the construction guys wearing floorsheims with a reinforced heel? Sid crouched next to Dar and reached into the taped-off zone, dipping 2 fingers into some of the dark fluid on the ground and raising the fingers to her face. So this longer, narrow spray is hydraulic fluid. Yeah, said Captain Hernandez, and the rest is Esposito. But you're keeping the case open, said Sid, considering foul play. We're going to talk to Polly Satchel, said Hernandez. Do formal interviews with some of the other guys who were on site at the time. Somebody like Jorge makes a lot of enemies and has a lot of rivals. But right now, it looks like it'll be logged as an accident. What about Vargas? Said Dar. The foreman? He's been with the company for 18 years, doesn't even have a parking ticket on his record. Mr. Esposito was suing the company, Sid said quietly. The detective shook his head. Vargas was on the phone in the main shack over there when the lift came down. He was talking to one of the architects. We can check the phone records and interview the architect, but Vargas is clean. I feel it. Instinct? Asked Dar, curious as always about how cops deduced things. He almost believed in their sixth sense. Hernandez squinted at Dar as if he'd read sarcasm in the remark. He said nothing. Sid broke the silence. Where did the ME send the body? City morgue, said Hernandez, still looking at Dar with cold, dark eyes. Finally, he moved his gaze to Sid. You thinking of going there? I might. Hernandez shrugged. Esposito wasn't a pretty sight when we got here. I doubt if he's any prettier in the morgue. But hey, it's your Sunday. Dar had noticed in recent years that in the movies, morgues were always filled with naked, beautiful young female bodies, and the medical examiners tended to be written and played as fat, insensitive pigs. But the ME of San Diego County, Dr. Abraham Epstein, was a small, meticulously dressed and tailored man in his early 60s, who spoke so softly and seriously that one was reminded of a funeral director, but with more sincerity. Nor did Dar and Sid have to walk past bodies to see Esposito's corpse. The procedure now was to sit in a small, comfortable room while a video of the deceased was shown on a high-resolution 32-inch TV monitor. As soon as Esposito's face appeared, Dar cringed. He could feel Sid recoiling next to him. In medical terminology, Dr. Epstein said quietly, this is called the face of frozen horror, an antiquated term but still quite appropriate. Dear God, said Sid. I've seen many dead bodies, many resulting from violent death, but never. An expression such as this, finished the medical examiner. Yes, very rare. Usually the phenomenon of death, even violent death, eliminates most or all expression from the face, at least until rigor mortis sets in. But this occurs in rare cases involving massive and almost instantaneous trauma to the brain, such as, or in the closing struts of a scissors lift, said Dar. Yes, said Dr. Epstein, and as you can see, the top of the skull was not only cut open and peeled back, capped is what convicts call it, as if in an autopsy, but the skull itself was squeezed quite violently.
Much of the brain matter was expelled, and that which remained lost contact with the deceased's central nervous system in less time than it takes for the nerve impulses to travel to the body. They sat in silence for a moment, silence broken only by the soft sound of Dar tapping in numbers on his pocket calculator, and Jorge Murphy Esposito's expression stared at them from the monitor. His eyes were rolled upward, as if watching a guillotine descending. His mouth opened impossibly wide in a scream that would never end. The muscles of his face and neck distorted almost to the point of cartoon absurdity. All under the peeled-back skull, the remaining bit of bone and hair looking like a cheap toupee that had blown half off. "Dr. Epstein," said Dar, "my calculations suggest that if the platform were at its maximum height, which is what the construction foreman and the few other workers on the job today said in interviews, a loss of hydraulic fluid would mean that the platform would reach near terminal velocity almost immediately. The platform would have struck Mr. Esposito in less than 2 seconds. Dr. Epstein nodded slowly. This is consistent with the studies done on the so-called face of frozen horror. The brain must be disconnected from the nervous system in 1.8 seconds or less for the facial expression to remain fixed in such a manner. Dar looked at Sid. "And how far do you think Esposito's body was from the column where the screw was opened to spill the hydraulic fluid?" "The platform is 12.5 feet wide," said Sid. "Esposito was on the side opposite the column with the released screw, and his head was protruding from the scissor struts by several inches, as if he were trying to throw himself out through the closing X of metal. Do you think he could have turned that bolt, removed that long screw, and jumped across that space in less than 2 seconds? No," said Sid. "And if, as his expression suggests, Esposito saw the platform falling, his instinct, anyone's instinct, would have been to jump forward, out from under it, not run deeper under and try to escape near the wall." Dar put his calculator away. "There is something else," said Dr. Epstein.
He led them into a medical work and storage area between the waiting room and the actual morgue lockers. There were various bags on shelves, most labeled with the international symbol for toxic bio-waste. Epstein pulled a box from a drawer, pulled on disposable surgical gloves of the type used by paramedics since the AIDS epidemic began, and handed a pair to both Dar and Sid. He lifted down one of the clear bags. The tag on it said Esposito, M. Jorge, and had the current date and case number on it. "This has all been photographed and videographed by the police, of course," said Dr. Epstein, "but you should see the actual thing." He opened the bag and laid Esposito's clothes out on a stainless steel table with blood gutters. The pinstripe suit had been a cheap one, Dar could see, and the blood and brain matter on it did not make it look any more attractive. The white shirt was almost completely red. Esposito had been wearing a bold yellow tie, now stained mostly crimson. The medical examiner lifted the sleeves of the suit jacket and then the sleeves of the shirt. "You see," he said. Sid nodded immediately. "Blood, human tissue, but no hydraulic fluid." "Exactly," said Dr. Epstein in his modulated, mournful tones. "Nor was there any hydraulic fluid on the body's hands, face, or upper body. But here." He lifted the trouser legs. Dar put his gloved hand on them to turn them better into the overhead light. The right trouser leg was black and oily from hydraulic fluid. Epstein removed worn, black Florsheim shoes with a reinforced heel from the bottom of the bag. Both shoes had blood on them, but only one, the right one, had been soaked in hydraulic liquid. And even the sole of the shoe stank of the fluid. "The spray trail we saw must have spurted out of the pipe about 8 feet, said Sid. For some reason, Esposito was under the lift, probably near the middle of the area or closer to the wall, and couldn't run for the opening. He turned and jumped for the gap between the cross struts just as the scissors closed. The hydraulic fluid caught just his pant legs and his right shoe as he jumped. What could keep someone from running the shortest distance to safety with 2 tons of platform dropping toward him? Asked Dar. Or who? Added Sid. Dr. Epstein put the clothing back in the evidence bag. He peeled off his now bloody gloves, dropped them in the toxic bio-waste bin, and scrubbed his hands at the sink. Sid and Dar followed suit. In the waiting room again, the monitor now mercifully blank, they both thanked the medical examiner. Dr. Epstein smiled, but his eyes remained sad. "I know about Attorney Esposito," he said, so quietly that Dar had to lean closer to hear him. "Ambulance chaser. Almost certainly an accident capper. But it was a terrible death. And even though Detective Hernandez and others do not seem interested, it must be reported as a wrongful death." "A wrongful death," agreed Sid. "Murder," said Dar. The two went out into the heavy rain. 11. K is for strikeout. It was nearly noon when Sydney Olson's Ford Taurus turned off the Avenue of the Stars in Century City and rolled down the steep ramp toward the underground parking garage. "So, are you going to tell me now what all this is about?" asked Dar, sipping the last of his 7-Eleven coffee and trying not to spill it as Sid took the ticket and drove quickly down the curving concrete ramp that seemed to be leading them to the parking lot for hell. "Not quite yet," said Sid. She noticed an empty slot next to a scarred concrete pillar and swung the Taurus in expertly. Dar grunted. Dar hated rising early, and he hated driving into LA during Monday rush hour traffic even more. This morning he had done both. Sid had picked him up at 7:30 for this lunch hour meeting, with Dar had no idea with whom. The traffic had been as bad as he had ever seen it, but Sid had driven calmly, resting her thin wrist on the steering wheel and becoming lost in thought when the miles of packed vehicles came to a total stop. They had spoken little during the long commute. At least the press was gone. There had been no TV vultures skulking outside Dar's warehouse condo when he had returned on Sunday evening, and none this morning. Last week's road rage killing was evidently old news, and all the Instacams and satellite trucks were off covering this week's top story, a sex scandal involving someone high up in the mayor's office and a well-known lobbyist. The fact that both the principals were attractive women did not make the press's appetite any less voracious. In the elevator from the basement parking garage, Sid said, "You sure you've got the video?" Dar hefted his old briefcase. They passed the floor where Robert Shapiro had leased his office space during the O.J. trial. Dallas Trace's office was on the penthouse floor. Dar was surprised by how spacious and busy the suite was. Once beyond the foyer, receptionist, and plainclothes security guard, they passed through a large area bustling with at least a dozen secretaries. Dar could see 5 smaller offices, undoubtedly staffed by Trace's young legal associates, before they reached the main man's corner office. The door was open, and Dallas looked up, grinned, and leaped out of his leather executive chair, gesturing them in, and grinning as if they were old friends. Again, Dar was surprised by the sumptuousness of the office. He could see the hills to the north, and because yesterday's storm had blown away most of the smog, for the time being, Dar knew that if he looked out the west window wall, he could make out Bundy Drive in Brentwood, about 3 miles west, where Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman had been murdered years before by someone cleverly disguised in the DNA of O.J. Simpson. Dar was surprised by the size of the staff and the elegance of the office, because most defense attorneys of his acquaintance, even the very successful and somewhat famous ones, tended to run a lean, mean business operation, often paying office expenses, including their lone secretaries and 1 or 2 young legal associates, with their own personal checks each week. It was, as legal writer Jeffrey Tobin once said, the famous criminal attorney's dilemma. Successful though one may be, repeat business is rare. Dallas Trace showed no signs of financial anxiety. The man was taller and thinner than he looked on television, at least 6'3", Dar thought, with a chiseled and manly face, a Marlowe man face. His smile was easy and emphasized the laugh lines around his eyes and the muscles around his thin-lipped mouth. Trace wore his long, gray hair tied back with a leather thong. His eyebrows were deep black, which emphasized his light gray eyes and made them all the more startling and photogenic in the tanned, lined face. Trace was wearing his trademark denim shirt and bolo tie, although Dar noticed that the shirt was blue silk rather than actual denim, and a leather western vest.
This one looked as if it had been tanned from the hide of a stegosaurus, an old stegosaurus, and probably cost several $1,000s. The bolo was held in place by the de rigueur jade and silver piece of jewelry, and there was a small diamond in the cowboy's left ear. Dar always realized how old he was when he reacted negatively to jewelry on men. Sometimes, alone on a summer night, he would yell at his TV when a ball player was thrown out at first, "You would have made it, you jerk, if you weren't carrying 10 pounds of gold chain." Dar recognized it as age, intolerance, and possibly the onset of Alzheimer's in him, but he did not change his opinion. Dallas Trace wore 6 rings. His suede Lucchese cowboy boots looked as if they were as soft as butter. Trace shook Sydney's hand first, and then Dar's. As Dar had expected, the big attorney, although slim, was a bone crusher. "Investigator Olson, Dr. Minor, take a seat, take a seat." Trace moved back around to his huge leather chair with real speed.
Dar guessed that the man was in his early 60s, but he was buff as a 25-year-old athlete. Dar had seen Dallas Trace's 25-year-old wife on TV and guessed he had good reason to stay in shape. Dar glanced around the office. Dallas Trace's desk was at the nexus of the 2 window walls, the attorney's back to the view as if he did not have time for such things. But other walls and shelves and bookcases were covered with photographs of Trace with celebrities and power brokers, including the last 4 U.S. presidents. Trace lounged back in his luxurious chair, steepled his fingers, propped his butter-soft Luccheses on the edge of his desk, and asked in his familiar gravelly tenor, "To what do I owe the honor of this visit, Chief Investigator?" "Doctor, you may have heard about the attempt on Dr. Minor's life last week," said Sid. Trace smiled, picked up a pencil, and tapped at his perfectly white teeth. "Ah, yes, the famous road rage killer. Are you seeking counsel, perhaps, Dr. Minor?" "No," said Dar. "There have been no charges filed," said Sid. "There probably won't be. The 2 men who opened fire on Dr. Minor were Russian mafia hitmen." Even though this had been reported on the television news ad nauseum, Dallas Trace managed to look surprised and raised one dark eyebrow. "So if you're not here about representation," he let the question hang. "When I called for the appointment counselor, you seemed to know who we each were," said Sid. Dallas Trace's smile expanded, and he tossed the pencil expertly back into its leather cup holder. "Of course I do, Chief Investigator Olson. I've taken great interest in the state's attorney's efforts to rein in insurance fraud and its teamwork with the FBI and the NICB. Your investigative work in California the past year or so has been excellent, Miss Olson." "Thank you," said Sid. "And everyone interested in expert accident reconstruction knows about Dr. Darwin Minor," continued the attorney. Dar said nothing. Beyond Trace's silhouette in the tall chair, traffic moved through Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Brentwood. Beyond, Dar could see the dark smudge of the sea. "Dr. Minor has a videotape that you should see, Mr. Trace," said Sid. "Do you have media equipment handy?" Trace tapped a button on the speakerphone console. A minute later, a young man wheeled in a cart carrying a 36-inch monitor and a stack of VCR and DVD players of every religious denomination. "Is there anything I should know, Miss Olson, Dr. Minor, before I play this tape? Anything incriminating or which would put us in a lawyer-client relationship?" said Trace, the amusement now absent from his gravelly rasp. "No," said Sid. Dallas Trace popped the tape in, closed the office door, returned to his chair, and activated the half-inch VCR with a credit card-sized remote. They watched the video in silence. Actually, Dar noticed, he and Dallas Trace were watching the video. Sid was watching Dallas Trace. The video showed only the 3-dimensional computer animation of the accident. 2 men coming out of a building, one pushing the other in front of a skidding van. The van circling around to hit him again. Trace remained completely impassive. "Do you recognize the accident depicted in this visual reenactment, counselor?" said Sid. "Of course I do," said Dallas Trace. "It's a mixed-up computer representation of the accident that killed my son." "Your son, Richard Kodiak," said Sid.
Trace's cool, gray gaze stayed on the chief investigator for a moment before he replied. Yes. Counselor, can you tell me why your son had a different last name than yourself? Sid's voice was low, conversational. Am I being interrogated, chief investigator? Of course not, sir. Good, said Trace, leaning back in his chair again and propping his boots on the edge of the desk. For a minute I was afraid I might need my lawyer present. Sid waited. My son, Richard, chose to take his stepfather's name, Kodiak, said Trace eventually. Richard was my child by my first wife, Elaine. We were divorced in 1981 and she has since remarried. Sid nodded and continued to wait. Dallas Trace quirked his lips into a curve that was equal parts sadness and smile. It is no secret, Miss Olson, that my son and I had a serious falling out some years ago. He legally took his stepfather's name, I can only surmise, at least in part, to hurt me. Was that falling out related to your son's lifestyle? Said Sid. Trace's smile became thinner. That, of course, is none of your business, Investigator Olson. But in the spirit of goodwill, I'll answer the question, as invasive and presumptuous as it is. The answer is no. Richard's discovery of his sexual orientation had nothing to do with our disagreement. If you know anything about me, Miss Olson, you must know of my support for gay and lesbian rights. Richard was a headstrong youth. Perhaps you could say that there was only room for one bull in the family herd. Sid nodded again. What is your reaction to this video, Mr. Trace? I would have been outraged by it, Trace said easily, except for the fact, of course, that I've seen it before, several times. Dar had to blink at this news. You have? Said Sid. May I ask where? Detective Ventura showed it to me during the course of the investigation of the accident, said Trace. Lieutenant Ventura, said Sid, of the Los Angeles Police Department's homicide unit. That's correct, said Trace. But both Lieutenant Ventura and Captain Fairchild assured me, Miss Olson, that this video reenactment was based on faulty data and completely unreliable. Dar cleared his throat. Mr. Trace, you seem confident that the video is not showing you the murder of your son. May I ask why you're so confident? Dallas Trace fixed Dar with his cold stare. Of course, Dr. Minor. First of all, I respect the professionalism of the detectives in question, Ventura and Fairchild, of LAPD homicide, interrupted Sid. Trace's gaze never left Dar. Yes, Detectives Ventura and Fairchild. They spent hundreds of hours on the case and ruled out foul play. Did you speak to anyone in the LAPD traffic investigation unit? Asked Dar. Sergeant Rote, perhaps, or Captain Capashaw. The attorney shrugged. I spoke to many people involved, Dr. Minor. I probably spoke to those men. Certainly I spoke with Officer Lentile, who wrote the accident report, as well as with Officer Clancy, Officer Barry, Sergeant McKay, and the others who were there that night. The strong muscles around Trace's thin lips quirked upward again, but the resulting smile did not reach his eyes. I am not without my own slight abilities of interrogation and cross-examination. Undoubtedly, said Sid, drawing the attorney's gaze back to her. But did you speak to the claimants, the other two people directly involved in the accident, Mr. Borden and Miss Smiley? Trace shook his head. I read their depositions. I had no interest in speaking with them. They were reported to move to San Francisco, said Sid. But the San Francisco police cannot locate them at the present time. Trace said nothing. Without actually glancing at his watch, he made it obvious that they were wasting his expensive time. Dar could only look at Sid. When had she tracked down this information? Did you know that your son had an alias, Mr. Trace? That he had identity papers under the name of Dr. Richard Carnac and worked at a medical clinic called California SureMed? Yes, said Trace. I became aware of that. Was your son a doctor, Mr. Trace? No, said the attorney. His voice seemed to hold no tension or defensive tone. My son was a perpetual student. He was in his 30s and still attending graduate classes, never finishing any. He spent 1 year in medical school.
"How did you become aware of your son's alias and involvement with the ShoreMed clinic, Mr. Trace?" said Sid. "Through Detectives Ventura or Fairchild?" Trace shook his head. "Nope. I hired my own private investigator."
And you're aware that the California ShoreMed Clinic was an injury mill, a source for fraudulent insurance claims, and that your son had violated state and federal laws by posing as a doctor and sending in false injury reports? Sid said. I am aware of that now, Investigator Olson, Trace said, voice flat. Do you intend to indict my son? Sid did not break away from the lawyer's eagle gaze. Trace sighed and dropped his feet to the floor. He ran his hands over his combed-back gray hair and adjusted the leather thong holding his ponytail in place. Investigator, I'm afraid I'm ahead of you here. What the police didn't turn up, my private investigator did. I discovered and acknowledge now, on the record, that my son was part of, what did you call it, an injury mill? A fraudulent claims network run by what the fraud business calls a capper? Yes, a capper named Jorge Murphy Esposito. Dallas Trace said the last 3 words as if they tasted of pure bile. Who died this weekend? Said Sid. Yes, said Dallas Trace. He smiled. Would you like to hear my alibi for the time of the accident, investigator? No thank you, Mr. Trace, said Sid. I know that you were at a charity auction in Beverly Hills on Sunday afternoon. You bought a Picasso drawing for $64,280. Trace's smile eroded. Jesus Christ, woman, he said. You actually do suspect me in all this petty shit? Sid shook her head. I really am trying to gather information about one of the most profitable injury mills in Southern California, she said. Your son, who was involved in it, died under mysterious circumstances. I disagree, Trace said, sharply. My son died in an accident while skipping out on his rent with his friends, 2 petty thieves, one of whom couldn't drive a van worth shit. A senseless ending to a largely useless life. Dr. Minor's video reconstruction of the event began, Sid. The lawyer turned his gaze back to Dar without a hint of a smile. Dr. Minor, a few years ago I went to see this popular movie about a great big ship that sank almost 90 years ago. Titanic, Dar said. Yes, sir, continued the lawyer, his West Texas accent becoming more pronounced. And in that movie, I saw with my own 2 eyes that big ship sinkin' standin' on end, breaking in 2, people falling like frogs out of a bucket. But you know something, Dr. Minor? Dar waited. None of it was true. It was special effects. It was digital. Dallas Trace spat the words out. Dar said nothing. If I had you on the witness stand, Dr. Minor, you on the stand and your precious video in the machine playing right in front of the jury, it would take me 30 seconds, shit, no, 20 seconds, to show them how in this digital, computer special effects age we live in, we can trust nothing on tape anymore. Esposito is dead, interrupted Sid. Donald Borden and Jenny Smiley, actually the former Jenny Esposito, as I'm sure your PI informed you, are missing, and you still don't find that suspicious? He swiveled his raptor gaze toward her. I find everything suspicious about it, Miss Olson. I was suspicious of everything Richard did, every friend he had, every mess he wanted me to bail him out of. Well, finally he got into a mess that no one could bail him out of. I'm convinced it was an accident, Miss Olson, but I'm also convinced it just doesn't matter a good goddamn. If he hadn't died that night on Marlborough Avenue, he'd probably be in jail now. My son was a poor, confused, weak, and manipulative little shitbird, Miss Olson, and it doesn't surprise me one steer turd of an iota that he ended up with bottom-dweller losers like Jorge Esposito and Donald Borden and Jenny, former Mrs. Esposito Smiley. And their disappearance? Said Sid. Dallas Trace laughed, and for the first time it sounded sincere. These people? Perfect. Turning their whole lives into a disappearing act, Miss Olson. You know that. It's what they do. It's what my son did. And now he's gone for good, and nothing I can do or you can find out will bring him back.
Dallas Trace jumped to his feet. He moved very fast for a man in his 60s, Dar noticed again. Pulled the tape from the machine, gave it to Sid, and opened the office door. "And now, if there's nothing else I can help you both with today." Dar and Sid got to their feet and moved to the door. "There is one other thing I was curious about," said Sid. "Your contribution to the helpers of the helpless." The dark eyebrows became almost vertical exclamation points. "What? If you don't mind my bluntness, Miss Olson, what in the sacred halls of fuckdom does that have to do with anything?" "You contributed a large amount to that charity last year," said Sid. "How much was it?" "I have no idea," said Trace. "You'd have to ask my accountant." $250,000, I believe," said Sid. "Then I'm sure you're correct," said Trace, opening the door wider. "You're a good investigator, Miss Olson. But if you have that figure, you must also know that Mrs. Trace and I are active in and contribute to more than 24 charities. What do they call themselves again?" "The Helpers of the Helpless," said Sid. "The Helpers of the Helpless serve the Hispanic community," said Trace. "It may also surprise you to know that I do quite a bit of pro bono work for the Hispanic community in this state, especially the poor immigrants who are constantly being persecuted, and not infrequently persecuted by the state's attorney's office." "I am aware of the wide range of charities which you and Mrs. Trace support," said Sid. "You're a generous man, Counselor Trace, and you have been more than generous with your time. Thank you." She held out her hand. Trace hesitated in surprise and then shook both Dar's hand and hers. "Once in the basement parking garage," Dar said. "Interesting. Now where?" "One more stop," said Sid. It had been a long while since Dar had been to LA's County Medical Center. It was the largest hospital in Los Angeles County, and still growing. At least 2 new additions were being noisily built as Sid found them a parking space on the 6th upper level. The hospital smelled like all hospitals smelled, had the same miserable lighting, that fluorescent glow like decaying vegetation that seems to illuminate all the blood under the skin, and the same background noises of coughs, weak voices, laughing nurses, phones ringing, doctors being paged, and rubber soles on linoleum. Dar hated hospitals. Sid led them through the halls as if giving him a tour, using her chief investigator ID to gain access to the emergency room, the intensive care center, the birthing ward, the patient rooms, and even the scrub room outside of surgery. Dar figured it out quickly enough. In addition to the doctors, nurses, interns, orderlies, candy stripers, custodians, administrators, patients, and visitors, there was one other conspicuous presence: men and women wearing white jackets adorned with colorful patches. The patches included a red cross, the medical caduceus in gold on a royal blue background, a round shoulder patch showing an eagle with an olive branch, the patch looking like something one of the NASA Apollo astronauts might have worn, and an American flag. But most prominent, on the left breast of each jacket, was a blue square with a large red capital H centered in it. Inside the upper bars of the H was a smaller gold cross. To Dar, it looked as if someone had kicked a crucifix for a perfect field goal. They were in one of the waiting areas for the emergency room when Dar made the connection. They had seen personnel with these H jackets pushing carts loaded with magazines, fruit juice, and teddy bears. They had seen 2 H-jacketed women holding, hugging, and reassuring a wildly weeping Hispanic woman in one of the hospital chapels. There had been H people in intensive care whispering, in Spanish, Dar remembered, to some of the most serious cases. And here in the emergency room waiting area, a young Hispanic woman in an H jacket was reassuring an entire family.
Dar overheard enough to understand that the family was Mexican, immigrants without green cards. Their daughter, who looked to be about 8, had broken her arm. The arm had been set, but the mother was hysterical. The father was literally wringing his hands. The baby was crying, and the girl's younger brother was on the verge of tears. Dar overheard enough to understand that their fear was that they would be deported now that they had been forced to come to the hospital. But the woman in the H jacket was assuring them in perfect, rapid-fire Spanish that no such thing would happen, that it was against the law, that there would be no report, that they could go home without fear, and that in the morning they could call the helpers hotline and receive further instructions and help that would keep them healthy and happy and in the country. "Helpers of the helpless," said Dar quietly as they headed out to the parking garage. "Yes," said Sid. "I counted 36 in our little tour." "So?" "So there are thousands of volunteers for Helpers of the Helpless working in LA County. They're in every hospital. It's even chic for movie stars and Rodeo Drive shopper matrons to volunteer their time if their Spanish is good enough. They've even begun expanding to serve Vietnamese, Cambodian, Chinese, you name it." So it started as a small Catholic charity," said Sid, "and now it's grown into a huge non-profit machine. The church found a small-time Hispanic lawyer to head it all up, and now it really has nothing to do with the Catholic Church. You'll find helpers in all the San Diego hospitals and medical centers, in Sacramento, all over the Bay Area, and in the last year or so, in Phoenix, Flagstaff, Las Vegas, Portland, Eugene, Seattle, even as far away as Billings, Montana. In another year, it will be nationwide. So? They're part of it, Dar. They're part of this huge capping syndicate that's creating injury mills. They recruit immigrants from everywhere, showing them how to make money on the slip and falls and the swoop and squats, on industrial accidents and fender benders." "So?" said Dar again as they got in the hot car, put the air conditioner on, and headed for the freeway. "Nothing new about that. Ever since the big insurance companies grew up and litigation became a business, it's the fastest way for immigrants to get rich in America. Before the Mexicans and Asians, it was the Irish and the Germans and the rest. Nothing new." "The scale is what's new," said Sid. "We're not talking about fly-by-night clinics and a few dozen cows and bulls being run by a capper or two, Dar. We're talking RICO here. We're talking organized crime on the scale of the Colombian drug dealers and their American connections." She nodded toward the medical center as they pulled out into traffic. "Doctors and surgeons, legitimate doctors and surgeons, are referring patients to the helpers for, well, help. The goddamn Mexican consulate makes referrals." "So, it makes it easy to recruit more swoop and squatters," said Dar, looking out at the jumble of closely cramped, oversized houses along the freeway. "Big deal." "A several $100 billion a year big deal," said Sydney. "And I'm going to find out just who's behind it, who's organizing this monstrosity." Dar looked at Sid and only then realized how angry he was. It had all been a lark up to now, letting her be his bodyguard, letting her stake him out like the goat in Jurassic Park, showing her his amusing little accidents and tagging along with her in turn, playing Watson to her Sherlock Holmes. "You think Dallas Trace is behind this?" he said. "Probably the most famous lawyer in America? Mr. CNN Answer Man? That posturing West Texas from Newark asshole with his silk work shirts and dork knob? You really think someone that famous is the Don Corleone of Southern capping?" Sid chewed her lip. I don't know, Dar. Nothing connects, but all the loose strings seem to point in his direction somehow." "You think Dallas Trace ordered his own son to be killed?" "No, but—" "You think he killed Esposito, Donald Borden, and the girl, Jenny Smiley?" "I don't know. If—" "You think he's the head of the 5 families, chief investigator? Squeezing it in between his law practice, his book writing, his weekly CNN show, his public appearances, his stints on Nightline and Good Morning America, his charity work, and his nights with that beautiful new child bride?" "Don't get angry," Sid said. "Why the hell not? You knew he'd seen my accident reconstruction video before." "Yes, so you dragged me in there just so you could watch him and he could see me. On the off chance that he's the big man, you had him take a good look at me so he would know for sure who to send his hitmen after next time." "It's not like that, Dar." "Bullshit," said Dar. They drove in silence for some time. "If this conspiracy is as big as I believe it is," began Sid. Dar cut her off. "I don't believe in conspiracies." Sid glanced at him.
I believe in evil institutions, said Dar, trying to control his anger but unable to keep his words light. I believe in La Cosa Nostra and shitty car makers and evil people like tobacco merchants and those shitheads who give away baby formula to third world mothers so they'll keep on buying their baby formula even while the babies die of diarrhea. Dar stopped and took a breath. But conspiracies, no. Plots are like churches or other multi-celled organizations. The bigger they get, the dumber they are. The law of inverse IQ. If there are no conspiracies, what do you believe in, Dar? What does it matter? I'm just curious. Sid's voice was flat and emotionless now as well. Well, let's see, said Dar, looking out at the traffic mess ahead of them, the solid wedge of automobiles and trucks moving at 10 miles per hour. I believe in entropy. I believe in the unbounded limits of human perversity and stupidity. I believe in the occasional combination of those three elements to create a Friday in Dallas, Texas, with some asshole named Lee Harvey Oswald who learned to shoot well in the Marines getting a clear field of fire for 6 seconds. Dar stopped speaking. What the hell am I talking about? Had it been Dallas Trace's arrogance or the death stench of the hospital that had set him off? Maybe he was just going crazy. After several minutes of silence, Sid said, "And you don't believe in crusades either." He looked at her. At that moment, she was a total stranger to him, certainly not the woman whose company and repartee he had enjoyed so much over the past several days. Crusades always end up sacrificing innocents, like the original crusades to free the Holy Land, said Dar harshly. Sooner or later, it's a fucking children's crusade, and kids are on the front line. Sid frowned. What are you so angry about, Dar? Vietnam? Or your work with the NTSB? The Challenger? What are we— Never mind, said Dar. He was suddenly very tired. The grunts in Vietnam had a saying for everything, you know. Sid watched the traffic. No matter what happened, said Dar, the infantrymen would learn to say, fuck it, it don't matter. Move on. The traffic stopped. The tourist stopped. Sid looked at him, and there was something more than anger in her eyes. You can't base your philosophy on that. You can't live like that. Dar returned her stare, and only when she looked away did he realize how angry his gaze must have been. Wrong, he said. It's the only philosophy that lets you live. They drove into San Diego in absolute silence. When they were near Sid's hotel, she said, I'll take you up to the hill to your condo. Dar shook his head. I'll walk to the Justice Center from here. They're releasing my NSX from impoundment this afternoon, and I'm meeting the body shop guy there. Sid stopped the car and nodded. She watched him as he got out and stood on the curb. You're not going to help me any further with this investigation, are you? She said at last. No, said Dar. Sid nodded. Thanks for— began Dar. Thanks for everything. He walked away and did not look back.
Listener's space to absorb and reflect. 12. L is for long shot. Tuesday was a big day for guns, culminating in a high-velocity rifle bullet aimed directly at Darwin Minor's heart. The day started dismally, with more heat, more rain clouds threatening, unusual for Southern California for this time of year, of course, but almost all of Southern California's weather was unusual at almost any time of year. Dar started his own day in a foul mood. His anger from the previous day bothered him. The fact that he would not see Sydney Olson again bothered him. The fact that this bothered him the most. The repairs to the NSX were going to cost a fortune. When Harry Meadows, his body shop friend, and one of the few people in the state who could do decent body work on the Acura's aluminum skin, met him at the Justice Center on Monday evening, all he could do was shake his head. The final estimate on repairs had made Dar take a full step backward. Jesus, Dar had said, I could buy a new Subaru for that. Harry had nodded slowly and mournfully. True, he said. But then you'd have a fucking Subaru rather than an NSX. Dar could not argue with the logic of that. Harry had taken the bullet-scarred NSX away on a trailer, swearing that he would take as good care of the car as he would of his own mother. Dar happened to know that Harry's aged mother lived in poverty in an unair-conditioned trailer 65 miles out in the desert, where he visited her precisely twice a year. On Tuesday morning, Lawrence called. There were several new cases that needed photographing. Lawrence did not know which ones would require reconstruction work. It depended upon which went to litigation and jury trials. But he thought that he and Dar should visit each site. "Sure," said Dar. "Why the hell not? I'm only about a month behind in my paperwork as it is." As Lawrence drove, he must have sensed something was wrong with Dar. There is a certain bond between men that goes deeper than verbal communication. Men who have known each other for years and work together, occasionally on dangerous projects, begin to gain a sixth sense about their friends' thoughts and emotions. This allows them to communicate on a level deeper than women could ever understand. Lawrence and Dar had just picked up coffee and donuts at a Dunkin' Donuts in North San Diego when Lawrence said, "Something wrong, Dar?" "No," said Dar. Nothing more was said. The first accident site was halfway to San Jose. Lawrence parked the trooper in the crowded parking lot of a low-rent condo complex, and they walked over to the inevitable yellow-taped crime scene rectangle around a 1994 red Honda Prelude. The accident had occurred, blew his guts all over the hood, headlights, front bumper. "He was still alive in intensive care when I got the call this morning," interrupted Lawrence. "Do you have an update?" The cop shrugged. When the detectives came to take the girl downtown, word was that the medics had pulled the plug on Barry. Sheila's comment was, "Good riddance." "Love," said Lawrence. "It's a many-splendored thing," agreed the uniformed officer. They stopped for 3 obvious slip-and-fall scams, 2 at supermarkets and 1 at a Holiday Inn, where the claimant was famous for slip-and-falls near ice machines that leaked, and a slow-motion parking lot swoop-a-squat where 5 family members were all claiming whiplash. The last accident scene was in San Jose itself. On the way, Lawrence and Dar stopped for lunch. Actually, they just went through a Burger Biggie drive-thru and ate their biggies and slurped their biggie milkshakes while Lawrence drove. "So, how did Barry's shotgun seppuku relate to any of your insurance carriers?" Dar asked between sips. "First thing Sheila did this morning was file a claim on the Prelude," said the big insurance adjuster. "She says that it's totaled, that State Farm owes her a brand new car." "I didn't see that much damage," said Dar. "Some broken glass. The dents in the hood, nothing else that a car wash won't take care of." Lawrence shook his head. "She claims that she would be too traumatized to ever drive the Prelude again. She wants full payment, enough to buy a brand new SUV. She's had her eye on a Navigator." "She told the insurance people all this morning before going to the cops to give her statement?" "Sort of," said Lawrence. "She called her insurance agent at 4 a.m. The last accident site was also in a rundown condo complex, this one right in San Jose. There were uniformed officers on the stairway and an obviously bored plainclothes detective on the 3rd floor. There was also the smell of death. "Jesus," said Lawrence, pulling a clean red bandana out of his hip pocket and holding it over his nose and mouth. "How long has this guy been dead?" "Just since last night," said Lieutenant Rich of the San Jose PD. "Everyone heard the shotgun about midnight, but no one reported it. The apartment's not air-conditioned, so things have been getting ripe since about 10 a.m. "You mean the body's still in there?" Lawrence asked incredulously. Lieutenant Rich shrugged. "The ME was here this morning when the body was discovered. The cause of death has been established. We've been waiting for the meat wagon all day, but the county coroner has jurisdiction on this, and his vehicle's been busy all day. Real mess on the freeways this morning." "Shit," said Lawrence. He gave Dar a look and then turned back to the lieutenant. "Well, we have to go in and take photos. I have to do a scene sketch." "Why?" said the detective. "What the hell has the insurance got to do with it at this point?" "There's already threatened litigation by the deceased's sister," said Lawrence. "Against who?" said Officer Rich. "Do you know how this guy died?" "Suicide, isn't it?" said Lawrence. "The lawsuit is against the deceased's Mr. Hatton's psychiatrist. His sister says that Mr. Hatton was depressed and paranoid and that the psychiatrist didn't do enough to prevent this tragedy. The detective chuckled. I don't think that's going to fly. I'd have to testify in court that the psychiatrist did everything she could to keep this poor nut happy. Come on in, I'll show you. You can take your photos, but I don't think you'll want to hang around long enough to do too careful a scene diagram. Dar followed the plainclothes officer and Lawrence into the small, overheated apartment. Someone had opened the only window that would open, but that was in the kitchen, and the body was in the bedroom. Jesus Christ, said Lawrence, standing next to the blood-soaked bed and pillows, looking at the crimson spatters on the headboard and wall. The .38's still in the poor bastard's hand. The M.E. says that this isn't suicide? Lieutenant Rich, who was trying to hold his nose and look dignified at the same time, nodded. We have testimony from the shrink that Mr. Hatton was definitely depressed and paranoid, also schizophrenic. The psychiatrist was aware that the late Mr. H. always slept with the .38 Smith & Wesson on his nightstand next to his bed. He was afraid the UN was planning an invasion of the United States. You know, black helicopters, barcodes on road signs to show the African troops where to go to get the gun owners, the usual shit. Anyway, the shrink, she's a woman, by the way, and quite a looker, says that the short-term goal of her therapy was to have Mr. Hatton bring in the pistol for safekeeping. Guess that goal won't be reached, said Lawrence through his bandana. The shrink says that Hatton was extremely paranoid, but in no way suicidal, said the detective. She's willing to testify to that. But the poor schmuck was on about 5 types of meds, including doxepin and flurazepam to sleep. Knocks him right out. According to the doctor, Hatton always tried to get to sleep by 10:30 p.m. So what happened, said Lawrence, as Dar shot some regular 35mm stills with high-speed film. Hatton's sister called him at 3 minutes before midnight, said Lieutenant Rich. She says that she usually doesn't call him that late, but that she'd had a terrible dream, a premonition of his death. So, said Lawrence. Hatton didn't answer the phone. His sister knew that he was taking sleeping pills, so she waited until 9 this morning to start calling again. Eventually, she called the cops. I don't get it, said Lawrence. Dar crouched by the body, studied the angle of the arm and the turn of the wrist that rigor mortis had sculpted in place, studied the wound high on the dead man's temple, and then moved around the bed to sniff at the pillow on the empty side. I do, said Dar. Lawrence looked at Dar, at the body, back at Lieutenant Rich, and then at the body again. Oh, no, you're shitting me. That's the M.E.'s analysis, said the detective. Lawrence shook his head. You mean, he was all doped up with sleeping pills, his sister calls because she has a dream that he's died, and this guy thinks he's answering the phone but actually picks up the .38 on the nightstand and blows his brains out? There's no way anyone could prove that. There was a witness, said Lieutenant Rich. Lawrence looked at the empty but mussed side of the bed. Oh, he said, getting the picture, or at least part of it. Giorgio of Beverly Hills, said Dar. Lawrence turned slowly to look at his friend. Are you telling me that you can look at the imprint on the other side of the bed and sniff around amidst all this stench and tell me the name of the guy from Beverly Hills that Mr. Hatton was sleeping with? The police detective laughed, then covered his mouth and nose again. Dar shook his head. The perfume, Giorgio of Beverly Hills. Dar turned to the plainclothes officer. Let me take a wild guess. Whoever was in bed with Mr. Hatton at the time of the accident didn't come forward last night, either because she's married or the situation would be embarrassing in some other way, but she's given you a statement since then. Whoever she was, you found her this morning, and probably not by checking all of the women in Southern California who wear Giorgio. Detective Rich nodded. 2 minutes after the patrol car pulled up this morning, she broke down and started sobbing, told us all about it. What are you two talking about? Said Lawrence. The psychiatrist, said Dar. Lawrence looked back at the body. Mr. Hatton was boffing his shrink? Not at the time of the accident, said Lieutenant Rich. They'd finished their boffing for the night, Mr. Hatton had taken his flurazepam and doxepin, and they were both asleep.
The psychiatrist, I'll keep her name out of it for right now, but my guess is that you'll be hearing it on the 11 o'clock news a lot in the days to come. She heard the phone ring at midnight, heard Hatton fumble around and say, "Hello," just as the gun went off. She obviously decided that discretion was the better part of valor on her part, said Dar. Yeah, said the detective. She got her ass out of here before the blood quit spraying. Unfortunately, for the shrink, the snoopy live-in manager saw her drive off in her Porsche about 5 minutes after midnight. Does Mrs. Hatton's sister know about this yet? Asked Lawrence. Not yet, said the detective. Dar exchanged glances with Lawrence. That should make the lawsuit even more interesting. The detective led the way back out into the hallway. Lawrence and Dar followed readily enough. They stood on the balcony to let the breeze blow some of the smell off their clothes. It's like the old story of how Helen Keller burned her ear, said Lawrence, making notes and fast sketches in his notebook. By answering the iron, Lieutenant Rich said, and began laughing almost hysterically. Lawrence and Dar did not speak for some time after leaving San Jose. Finally, Lawrence muttered, "To protect and serve. Ha!" At the end of the drive back to San Diego, Dar suddenly said, "Larry, remember when Princess Diana was killed a few years ago?" "Lawrence," said Lawrence. "Sure I remember. What did we talk about, more or less?" The burly insurance adjuster sighed. "Let's see. The first reports were that the Mercedes that Princess Di and her boyfriend were in had been going 120 miles per hour. We knew that was incorrect right from the beginning. We used the TV's freeze frame to get some stills of the news report, remember? Then we videotaped the later scene reports and studied the stills from them. And we talked about how the impact incursion wasn't consistent," said Dar. "Right. The Mercedes hit that pillar pretty much dead on, so we know that the front-end incursion wasn't significant enough to show that the car had been going anywhere near 120 miles per hour. Also, the TV networks kept reporting that the car had obviously rolled over. But when we looked at the raw video, we knew that wasn't so. You and Trudy identified the missing roof as the emergency workers' efforts to cut the victims free, right?" said Dar. "Sure, so did you. And the dents visible in the roof didn't come from a rollover. They came from the rear passengers' heads hitting the inside of the roof after the initial impact. And what did we judge the real speed of impact to be, according to the video, the passengers' injuries, and the other scene reports? I said, let's see, I said 63 miles per hour. Trudy said 67. I think you had the low number, 62. And when the final report came out, you were right, mused Dar. Lawrence went on. None of the reporters seemed to want to mention it, but we all knew that Princess Diana would have almost certainly survived the crash if she'd been wearing her seatbelt and shoulder harness. And they'd all be alive if the accident had happened in the United States. "Because," said Dar.
"Because it's both federal and state regulations that pillars in an underpass have to be protected by guardrails," said Lawrence. "You know that. You mentioned it the night of the accident. You even worked out the kinetic impact velocity diminution equations on our computers, showing that if it had been a guardrail rather than a concrete pillar, the Mercedes would have gone ricocheting back and forth through that tunnel, wall to guardrail and back again, dissipating energy as it went, if the occupants, other than the bodyguard, had been buckled in." "But they weren't," said Dar quietly. "Trudy calls that the taxi limousine syndrome," said Lawrence. "People who would never drive or ride in their own automobiles without a seatbelt don't even think about buckling up in a limo or taxi. For some reason, you feel invulnerable when a hired driver is behind the wheel. Trudy even remembered video of Princess Diana buckling up when driving her own car," said Dar. "What else did we discuss?" Lawrence scratched his chin. "I'm assuming you'll get to your point here sometime. Let's see. We all agreed that the paparazzi didn't have anything to do with the accident. First, the Mercedes could have easily outrun those little paparazzi motorcycles. Secondly, it could have driven over them without feeling a bump. But we all suspected that a second vehicle was involved, a second automobile, that is, that the driver swerved down into the tunnel and then lost control trying to miss another car." "Which turned out to be the case," said Dar. "Yeah, And we were sure they'd discover that the driver had been legally drunk. Dar nodded. Why did we assume that? He was French, said Lawrence. Lawrence did not travel to parts of the world where all the people did not speak English. He also did not like the French just on general principles. Why else? Said Dar. Oh, I think it was Trudy who made the point, that the swerve to the left after entering the tunnel, the swerve that sent them directly into the pillar, almost certainly had to be an evasive maneuver, and that any competent driver, or sober driver, could have made it at 65 miles per hour without losing control of that make of Mercedes. After all, the car was trying to help the driver keep control. So the three of us were right about all of the particulars of the accident, even down to the hypothetical extra car involved, said Dar. But do you remember any other reaction on our part? Oh, I remember keeping a watch on the net and the professional journals for a while, said Lawrence. The facts came trickling in that way, through comments by other insurance investigators, long before the networks or news services figured it out. Do you remember us crying? Said Dar. Lawrence took his eyes off the traffic and looked at Dar for what seemed like a long time. Then he looked back at the road. Are you shitting me? No, I'm trying to remember our emotional reaction. Everybody else in the world went apeshit, said Lawrence in obvious disgust. Remember the TV views of the long lines of sobbing people, grown-ups, outside the British consulate in LA? There were church services up the wazoo and more blubbering on television idiot-on-the-street interviews than I've seen since Kennedy was shot. More than Kennedy. It was like everyone's favorite aunt, wife, mother, sister, and girlfriend had died. It was crazy. It was absolutely nuts. Yes, said Dar, but how did the three of us react? Lawrence shrugged again. I guess Trudy and I were sorry the lady was dead. It's sad when any young person dies. But Christ, Dar, it wasn't personal. I mean, we didn't know the woman. Besides, there was a certain irritation at their carelessness, hers and the boyfriend. Dottie at letting a drunk drive, at playing games driving that fast just to get rid of a few fucking photographers, and for thinking that they were so above the laws of physics that they didn't need their belts on. Yes, Dar said, and was quiet a moment. Do you remember when the conspiracy theories began about her death? Laughed. Yeah, about 10 minutes after the first news reports were aired. I remember after you did the kinetic equations, we went onto the internet to find some more facts, and already people were yapping about how the CIA killed them, or the British Secret Service, or the Israelis. Morons. Yes, said Dar. But our reaction was just one of what? Lawrence frowned at Dar again. Professional interest, he said. Is there a problem with that? It was an interesting accident, and the media got the details all wrong, as they usually do. It was fun figuring out what really happened. We were right down to the phantom car, the alcohol, and the speed of impact. We didn't get involved with the orgy of mourning going on everywhere because that was media-hype celebrity cult bullshit. If I want to weep for the dead, I'll visit the graveyard in Illinois where my parents are buried. Is there a problem with any of that, Dar? Did we react wrong? Is that what you're saying? Dar shook his head. No, he said, and a moment later he said it again. No, we didn't react wrong at all. Back at his condo loft that evening, Dar could not concentrate. None of the accidents he and Lawrence had investigated that day would take much reconstruction. The gunshot accidents had been a little out of the ordinary, but not that much. 3 weeks earlier, Dar and Lawrence had investigated a claim in which an inner-city teenager had shoved a loaded revolver into his waistband and blown off most of his genitals. The family was suing the school district, even though the 9th grader had skipped school that day. The mother and live-in boyfriend were arguing in the $2 million claim that the school was responsible for making sure the 16-year-old was in school. Dar had 20 other projects he could work on, but he found himself wandering the apartment, pulling books off the shelves and putting them back, checking his email and updating his chess games. Of the 23 games he had going, only 2 required any real concentration.
a mathematics student in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and a mathematician financial planner in Moscow, were giving him real problems. His Moscow friend, Dmitri, had beaten him twice and played him to a stalemate once. Dar looked at the email, went to the physical chessboard he kept set up for that game, moved Dmitri's white knight, and frowned at the result. This would take some thought. Dar was surprised when Sydney called. "Hey, I was hoping to catch you home. Would you mind some company?" Dar hesitated only a fraction of a second. "No, sure, where are you?" "In the hall outside your apartment," said Sid. "Your police protection didn't even notice us when we came in the back way, carrying a suspicious package." "Us?" said Dar. "I brought a friend," said Sid. "Shall I knock?" "Why don't I just open the door?" said Dar. Sid was indeed carrying a suspicious package. Dar guessed that it was a rifle or shotgun wrapped in canvas. Her friend was a strikingly handsome Latino a few years younger than Sid or Dar. The man was only of medium height, but he had the muscular presence of a long ball hitter. His wavy black hair was brushed straight back. He looked lean and comfortable in khaki pants, a khaki windbreaker, and a gray polo shirt. And although he wore cowboy boots, the effect was natural, as if he belonged in them, exactly the opposite of the costume effect that Dallas Trace's boots had created. He introduced himself as Tom Santana, and his handshake was also the opposite of Dallas Trace's. Where Trace had attempted to impress with his bone-crushing intensity, Santana was obviously a very powerful man with the restraint of a gentleman. "I've heard of you, Dr. Minor," said Tom. "Your reconstruction work is much admired. I'm surprised we haven't met before." "Dar," said Dar, "and I don't get out much. But I do know the name Tom Santana. You started out with the CHP Staged Collision Unit and shifted over to the Fraud Division in '92, working undercover."
You were the one who blew open the Cambodian and Vietnamese capper gangs in '95 and put those two attorneys in jail. Santana grinned. He had the smile of a movie star, but none of the self-consciousness. And before that, the Hungarians who literally wrote the book on capping in California, he said with a laugh. As long as the Hungarians and the Vietnamese and the Cambodians stayed within their own ethnic group, we couldn't get into them. But once they started recruiting Mexicans as El Toros and Lava Costa, then I could go undercover. "But you're not undercover anymore," said Dar. Tom shook his head. "Too well known for that now. Last couple of years, I've been heading up FIST. The last year, I've been working on and off with Sid here." Dar knew that FIST was a Fraud Division acronymic cuteness standing for Fraud Intelligence Specialist Team. And the way this man and Sid acted around each other, just stood so easily together, sat so comfortably on his leather couch next to one another, not too close, not too far apart. Dar didn't know what the hell it meant, but he was irritated at himself for feeling some pang about it. How long had he known Chief Investigator Olson anyway? 5 days? Did he expect her not to have a life before that? Before what? Drink? Said Dar, walking to the antique dry sink he used as a bar. Both shook their heads. "We're still on duty," said Tom. Dar nodded and poured himself a bit of single malt scotch, then sat in the Eames chair across from them. The last of the evening sunlight came through the tall windows and fell across them in slowly moving trapezoids of gold light. Dar sipped his scotch, looked at the canvas-wrapped package, and said, "Is that for me?" "Yes," said Sid. "And don't say no until you hear us out." "No," said Dar. "God damn it," Sid said. "You are one stubborn man, Dar Minor." Dar sipped scotch and waited. "Will you hear us out, at least?" asked Sid. "Sure." The chief investigator sighed and said, "I'm going to get a drink, on duty or not." "No, don't get up, Dar. I know where the scotch is. Go ahead, Tom." Tom Santana used his hands for emphasis when he spoke. "Sid tells me that you feel like you were being used, Dr. Minor." "Dar," continued Tom, "and, in a way, you were. We both apologize for that. But when the Russians made their move against you, it was the biggest break we've had in the Alliance case." Sid came back to the couch with her glass of scotch and settled back into the cushions. "We've been watching about a dozen top lawyers around the country. I mean top lawyers, famous men. About half of them here in California, the rest in places like Phoenix, Miami, Boston, New York. Including Dallas Trace? Said Dar. We think so, said Tom. Dar took a drink of single malt again before speaking. The light made the amber whiskey glow in its glass. Why would these lawyers, presumably if they're at or near Trace's level of success, take such a risk when they already make millions of dollars legitimately? Tom's hand stabbed out like an infielder getting ready to handle a hot grounder. At first, we couldn't believe it either. Some of it may be personal, like Esposito's involvement in the death of Dallas Trace's son, Richard, but most is just business. You know how many billions are hauled in every year through injury mills and fraudulent claims. This alliance of big-time lawyers appears to be taking out the middlemen. Literally taking them out? Said Dar. As in murdering them? Sometimes, said Sid. She looked tired. The last of the evening light on her face showed wrinkles that Dar had not noticed before. Jenny Smiley and Donald Borden, for instance, we haven't found them in San Francisco or Oakland. We haven't found them anywhere. Dar nodded. You might try the Bay itself. He glared at Sid without meaning to. So when the Russians took their shots at me, you got me into this because you hoped I'd trip Dallas Trace's hand somehow? Why? Because you knew that I'd made the videotape reconstructions? Sid leaned forward quickly, a look of concern or pain on her face. No, Dar, I swear. I knew that Dallas Trace had seen evidence that his son had been killed. We interviewed Detectives Fairchild and Ventura because it was strange that the homicide unit had taken over the investigation from the accident unit. But I swear, I promise you, that I didn't know that you'd done that reconstruction tape until you showed it to me at the cabin. Tom remained silent, looking from one to the other of them as if trying to understand the tension that suddenly filled the room. So, why did you bring me along to face Dallas Trace? Asked Dar after a moment. Sid set her scotch down on the rough-planked coffee table. Because the tape was so good, she said. No rational man could look at that and not believe that his son had been murdered. I was willing to give Dallas Trace the benefit of the doubt until yesterday. But once he looked at that reconstruction video and then threw us out, I knew he was into all this up to his neck. Dar sighed. So what the hell do you want me to do? Help us, said Tom Santana. Keep working with Sid. Use your reconstruction skills to get to the bottom of this alliance conspiracy. Dar did not respond. Sid turned to Tom Santana. Dar doesn't believe in conspiracies. I didn't say that, snapped Dar. I said I don't believe in successful conspiracies. After a while, they collapse from their own weight, or because the people involved are too stupid to keep their mouths shut. That helpers of the helpless crap? It's not crap, Tom said. Things are changing. Things are getting deadly. Instead of swoop and squats on surface streets, you're seeing these fatalities on the freeways. And at the construction sites, said Sid. People are getting recruited for the usual stuff, fender benders, whiplash claims, said Tom. But they're dying instead, and guys like Esposito and Dallas Trace are making more money off of them than ever before. Esposito's not making any more money for anyone, muttered Dar. Sid leaned forward, her hands clasped. Will you join us, Dar? Will you help us on this project? Dar looked at the two of them, sitting there on his couch, so comfortable with one another. No, he said. But, began Tom. If he says no, he means no, interrupted Sid. She pulled a semi-automatic pistol from her belt under her loose vest. It looked like her own 9mm pistol, but chambered for a heavier round. Are you familiar with one of these, Dar? A handgun? Said Dar. I saw one in a dead man's hand this afternoon. Sid ignored his sarcasm. This kind of SIG Pro, I mean. Dar looked down at the small semi-automatic with obvious distaste. I know you've seen Sig Sauers, said Sid. This is the new Sig Arms polymer design, very small, very light. She set the pistol on the table. Go ahead, heft it, try it. I'll take your word for it, said Dar. Look, Dar, Sid began, and stopped as if fighting to keep her voice under control. We didn't get you into this.
When those LAPD detectives, and we think they're both on the takes, showed Trace the video reconstruction you'd given the accident unit, well, that's when the Russians were sent after you. We're certain the Alliance has brought in some top Russian mafia figures to enforce their takeover of major fraud, said Tom Santana softly, slowly. We have evidence that Dallas Trace himself has hired an ex-KGB agent as his primary enforcer, a member of the Organizatsiya, Russia's organized crime syndicate. This enforcer is bringing in more Russian mafia as the need arises. And you think this little polymer SIG Pro is going to make a difference? It could make all the difference, said Sid, her voice angry now. You saw how easily Tom and I got into your condo building. There's a single San Diego PD unmarked car parked across the street, but those guys are on overtime and they're probably both half asleep by now. She dropped the magazine out of the pistol and set it aside, racking the semi-automatic to show that there was no bullet in the chamber. This is my personal weapon.
This type of SIG Pro fires .40 caliber Smith & Wesson ammo, and it's about the most accurate semi-auto on the market. The U.S. Secret Service likes these weapons. The SIG Pro comes up well on target and puts the rounds right where they're pointed. At another human being, said Dar. Sid ignored him. She took the canvas off the long package. The pistol would be for personal protection when you're out alone, she went on. I've got a permit in the works for you, but you won't be arrested for carrying it no matter what. And for the apartment and the cabin, a shotgun, said Dar. I know you were in the Marines, said Sid. I know you were trained in the use of weapons. More than a quarter of a century ago, said Dar. It's like riding a bike, said Tom Santana. No sarcasm in his words. You had a 410 Savage over and under at some point, said Sid. You probably recognize the shotgun. It's a classic. A Remington Model 870 pump-action 12-gauge, said Dar flatly. Yeah, I've seen 'em. Sid reached into her big bag and then set 2 boxes of cartridges on the coffee table. Dar could see that one box held Smith & Wesson .40 caliber bullets, the other a yellow box of 00 buckshot shells. The chief investigator nodded toward Dar's front door. Somebody you don't like comes through that door, Dar. A single pull on this trigger releases 9.33 caliber lead pellets at muzzle velocities ranging from 1,100 to 1,300 feet per second. That means as much lead in the air as 8 rounds from a 9mm semi-automatic. Close-range firepower, said Tom Santana, with quick velocity drop-off and less risk of overpenetration than most firearms. It's why police prefer them for close-in situations. And under, say, 25 yards, it's almost impossible to miss. Dar said nothing. The 3 sat in silence for several minutes. The sunlight had gone. Dar, said Sid at last, leaning over the table to touch his knee, if you're not going to work with us or let me be around you, then you need some extra protection. Dar shook his head. No on the pistol. That's final. I'll keep the shotgun under the bed. Chief Investigator Olson and Inspector Santana looked at one another. Then Sid took the SIG Pro and its ammunition and put them away in her bag. Thank you for keeping the shotgun at least, Dar. The magazine holds 5 shells, and the pump action— I've fired a Remington 870 before, interrupted Dar. It's like riding a bike. He stood. Anything else? Both Sid and Tom shook his hand at the door, but neither said anything until Tom handed Dar his card. I can be reached at the last number at any time, day or night, said the fist investigator. Dar slid the card in his jeans pocket, but said, I've already got Sid's card somewhere. For an hour after they left, Dar just paced the apartment, not even turning on the lights. He slid the shotgun and the shells under his bed and came back out into the main living area, restless. He poured another glass of scotch and stared out at the lights of the city below and at the slow movement of boats in the bay. Aircraft landed and took off from Lindbergh Field, suggesting a purposefulness and energy that Dar did not share. Finishing his drink, he went into his bedroom cubicle again. In the bathroom, he turned on the shower and stood under the hot spray for several minutes, letting the water pound some of the whiskey fuzziness out of his head. He came out into the dark bedroom carrying the towel and drying his short hair. He turned on a light. The bedroom was merely an enclosure created by built-in bookcases. But his closet was fully enclosed, and its door had come with a full-length mirror that he had meant to take down. Now he blinked at his own reflection. "Is there anything sadder-looking than a naked middle-aged man?" thought Dar. He started toward the closet door, as much to get the mirror out of view by opening the door as to find his pajamas, when the first shot was fired. The mirror shattered. Broken glass cut Dar's face and chest. He stumbled backward, knocking the lamp off the low dresser. The second shot was fired into darkness. 13. M is for mist. There were so many cops in Dar's apartment that it looked like a donut shop during graveyard watch. A ballistics team worked on recreating the precise angle of the two bullets from where they shattered the high windows on the north side to their point of impact. Sheets and painter's canvas had been hastily nailed up over the other windows. There were half a dozen uniformed officers in the room and more plainclothes people. Special Agent Jim Warren was there, representing the FBI, with his assistant, a short, intense woman. Captain Hernandez from the San Diego Police Department was there with 6 or 8 of his usual entourage, as was Captain Tom Sutton of the CHP. Sid Olson and Tom Santana were also there, sitting on the leather couch and staring at the rifle on the coffee table. "I've never seen a rifle like that before," said one of the CHP officers. The man was sipping coffee from one of Dar's white mugs. "It's a civilian version of one of the sniper rifles your SWAT team would use," said Sid. "Have we run down the make?" asked Captain Hernandez. "I recognize it," said Tom Santana. "It debuted at an NRA show in Seattle a few years ago. It's a Tikka 595 Sporter with a Weaver T32 scope." "How far away was the rooftop?" asked Captain Sutton. "Almost 700 yards to the north of here," said Sid. "I actually saw the first muzzle flash and was on my way before the second shot was fired." She nodded toward 2 uniformed officers sipping soft drinks in the kitchen area. "I was staked out on the hill above the condo, so I radioed the unmarked car out front to check on Dr. Minor while I went in pursuit of the assailant." "But you didn't know about the fire escape?" said Sid. "No," said Sid. "I went up the main stairs and onto the roof as fast as I could. I saw the suspect on the second level of the fire escape and still descending. I fired 2 shots, but missed. One of them was a warning shot, presumably," said Captain Hernandez dryly. "The shots made the assailant drop the heavy rifle into the dumpster below the fire escape," said Tom Santana. "But then he reached his car and got away before Investigator Olson could get down the fire escape." "No make on the car, Sid?" "I couldn't see any plate numbers. It was American-made, compact, and it was long gone by the time I was down the fire escape." "You missed from 3 flights above the assassin," said the CHP's Captain Sutton. "But the marksman put 2 bullets right on the mark from 700 yards, in a light drizzle. Incredible." "Not so remarkable," said Sid. "The shooter had been up there for some time, waiting for Dr. Minor to turn on a light. He'd even dragged up 2 sandbags to create an optimal shooting position. You notice that the cheek piece on the hardwood stock of these military-style sniper rifles is adjustable. Our man had time to adjust the locking screws so that the cheek piece was raised just the perfect height for his angle shot." "No fingerprints?" said one of the forensics people. Sid and the others gave the man a tired look. "Of course not," said Captain Hernandez. "We're dealing with a professional here. One of the ballistics men came over to the rifle. Remarkable shooting from 680 yards. We've calculated that the first was a perfect heart shot. We dug the slug out of the rear wall of the closet. The shooter was using Winchester 748 45-gram handloads." "We know that," said Sid. "There were still 3 cartridges in the 5-capacity chamber when we recovered the weapon. No brass at the shooting site. Bolt action," continued the forensics man, undeterred. "He pocketed the brass from the first 2 shots, but he still got off the second shot in less than 2 seconds. And it would have passed right through Dr. Minor's skull on the floor if Dr. Minor had fallen where the shooter rightly expected him to be. Also, would you all please quit referring to Minor in the third person?" said Dar irritably. "I'm right here. He was sitting in his Eames chair, wearing a green bathrobe that didn't cover all the dressings the paramedics had put on his chest and neck for glass cuts. "You wouldn't be there," said Sid, "if the shooter hadn't sighted in on your mirror reflection rather than you." "Lucky me," said Dar. "Damned right, lucky you," agreed Sid, sounding angry. "If it hadn't been for that very light drizzle, the slight fog that came in from the ocean this evening, a slight mist, this scope would have told the shooter he was looking at your reflection in the mirror rather than a flesh-and-blood target. Even from almost half a mile away, this guy put a bullet right through your heart." "In the mirror," said Dar. 7 years bad luck." He sipped hot tea and paused to look at his hand as he held the cup. It was shaking very slightly. "Interesting. And why were you staked out there anyway, Investigator Olson?" Sid's eyes narrowed. "Just because you weren't going to help us catch these bastards didn't mean that I was leaving you unprotected." "Not much protection involved, was there?" said Dar. "The fellow got 2 shots off. By the way, are you sure it was a man?" "Ran like a man," said Sid, "dressed in a windbreaker and ball cap. Average height, average to slim build. Never saw his face, and it was too dark to tell his race or nationality. Captain Hernandez was straddling a kitchen chair pulled into the circle around the coffee table. He put his chin on his forearm and said, 'Is it standard procedure, Investigator Olson, for law enforcement officers from the state's attorney's office to go after shooters single-handedly, not wait for backup?' Sid smiled at him. 'No, Captain, it certainly isn't. But Tom was my backup, and he and I were going to take turns on shifts for a few nights. I'm sure that my superiors in Sacramento will remind me of proper procedure.'" "Good," said Hernandez. "So where does that leave the investigation?" Jim Warren of the FBI crouched next to the coffee table. "Well, we don't have prints, we don't have a description of the shooter or tag numbers on his car, but we've got his weapon. The Weaver scope isn't that unusual, but there can't be many of these Tikka 595s sold. And even though an initial dusting didn't turn up any prints on the 3 cartridges still in the magazine, perhaps the FBI lab will find something. They usually do. And we'll backtrack on the hand-loaded Winchester .748 Match King 8TPs. It's not your usual deer hunting ammo." There was more talk. Dar finished his tea and found himself half dozing, feeling the pain from the cuts and an ache from the tetanus shot, but mostly feeling sleepy. Lawrence and Trudy called about 2 a.m. They were plugged into a serious network, and it was everything Dar could do to keep them both from coming over too. It was dawn by the time the last of the uniforms and CHP people left. There were 2 San Diego PD unmarked cars on sentry duty now, a CHP cruiser on regular patrol, and Dar could just barely make out the uniformed officer with a rifle on the roof of the shooter's building, an old warehouse 2 blocks north. Dar didn't think the assassin was coming back today. Finally, only Tom Santana and Sid Olson were left. Both looked very tired. "Dar," said Sid, setting her hand on his knee. Dar snapped awake. He suddenly was very aware of the pressure of Sydney Olson's hand, the presence of the other man, and the fact that he had only had time to pull on his bathrobe by the time the mob arrived. "What, does this change anything?" "Getting shot at always changes things," said Dar. "If it keeps up, I may become religious." "God damn it, stop playing games. Will you consider helping us directly now? It will be the only way we can ensure your safety and put these arrogant bastards away." "All of them?" said Dar. "You think you can catch all of them? Tom, how many cappers and bulls and cows and clinic workers and attorneys were there in that Vietnamese operation you broke up some years ago?" "About 48 people," said Tom Santana. "And how many did you get indictments on?" 7. "And how many did you send away?" 5, but that includes both attorneys, the only legitimate doctor in the bunch, and the head capper. And they were out in, what, 2 years? 3? "Yeah," said Tom, "but the attorneys aren't practicing anywhere. The doctor moved to Mexico, and the capper is still on parole. They're not staging accidents any longer." "No," said Dar. "Now it's the Alliance and the Organizatsia. The game never changes, just the faces. Santana shrugged and walked to the door. "Don't forget to put the police bar in place," Sid said, and turned to follow Tom Santana to the elevator. Dar took her by the wrist. "Sid, thank you." "For what?" she said, looking deep into his eyes. "For what?" She left without waiting for an answer. It was strangely dark in the condo, even after sunrise, because of the canvas over the tall windows. Dar made a mental note to have some blinds installed as soon as he could. He went back to the bedroom, shrugged off his robe coat, and crawled under the comforter. He thought he would be asleep in seconds, but he lay there for some time, watching the filtered sunlight move across the high ceiling. Eventually, Dar slept. He did not dream. 14. N is for Los Niños. Wednesday was a lost day. Dar slept only a few hours. Sleeping during the daylight made him feel creepy. When he got up, he found someone in the Yellow Pages who could install window blinds in a hurry and waited for them, puttering around the apartment. He was not afraid to go outside. He did not think he was afraid, but he also wasn't ready to unless he had a reason. Lawrence came over about noon with a hot lunch for them to share, and made sure that Dar was hiding no horrific bullet alls. Lawrence said that he was working in town, which meant San Diego proper and usually meant testifying at the Justice Center. He said he'd be in town until late, then asked if he could crash on Dar's sofa. Dar was suspicious. He suspected that his insurance adjuster friend was looking out for him, but Dar could hardly say no. When Lawrence left and the Venetian blind installers were finished, Dar finished his old case files, emailed his chess moves to all of his opponents except Dmitri and Moscow, and found himself in the bedroom, going to one knee and pulling the Remington 870 and the box of shells out from under the bed. He fed 5 of the clunky shotgun shells into the bottom of the receiver, and then balanced the weapon on his knees. The embossed lettering on the left side of the chamber above and in front of the trigger guard read Remington 870 Express Magnum, designating a shotgun made after 1955, when Remington modified the 870 to accept modern 3-inch Magnum shot shells as well as the older 2 3/4-inch 12-gauge shells. Dar touched the release catch for the sliding pump, a tiny latch on the left forward portion of the trigger guard, pumped the action once, and then pressed the crossbolt safety button at the rear of the trigger guard. The blue steel touch of the weapon and the smell of gun oil coming from it reminded Dar of his childhood, of hunting ducks and pheasants with his father and his uncles in southern Illinois, of crisp autumn mornings, brittle corn stalks, and well-behaved bird dogs trotting behind them. Dar put the weapon back under the bed and closed his eyes. Flashes of images were haunting him. Not recent images, not of the mirror shattering, but images of shoes scattered across grass. Shoes of every sort. Men's polished wingtips, children's keds, a woman's sandals. After every air crash, the first thing the investigators noticed, even before the stink of aviation fuel, the torn and burned metal, or the bits of bodies, was the hundreds of shoes seemingly tossed at random around the site. It always said something to Dar about the terrible kinetic energies being unleashed in a crash, that shoes, even those laced tightly, almost never stayed with the body. It seemed a final indignity somehow.
Dar remembered the shoes in the Richard Kodiak, aka Richard Trace, investigation. The young man had been completely knocked out of his right loafer, but the shoe was in the wrong place. Jenny Smiley had backed the van up too far the second time she ran over him. The boy's a little light in his loafers. Dar could hear Dallas Trace saying that to some of his country club friends. As night fell, Dar wandered to the bookcases and pulled down a well-thumbed copy of the Stoics. He started with Epictetus but skipped ahead to Marcus Aurelius, Book 12 of the Meditations. Dar had read and reread the passages so often in the last decade that some of the lines had taken on the sing-song familiarity of a mantra. The things are 3 of which thou art composed: a little body, a little breath, life, intelligence. Of these, the first 2 are thine, so far as it is thy duty to take care of them. But the third alone is properly thine.
Therefore, if thou shalt separate from thyself, that is, from thy understanding, whatever others do or say, and whatever thou hast done or said thyself, and whatever future things trouble thee because they may happen, and whatever in the body which envelops thee, or in the breath, life, which is by nature associated with the body, is attached to thee independent of thy will, and whatever the external circumfluent vortex whirls round, so that the intellectual power, exempt for the things of fate, can live pure and free by itself, doing what is just, accepting what happens, and saying the truth. If thou wilt, separate, I say, from this ruling faculty the things which are attached to it by the impressions of the sense, and the things of time to come and of time that is past, and wilt make thyself like Empedocles' sphere, all round and in its joyous rest reposing. And if thou shalt strive to live only what is really thy life, that is, the present, then thou wilt be able to pass that portion of life which remains for thee up to the time of thy death, free from perturbations, nobly, and obedient to thy own daemon, to the God that is within thee. Dar closed the book. Those lines, so many lines like those, had comforted him after Barbara and little David had died in the Colorado crash. After his own brief descent into madness and suicide attempt, he remembered the sound of the firing pin striking hollowly on that 410 shell that did not fire. It had been the only time his father's 410 had ever misfired. The hollow sound of that misfire woke him often, but was counterbalanced by the sensible reply of the Stoics. Not this night. Dar made sure the blinds were closed and the police bar was in place, but tired as he was, he could not sleep. He did not believe in sleeping pills. He had seen too many accidents not that dissimilar from poor Mr. Hatton, who answered his own 38 when the phone rang. But he knew the soporific potential of reading Immanuel Kant, and this he did until he was on the verge of sleep. There was a knock at the door. Dar considered pulling the shotgun out from under the bed, but the knock had been the familiar shave and a haircut. It was Lawrence, wrinkled, rumpled, and sweaty after a long day testifying. Dar went back to his cot while Larry showered and came out in the extra, oversized bathrobe Dar kept for just these visits. While Lawrence was straightening his stuff and fluffing his pillow on the couch, Dar was eyeing the shoulder holster and .32 Colt revolver that his friend had nonchalantly draped over a chair. "You and Trudy going into L.A. for dinner tomorrow?" asked Dar. "What do you mean?" said Lawrence from the couch. He was comfortable in his bathrobe, a Hudson's Bay blanket over him, reading a Car and Driver magazine. "You usually only pack heat when you guys are going into the city." Dar knew that his friend had a permit to carry a concealed weapon because of all the threats the adjuster had received from car thieves and fraud artists who were behind bars thanks to Lawrence's testimony. Lawrence grunted. "Coming to see you is enough reason to carry," he said. "It's like hanging around Charles de Gaulle in the Day of the Jackal." "Only in the original," said Dar. "In the remake, it's the head of the FBI who's being stalked, and not by Edward Fox, but by Bruce Willis." "They always screw up remakes," said Lawrence, putting down his magazine and snapping off the light at the head of the couch. "Don't they?" agreed Dar. He went to check that the door was locked and the police bar in place. He glanced at the ugly but closed blinds on all of his tall windows. "Good night, Larry." Dar waited for the correction in the name, but Lawrence was already snoring softly. Dar went into his bedroom and was asleep within minutes. Dar awoke on Thursday morning to the sound of the phone ringing. He grabbed the phone. Nothing. His bedside phone only gave